Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing today?
Oh,
I'm still wondering where the caveman is.
that's
I was glad that we're out here and there, we're out here and there, but now they're gone. So
I mean,
Okay,
that's a
Shannon.
very
here for.
that's a very interesting method, a new tactic that you decided. Instead of going 3, 2, 1 with a slow countdown, you just kind of like send it so that we can't plan to
Yeah.
interrupt you.
Yep.
I know she's very mean to us, by the way, everyone. Also, hey, Rise Viz is petrified. Or Noir.
I don't know why Viz went all noir on us.
I
Viz
mean,
is
why
not a
do you
foam from
fucking
depression.
think?
Yeah.
I went for this for the time being.
Yeah.
Why do you
Is
think?
this a kink thing?
Oh my God.
Shut up! Stop.
Remember, this is going up on YouTube.
Cease.
Anyways, hello,
YouTube
everybody.
has a lot worse than this on it.
Yeah, I know. Hello, everybody. Today, we are starting off with something a little fun. During last stream, a viewer, Carm Cobalt Goat, goes by
Queenie.
a variety of... Queenie, goes by a variety of names, drew some fan art of each one of the 4 members of the party. And we can see it here. If I zoom in a little... We got Sertia, Viz, Abaya after nuking a skeleton, and Mysterious Wolf.
Yes.
Mysterious wolf with hearts and
With
everything.
hearts.
Genuinely looking like she would fit in a in a dating sim.
She
She's a
really
probably
would.
be
the
protagonist.
hardest. Yeah, she would probably be the hardest to romance.
Oh, 100%.
You'd have to be like perfect with all your replies.
And yet she would be the most popular. We all know this.
Yeah.
No, in order to attract Lucretia, you would have to fail all your responses.
So the only thing that attracts her are
The only thing that attracts her is just like raw, like autism and complete social incompatibility.
like Datu.
True. Datu is the most successful, after all. Anyways, thank you, dear Carm Cobalt Queenie, for this lovely art. And hey, she may be working on an updated PNG tuber for Sertia over here after,
We'll see how things go.
everything has exploded. Yeah.
Oh my god. Since everything has exploded, yeah, that's one way to put it.
Shit
mean-
explodes.
That's just what happens around us.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It really is.
I just want to say this is kind of like the 2-month mark.
Yep.
Actually, it's a little bit after at this point.
It's Session 10, and so fucking much has happened. Oh my god.
Yeah, you be. You're the one who did this shit.
Am I?
Yes.
I just pushed it along a bit, that's all.
Yes. Exactly.
Raya is still upset about the call.
Anyhow. Abaya, I know you wanted to do the recap today.
That is correct, I did.
Alright.
And we could
So
always
that
give
I can-
Lucretia a shot.
Inject plenty of Chaos Goblin to start us off. Alright, so last time. One of the very first things that happened is that Tier 4 decided to eat us. So in response, we gave it a heart attack. We
And
ran away through its veins,
Yeah.
found ourselves in another dimension surrounded by ice, and we're like, you know what? This might be an igloo, but this is the safest we're going to get down here, and we bunked down for the night. Meanwhile, upstairs, the Golden Wings member decided that he was going to try and escape, proceeded to absolutely fail, get himself KO'd by Lucretia, who found out that she can outmuscle magic and literally punch her way out of an alternate dimension.
Yep.
That's just Lucretia for you.
And recaptured him. In the night, the Tier 4 party had themselves some horrific nightmares. Viz is even more damaged than they already are. Woke up with some gunfire, some one-liners, and they went back on the road. After witnessing the horror movie version of the Tinky Winky Show, we proceeded to re-arrive back with Lucretia and company We had ourselves a small interrogation. Sertia somehow managed to get herself cornered by somebody that was a quarter of her size, and proceeded to get bullied into giving up some of her secrets. She didn't take this well. She proceeded to have herself an ideological meltdown, damn near killed Abaya and the Golden Wings member Nafir, but eventually was calmed down enough so that she retained her sanity. We managed to keep Nafir from bleeding out on the floor, and we're like, you know what? This place sucks. Let's get out of here. God got impatient with the pace that we were taking, proceeded to give us rocket boosters, and we zoomed our way out of there. Upon arrival upstairs, we turned Nafir in for a bounty. We bought ourselves a metric ass load of Kevlar so that Abaya can reinforce his suit later on down the line, and Sergio decided to pout and say, you know what, I'm not going to take this shit laying down. I'm going to call my dad. So she rang up her dad. And he said, you know what? I've got you, fam. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to send you something. Send this over to Viz. That'll teach him a lesson. She's like, okay. After a surprisingly uneventful road trip, we ended up at the world's worst placed antique shop. We had ourselves some nice home cooking. We got introduced to some of the most adorable creatures in all of God's existence.
But they're fae, so...
Just don't tell Abaya.
And afterwards, Sergio decides now's her moment. So Viz is hanging around outside doing their thing. And Sergio steps outside. And she does what apparently her dad was a COD gamer way back when, because she decides that she's going to send them a private DM saying KYS Lamau.
Yeah! Pretty fucking much!
Holy shit!
Viz being a hardcore gamer themselves, they responded with the classical fight me IRL, you won't, and proceeded to start tearing the place apart looking for the source. Eventually, finding out that it was Sergio, Viz channeled their inner serial killer, did the creepy door opening to stare from the doorway in at her, and proceeded to lead her out into the forest so that she can make a one-person mass grave.
Hey,
Sergio, deciding that now was the time to double down, pulled the my dad can beat up your dad card, because actually he's a warhound and so am I, so you're out of your depth. And Viz countered but I'm a death bot that's now been transformed into this small form powered by an extremely radioactive Nokia phone. So you're outclassed.
yeah. Yeah,
God.
wow. I love this recap.
This recap is perfect.
People are gonna want you making
It's
more
so
recap.
wrong,
Yes.
but it's so right at the same time.
Everybody's loving it.
Accurate.
That is also actually pretty fucking, timely as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically just the abridged version.
It's fun. Anyway, sorry, continue on.
They posed up with one another. They eventually decided that no one had really an advantage over another, and instead they had themselves a Dr. Phil therapy moment together. Where Viz broke down crying. Sergio decides to channel the MILF vibes that she's had up until this point to pick up her wayward child and bring them back home, where Lucretia is waiting to drop yet another bomb and interfere.
Yep.
And there you go, that's the recap.
Yeah, I get an extra.
Well done.
Extra Benny, worth it.
Well
Good
done.
lord. Good fucking god, that was really funny. Good job.
That was succinct. That was weirdly descriptive, despite the lack of words being used.
And also
Well
just
done.
funny.
Yeah.
God. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I
I
think
meant
Web
it when I
just
said
got
I'm
two
starting
pennies
out
for
with
that one.
chaos.
Yes, Viz, the radioactive Nokia. Okay. So, well, let's get right into it. It's late at night, and Viz, you're being carried out by Sertia out from the woods.
It's still raining, by the way.
Oh, right. Yeah, it was raining.
It was storming.
Yeah, but it was starting to lighten up a little bit.
Yeah,
So it wasn't
because...
storming, but it was lightning. It was lighting up.
Yep. Because the drama had started to fall away. If drama increases, it'll start to storm again.
Serti inherited that from her father.
It's true.
I think Viz inherited that from the world, actually.
Yeah. Either way, you carry Viz to the front step, where there's a small patio with an awning over it. So, you can
And the waiting Lucretia.
Oh, is Lucretia waiting at the awning?
Yes.
Oh!
How's
She was
Lucretia
sleeping
waiting?
in the car. She's just like leaning up against the wall, arms crossed, like foot tapping.
Where have you been, young lady?
Yeah. What she starts with, as you two get into the awning, is she just kind of like gestures at both of you. So what the fuck was that?
A conversation.
Clearly important, I guess, because I'm guessing it was something to do with Viz, wasn't it?
Important.
No, it's pretty fucking important. Well, I don't care what the fuck it was about. I just want to know what sort of shit we're involved in. And I know it's something, as she reaches into her tail bag, and pulls out the little lens. Figured out what this fucking thing does. It lets me see people's etheric energy. Sertia, yours is quite bright. But Viz, yours is like the fucking sun. So clearly, that was a rather important conversation.
Serti is quiet for a moment, and she looks down at Viz, after having set Viz down to see if Viz is reacting at all to this.
No, Viz is just kind of like sitting up, like against the wall. Definitely looking the most disheveled it's ever looked. Despite trying to always upkeep some sort of professional demeanor at the time. Viz is not responding or looking up at anyone, just kind of like avoiding contact.
Sartia sighs and turns to Lucretia. I understand how this looks, but please, for now, just let Viz recover. All I can tell you is that we had a conversation and it took a lot out of Viz. It deserves time to recover and respond on its own. I'm not. If anyone's going to give out the secrets of it, it's not me. If you want answers, you can try to get them from Viz yourself, but I'm not going to tell you anything. I'm sorry. They just aren't mine to share. Just understand that, regardless, the important thing is that we're all still in the same situation, and that we've all been doing our best to take care of each other.
With that response, you can tell Lucretia's getting, like, more and more upset. Before she, like, runs her hands through her hair, just fuck, and just walks off towards, like, a tree, quite heavily, and then just starts punching it.
Damn!
She is pissed.
Try not to break the tree. It might fall on the antique shop.
No.
Lucretia's starting her Minecraft playthrough.
True.
I mean, she is punching it hard enough that bark is flying off.
Jeez.
And then you would notice that her, or in the spaces that's being cleared, it's starting to become stained red as her knuckles split against it.
Oh no.
Sartia As much as, you know, she kind of starts a little bit in shifts as of going to stop her, but then pulls back because, you know, it's very much the vibe of whatever's going on. Lucretia just kind of needs to let it out.
Yeah. After there's like a nice bare spot of wood on the tree, she just gets into the car and slams the door.
Damn.
Doesn't start it, but just gets into the car.
Sertia takes a moment to see if Lucretia does anything, and assuming nothing else happens, this is when she'll head back into where she and Viz were talking to go retrieve her helmet and Viz's scrapping blade. And then with that, she'll return. Her helmet's going to be on by the time she comes back, and she'll gently set the scrapping blade next to Viz. And then she'll go inside to disarm and finally get some sleep. Okay, and Sertia's rifle, yeah, she has that on.
God, actually, that's a good point, though. Like, that was already a suspicious as hell thing for Lucretia to see. But then Sertia's coming back with Viz's salvaging blade and her rifle after a second John. That's gotta
To be fair,
more suspicious.
Lucretia might not notice Lucretia has a rifle now because again, it's usually hidden under the cloak.
I've never had a rifle.
You said Lucretia's rifle.
I guess it's mine now.
Yeah, you couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with it. Regardless, Sertia's rifle is underneath her cloak. And usually is, and it's kind of hard to make out, and especially in the rain, I can imagine that unless you were specifically looking for it, you might not notice you didn't have it in the first place. But yeah, she comes back with the helmet, and she does have the salvaging blade a bit. So...
Yeah, you would spy Lucretia, like, running her hands through her hair and just in the car, just, like, holding her head. But she does, like, check the mirrors, so she sees you walking by.
Flash the high beams at her. Get revenge for blinding her.
Well, yeah, after that, you know, there's not much Sertia can do other than pray this doesn't explode later on. She'll send a message, or a text, you know, as she goes and gets ready for bed, unless someone stops her. Send a text message to her father, just simply confronted Viz. Things seem to be fine for now. It is lonely.
You'll get a response a few minutes later as you're getting ready for bed. Well, call when you can. Thank you.
For now, she's gonna get some sleep, though.
Yeah. Alright. Viz, what do you do during the night? Do you just spend the night on the stoop? Or...
Yeah, pretty much.
Fair enough.
Viz is honestly probably just like every so often, Viz would almost like shift. Maybe at some point, Viz picks up the salvage blade and ignites it, and just kind of like half-heartedly swinging it around, not to like actually like
Hit anything.
destroy anything or anything like that, but
Yeah.
you know, it's definitely something that resembles someone who is currently thinking a lot and going through something.
Yeah, no, that's pretty understandable. And throughout all this, Abaya is snoozing like a baby. Alright.
With how late it is at this point, because I imagine that with how long like all of that took, it's probably like 1:30 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
So
easy.
this time, like, Abaya's gonna definitely wake up before Sertia.
100%.
Right, Meeks wants to make a call.
Yeah. I mean, we discussed it before, so it's very much just maybe Viz would have to roll a notice, but you see her, like, pull out her phone.
No, Viz would not
Yeah.
not at all be paying attention to that.
Yeah. And just make a quick call as
Did you just turn on the Minecraft?
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Go on.
The opening piano sounds very similar.
It does sound
Yeah,
a
it
bit
does.
similar.
But yes, it's just a very quick call to Datu. We
Datu.
talked about this.
Yep. Datu picks up
Yeah.
quickly. And we could quickly act out the call.
No, it's fine.
No, we should.
Okay,
Because the viewers.
that's true.
My God.
If you want to be private, you can just move into another channel for this.
Yeah.
Nah, it's fine.
Datu picks up picks up pretty quickly. Lucretia, hey! You've been gone for a while. Is everything alright?
Everything's just fucking great.
Oh, I can sense this. I can hear the sarcasm in your voice.
Uh-huh.
Anything I can do? Where are you at?
Well, here soon, we're gonna be making our way to Mirror Falls.
Okay.
Do you have the option to meet up?
Yeah. How long is it gonna be until you're there?
2-3 days, I think.
It'll probably be 3 or 4 with the
Yeah.
distance.
3 or 4.
Like, give us a day at the very least to hunt down the narrator, and then it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
6 squares every time.
8.
So we get about the spark light. Yeah, it's gonna be like 4 or 5 days.
Alright. Around 4 or 5 days.
Okay. I can definitely head over there. I've got a couple of friends in the area that could at least give me a couch to crash on. I'll head out in a few days, and I suppose I'll see you there.
Great. Nice.
Of course. Everything else been alright?
I'll tell you when we get there.
Alright. Stay safe out there.
Mm-hmm.
Click. Alright,
Yep.
Datu will meet you in Miro Falls.
What a dedicated little boyfriend, you know, pick up at fucking 3 a.m. when she
I
just
know,
calls
right?
randomly.
I know, right?
Dr. was busy gaming.
Yeah, probably.
Doubly.
Probably trying to beat one of Lucretia's high scores on our racing arcade game.
Yeah, probably.
Not even close.
God damn it, I'm still 10 seconds behind! This is a time trial. Her fucking record is a minute 10! This is not even that long of a track! How did she do that? But okay. Call has been made. The meetup has been arranged. And morning arrives. As everybody slowly starts to wake, you find Auntie puttering around in the main floor of the building. You can smell pancakes, bacon, all sorts of delicious foods.
I suppose when Sertia wakes up, she'll come down and she, because she doesn't really need to, she won't put on her armor just yet, so she'll actually probably be able to sit down on something.
Yeah. As
Probably.
you step... yeah, no, the chairs can hold you without the armor. As you step in, you see Auntie in the kitchen. She's tending to the oven while all her various little critters are running around tending to various other bits of cooking. She looks over. Good morning, dear. Did you sleep well?
Sertia's going to nod. I will say, just due to kind of this being her, general outfit, she is wearing... she's not wearing her coat, but she is wearing, her more casual gear. So it's basically, BDU pants, the undershirt tucked in to her belt, and then, her combat boots.
Okay.
So, this is basically as casual as she can currently get.
I'm cooking all sorts of good things. Pancakes, bacon. Anything you prefer?
I'm fine with anything you make.
Pancakes it is. And if everybody piles in for breakfast, you'll be able to get a variety of nice breakfast goods, all freshly baked. Yeah.
Tell you what, real quick. So Viz is not gonna go inside.
Oh,
Does
Viz is still out there?
Lucretia go inside?
Nope. She stays in the car.
Damn it! All right, fine.
Well, it's all right because Abaya, given that he's going to wake up earlier than everybody else, would come outside to gather them.
Yeah, because he would
Find
smell.
Viz just sitting on the doorstep, looking like that lonely cat that's going through its like midlife crisis.
Yeah, honestly, you would, wouldn't you? In that case, you would.
He'll pause in the doorway, looked out of his. Are you all right? Have you run out of charge?
I am functional.
Really, you don't look like you're functioning all that well to me.
Functional. I am waiting for Lucretia to exit the vehicle so that I can do my charge.
He looks up at Lucretia, back down to Viz. What, are you afraid of being in the car with her now?
For now.
Could charge in the antique shop.
It does have power. It's plenty of outlets.
Yeah, but
I think part of it is Viz wants to also just be alone.
yes, that's the point. Yeah.
Well. All right, if you say so. And Vizzle, or Abaya will step down the stairs, knock on the window by Lucretia, knowing that that's probably more than enough to wake her up.
Yeah. Abaya would immediately notice that, like, down her forearms is a, like, little, I guess tendrils is the right word, of, like, dried blood from where her knuckles were splitting.
Rivulets.
Rivulets, thank you. Yeah, slightly dried, and it's just down her forearms. She rolls down the window. What?
Well, Auntie is inside cooking breakfast. You really need to join her. Second, what the fuck? How did you manage to get yourself injured in the one safe place we've managed to find in this place?
Lucretia just points past Abaya at the tree she punched.
He looks at it, looks back at her. What, did you have a beef with a woodpecker? Or what?
God.
Oh, that's a good one-liner.
Lucretia looks stunned by that for like half a second. She'll just groan and then just swing the door open, probably bonking Abaya with it.
Hey, you got her to go have some breakfast with a stupid joke.
Abaya charts it up to one of his greatest achievements in life.
By the time...
Right, go enjoy yourself. I'm going to bandage your hands afterwards.
It's fine.
By the
I've already
time...
stopped bleeding anyway.
Yeah. By the time everybody is gathered, there is a nice breakfast spread out, and it's all sorts of various freshly baked and freshly cooked things. Abaya, there is a nice plate of bacon and several chunks of what is probably this world's equivalent of ham for you. And for everybody else, there is a variety of pancakes, fruit, and fresh maple syrup, or this world's equivalent. Auntie is already helping herself. You all look like you've had quite a night. Is everything all right? Can Auntie help?
I don't know, everybody likes to set things on fire while I'm asleep. I think I need to start taking fucking, what's the word? It's not sedatives, that's the exact opposite of what I want. Stimulants, that's it.
I believe we'll be fine. It was simply a rough night. We've been having issues. Traveling can be rough.
She nods.
Also, while doing this, like, because she, while I was gathering Lucretia, Sertia at this point kind of already sat down, and she has, as you can imagine, her plate piled high.
Yeah. Auntie intentionally made extra because she had a feeling that you'd be eating quite a bit.
Big girl.
Yeah, exactly. Auntie smiles. I know the feeling. I used to travel once. I was one of the adventuring sorts, much like yourselves. She smiles, taking a bite out of one of the pancakes. She looks over to some of the little critters that accompany her and pipes up. This patch of syrup is very good. You've been learning. The three of the little guys just nod and then just start squeaking in like a little cheer of success as Auntie looks back to you. I had a crew as well. We used to travel all over. Celerau, Ostia. We liked to delve the megastructures. We went into all sorts of crazy places, but there's one thing that I've learned, is that so many groups of travelers, like how I once was, how you are, tend to hold secrets. It's not best for them in the end, but... well... secrets drove my friends apart. We lost them, and some people died because of those secrets. Don't be like them, dearie.
Sertia will just nod.
Auntie continues enjoying some of her food. And... yep.
I will say, unless you had something else to
No,
say,
not
I
really.
wanted to bring up something about how Sertia's eating, which is specifically that Sertia's going to take a bite, and then anyone who cares to can roll a notice.
Lucretia is just washing her hands in like the sink,
Oh.
cleaning all the blood out of her fur.
SMH. That's unhygienic.
It's in the sink.
I suppose it depends on whether or not Abaya wants to roll the notice or not.
Sure, why not?
Also, just quickly, Lucretia, are you doing that in the kitchen or in the bathroom?
He doesn't notice shit.
I will say this for the viewers.
probably
Sorry, go
bathroom.
on.
As you're doing that, you notice that one of the little guys runs in with a single band-aid raised high above his head.
Because of how you are, it has a race car on it.
Auntie would have those. Yep, it's got a race car.
She'll look at him, or look at the little guy, and just kind of sigh and take it. She doesn't actually put it on, because it's already kind of not stopped bleeding, so she's not worried about it anymore.
She's
God,
adding
could you
to her
imagine a
race car
Band-Aid on
bandage collection.
fur?
I had no idea what either of you said.
So
So
go on,
can you
Abaya.
imagine a Band-Aid on fur?
Yeah, that wouldn't stick very well.
Sure, it'd more likely be a race car themed gauze.
True.
But I did want to say for the viewers at the very least, because this is important, because when Sertia takes her first bite, her eyes actually widen a little bit in shock, because the food is flavorful. It doesn't taste as good as like she remembers food tasting, but tastes more. Now, on one hand, this is obviously a sign that the seal is very fragile at this point and things are leaking through when they shouldn't be. But on the other hand, this is the best goddamn breakfast she's had since she can remember, really. So she's going to dig in with a little bit more gusto because, oh my god, this is great.
Auntie
Because
very much
she can
enjoys
actually
that.
taste the food a bit more.
I had a feeling that you would be wanting quite a bit, so I made a few extra pancakes for you. She smiles.
And Sertia takes a moment to respectfully, make sure her mouth is clear before nodding and saying, "Thank you, I appreciate it very much. This is a very good meal."
She nods.
Yes, Boosie, yeah, the feeling was, the feeling of hearing her chair creak a bit when Sertia sat down. What about it? Shut up. Frick you. But aside from that, Sertia will finish up. She'll offer to help clean things up, as a good guest should do.
Yeah.
Yeah, at some point, Lucretia does come out and gets, like, not much food. Like, some eggs and a couple slices of bacon. And that's about it.
Auntie will say, you should at least try one of the pancakes, dear. Freshly
Don't push
made.
her. This is actually far more than she usually eats.
Oh. Well,
And at least she actually picked the nutritious parts.
that's fair. Auntie smiles. Enjoy, dearie.
Thank you.
All right.
Also, if there's nothing else people want to do, Lucretia is going to, not Lucretia. Lucretia's probably going to go back to the car, though, right?
How are you getting your
buy it.
fucking...
I
just wants
have
to
a few
control
things.
Lucretia.
I'm trying to. I'm being wary of Lucretia. That's why I'm thinking about Lucretia a lot. Lucretia's scaring me.
I suppose that's fair.
Good.
After last night,
so-
yeah.
Yeah. So Lucretia should be in the car. Abaya, will he need anything from the room, or is he gonna gather everything up?
He needs absolutely nothing. He'll be gathering things
Yeah.
up mostly.
Yeah,
And
Sertia
trying to
will just say to
take things
him that
aside.
she's going to need some time because she has an important call to make, and she's going to need some privacy in the room. She'll also mention this to Antis that apologizing, but she's going to need to stay just a little bit longer to make an important call.
That's fine, dear.
And
I
she's
don't
going-
mind.
And she's going to go into the room. She's going to set up her. She didn't last night because she was a bit tense, so she didn't set up the sound dampening stuff like usual. But she's going to set it this time and make sure the door is locked.
Not gonna
I
try
would
to
like
get
to
Viz for
say-
it?
No, because this isn't to her father.
Oh.
This is a call that's long overdue.
Ah.
I'd say today it might
my
be his day
God.
off. She is going to sit down, make sure she's situated, set things up, and she's going to make a audio call to Valente.
Yeah. After a little bit of it, the phone rings, and it rings, and you almost think that it's not going to be picked up. But then Valente finally picks up. Mom? Mom, is that you?
It is. Before we go any further, is this secure? Can you do a video call?
I can, sure. It's just in my barracks. Give me one moment.
Make sure you have absolute privacy. This is important.
He nods. And, give me one moment. I'm actually, seeing as we're doing a video call, I'm going to put up Valente's token.
Oh my god!
So, I love what Spoozy just said. For,
Oh god, he's huge.
Oh god.
for
it's huge.
Abaya. Dr. Ultra Cancer.
Dr. Ultra Cancer.
Dr. Ultra Cancer. That is certainly a name.
After a few moments, the call switches over to the low color mounts of the actual camera. Yes, he is very scruffy. And on the other side is the young, kind of battered face of Valente. He is a black-furred Aris with one kind of flopped down ear. He has some sort of bodysuit on underneath. It looks like some sort of armored suit underneath a nice furred coat. He looks like he's probably somewhere up in the north. You do see a window out behind him where there's a little bit of snow coming down. It's so good to see you again, Mom. You've been missing for so long. Is everything all right?
Seeing her son, despite the stress of everything, and due to the cracked seal, she actually gives a smile. Not just not a big one, but not just a slight one either. Just a smile of joy as she kind of looks. It's so nice to see you again, my little thing.
Mom, I don't remember the last time you called me that. I don't remember the last time I saw you smile. What's going on?
And, the smile disappears as she sighs. And the weariness that he's more than come to expect from her kind of settles in. It's a very long story, but you deserve the whole truth.
Okay.
And one thing I think you might notice past is after getting a moment, like, as she says, her eyes are different colors. So he's never seen her eyes red before. But he's a bit too distracted to point that out. So she'll start with, as I'm sure you noticed, my eyes have changed color.
Why? I doubt it's some fancy new contact lens. He says with a nervous laugh.
It's my etheric energy leaking through.
What?
You deserve to know the full truth. And this is something that I've been afraid of and trying to resist happening for so long. 40 years ago, I moved from Celarau to Ostia to join the military here. My real name isn't Belinus. I'm Sertio Renau of the Renau family.
He gives a head tilt like a confused puppy. But continue.
You might know them as a minor company in Celarau, but the fact of the matter is that it's a bit more important than it first appears. I came here trying to ensure peace. After all, if I came from Celarau, but worked and cared for Ostia, then perhaps I could spend my life keeping peace between the two nations. Foolish idea of a foolish young woman, but that is why I left. But I have a heritage that would make things difficult. And so I went to a Fae, the Alloyed King, and I asked him to help me. And in return, he gave me a seal that would prevent this heritage from showing itself so long as I managed to keep my emotions in check. He said it would only give me 20 years at most, but I was able to stretch that to 40. Unfortunately, the day I left was when the seal cracked. This etheric energy that I have has been building up over time, and it's dangerous for me to stick around. She seems to struggle a bit, and he might notice that she's kind of keeping calm, but, if anyone can notice the smaller details about her, is that she's definitely a bit more emotive than before. Not like a lot, but a lot of the subtleties are more exaggerated than what he's used to.
Mom, I've never seen you like this. Why didn't you tell me all this before?
Well, I was hoping I could continue keeping it secret. I was hoping you wouldn't need to find out because it would never come to pass. I so regret that the last conversation we had was an argument. I want you to know I care for you, and even if I've struggled so hard to show it, I love you so much. You through all the stress of being an officer and dealing with General Malazar, you've been the one who kept me safe, kept me stable and emotionally sane. And I want you to know that I'm sorry that I haven't been a good enough mother for you, that I haven't been able to tell you the amount of love that you are loved and that I love you. Instead, all you got were my muted reactions, and you deserve more than that. And things are getting dangerous for me out here, and I wanted to make sure that at the very least, the last thing I told you is going to always be how much I love you, and how much that any arguments we have are simply because I'm scared for you. I don't know what's going on. My clearance never, well, don't ask, don't tell about your tasks, I suppose.
Yeah.
But I worry for you, and I worry for myself. I had some close encounters while delving for our current goals, and falling into Depth 4 was a harrowing experience.
Oh, jeez.
I barely survived.
I love you too. You notice at this point that he's been sitting on his bed. He probably put the communicator like at the end of it. He kind of pulls his legs up, seeming a little nervous. He does this when in a rough state. Oh, jeez.
But I don't want you to think. I don't want you to think all is lost. And she's going to show him the mark on her left hand. I'm a bit of a fugitive at the moment, as you can see.
I saw that. There's been a lot of talk amongst the ranks, saying that you abandoned the ranks or something like that, but I knew that wasn't you. A lot of the other guys know that wasn't you either. Something else must have happened. And, oh.
This might be the last time you see me like this. Physically, appearance-wise.
Oh, jeez, Mom.
The reason I had to hide my heritage was, well, when it fully expresses itself, I'm going to change. I won't look the same, but I want you to know that I'll still be your mother. And just remember that, okay?
He nods. Starting to sound like one of my Pulp Fiction books, he says with a nervous laugh.
Perhaps.
Please be safe.
She'll nod and then give him a weak smile. Don't worry. If there's anyone I could fight the world against for, it's seeing you again. And when I do change, I'll feel more again. And that means that I'll be able to tell you the true depths of my feelings for you. And maybe that'll make it worth it. Worthwhile.
I hope.
If you get a moment, and when you have as much privacy and when you're collected, I want you to call this number. And she's going to send over the number of her own father.
Oh, shit.
This is my father.
Oh.
He's a very powerful, influential man. Just, if you need anything at all, I promise he'll do whatever is in his capabilities to help you.
Okay. Okay.
For now, I'm going to be heading soon to Marrow Falls. There's people who can help me out there. And we'll see how things go, but just know that, again, despite it all, I love and care for you, and I still love this country. I didn't betray it of my own volition, but I couldn't stay.
I fully understand that. Oh, jeez, Mom. I love you too. He pulls his legs even tighter against himself. Things are starting to get a little scary up here.
What's wrong?
Some of the generals are trying to make us make more moves towards Celerau. Various programs I've been part of have been pushed towards, well, more. You know how I wanted to be a proper pilot. I might end up having to be a proper pilot quicker than anticipated because they're out of pilots. They need more.
What do you mean they're out of pilots?
Whatever they're planning, it's needing a lot.
She gets a very serious expression on her face as she kind of leans in. Listen, if you feel you're in danger, I want you to call that number immediately then.
He will.
If anyone can help get you out safely. I don't like telling you to go AWOL, but I don't like what they're having planned, and she sighs and rubs kind of the bridge of her snout. One thing I found is that Celerau is also trying to make moves in the background. If we're not careful, this could escalate into an all-out war, and if I can, I'm going to try and stop it somehow.
I guess if anybody would, it would be you. He smiles.
But for now, call that number, and I want, more than anything, you need to be safe.
I will. This father of yours, you said he's in Celerau, right?
His name is Silas Renau.
Silas Renau. Okay. Well, if I really need to go AWOL, I'm probably one of the most prepared to do it. He smiles. Got some of the quickest, most powerful vehicles that I have the keys to. He smiles. Hopefully it doesn't have to happen, but...
Don't take any unnecessary risks.
I won't.
Play it safe.
He nods.
It was the new family business, God.
It really is.
What was the name of that German pilot in World War II? Flew over to Britain because he was wanting to negotiate their surrender. It was Rudolf Hess, I believe his name was.
No.
That's what he's gonna do. He's gonna pilot his plane over to the middle of Celerau, just bail out and be like, "Hi, I'm here now."
Thanks for calling, Mom. Things are
I'll
getting...
call again when I can.
Oh.
Go on.
It was to Scotland.
Oh,
Oh, Scotland.
interesting.
Yeah. In an attempt to negotiate the United Kingdom's exit from the Second World War.
Huh. Interesting.
Scotland's still in the UK.
Also, hey, real fast, Numi, can you do me a favor and just check Discord?
Sure, one moment. Oh, shoot! Oh, that's cute. Don't worry about it.
I don't know.
Squint.
Okay, let's continue. Mom, please be safe. Things are getting scary out there, and whatever happens, we're going to need every single little bit of luck we can get.
She nods. And she thinks for a moment before kind of looking at him and going, well, I suppose I need to get going. I'll need to be traveling soon, but be safe, my little thing.
I will,
And
Mom.
if you end up needing to be a hero, don't forget me that smile.
He gives a smile, and suddenly the smile is broken from somebody knocking on the door. Valente! Hey, we're gonna head down to the fuck, what the hell is the it's not the food court, mess hall.
I mean, there's the mess hall, and then there's just the commissary, which has a food court.
Oh,
Because the commissary is basically a military mall.
Hey, Valente, we're gonna head down to the commissary. Want to join? He jumps slightly. Yeah, one minute. You take care, Mom. I love you. Thanks for calling.
I love you too. Farewell.
He
And
nods.
she'll
Yep, and
hang up.
yep.
And quick question, actually, this will be a much shorter call. Does she know anyone that, as far as she knows, was still super loyal to her, that's also decently high up?
I mean, there's a handful of folks here and there.
Because I was thinking one of the things she could do is also just quickly call someone that she trusts in the military, like explicitly, not tell them everything, but tell them, hey, so I know I've been AWOL, but Celero's making moves with this cult. Keep an eye out.
We can definitely say that you make a call to somebody that you knew.
Yeah,
We
make a
just
call
kinda-
at somebody.
Yeah, we can work
she
with
gives
that.
that information. The basic information is just Celero's trying to assassinate people of importance to destabilize the nation and plunge it into some sort of chaotic civil war or something like that.
Yep.
And they're being assisted by a group called the Golden Wings.
Yep. And the person that answers your call will respond. Will take a note and say, basically, thanks for the info. Good luck out there.
Basically, just, man, I miss my commander. She was pretty nice, and things are going crazy with her. Then call, hey, things are even more crazier. The Cold War is getting heated up. Anyway, I gotta go. Bye.
Somebody stuck the Cold War in a microwave.
He needs to take it out of the microwave.
Yeah. Also, Lemon, I think your term of endearments are entirely wrong. I'm pretty sure she was saying little fang. You know, like
Little
the tooth.
Fang.
Yeah, like a tooth.
Yeah, like a tooth. It's a Celerouse thing.
Yep.
Is it now? Oh, you fucking snake people, I swear to God.
Thank you. Anyway, with that, Soti is going to finish packing up. She's going to suit up in all her gear, and she's going to head out to see everyone.
All right.
While she's doing that, Abaya would have hunted down Viz. Are they like still just hanging out in the car, like charging? Or...
So that depends. Charging for Viz only takes anywhere between half an hour to an hour. Technically speaking, it does say half an hour on the thing, but I kind of go for a full hour just to be safe. Anyway, I'm assuming breakfast took like half an hour to an hour, right?
Probably somewhere thereabouts, yeah.
Yeah. So like, Viz probably would have stayed in or around the car, you know, go in sleep mode. But probably would have been a little bit uneasy by Lucretia leaving. So assuming Lucretia left first, there might be some stuff there, even if it's just kind of like quiet tension. But Viz is more or less just kind of like packing up its projects and stuff like that to get ready to go on the road effectively.
Okay. In that case, Abaya will approach Viz and say, "Do you have a moment?"
And Viz will stop and kind of like give a sideways glance. What do you need?
Well, I want to find out what it is that you need, Viz. This morning, when I found you sitting on the porch, I have seen you like that exactly one time before. And that was back down in the depths of that megastructure after you had just been visited by ghosts.
Viz is just standing there, like, you know, sort of like looking at you, waiting for you to continue.
I had been hoping that would encourage Viz to talk, but when it doesn't, he kind of tilts his head. Look, I understand that you are probably going through a lot. Apparently last night, plenty of things happened, which I am completely unaware of. Everybody likes to do everything in the middle of the night. I don't know what's wrong with you all. Whatever it is, I want to make sure that you are solving it, that it isn't going to weigh you down or otherwise hurt you or any of the others that we are traveling with. It has rendered you incapacitated twice now.
It just kind of looks back to like the box of stuff that it's packing. It finishes up putting a few things away and then just kind of shoving the box back into the trunk. I am functional.
And that is about as much of a non-answer as you could have given. Got it. Look, you cannot keep containing everything in yourself forever. It has already exploded twice. It will do so a third time, and the fourth, until eventually it wears you down, or it starts to result in backlash against the rest of us. I won't force you to reveal anything. That would simply be escalating things to a point that I'm not sure we want to reach. But you are perfectly capable of sharing whatever it is that is harming you. I had hoped that you would have learned that on your own by now, but if you need reminding, I would be happy to prove it over and over again, as many times as it takes.
Biz actually kind of like stops to contemplate this for a second. The trunk still being open, I'm imagining has enough space for us to like sit into, right?
Yeah, that's the station wagon.
Yeah.
You can sit on the tailgate.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what Viz is gonna do. It's gonna kind of like gonna hop and sit down. It has been very tiring. I believe what I am experiencing is something equivalent to what you may describe as flashbacks.
Bits and pieces of your time pre-rampancy or during it, or...
A little of all. The deaths that we talked about, the effects of Aether, and the sheer loneliness of it all.
The buyer's going to sit on the opposite side of the rear bumper from Viz. Dwelling on the time that you're alone, Viz, it'll probably not help you at all. I don't know how long you were alone, or what all trials and tribulations that you experienced in that time. But what I do know is, now, you are anything but alone. Your attempts to integrate yourself into society at large not only were successful, but you have also formed what most would consider to be a very close-knit inner circle, something that many people have a lot of trouble forming throughout their lives.
However, it was mostly born out of coincidence from our marks.
So, and that is how life works in general. Do you think that everybody who meets one another does so out of some kind of structured plan? Some intent to go out there and see exactly these people? Life makes people clash together in some of the most random and entirely chaotic ways. And it forges, ironically, some of the strongest bonds as a result.
I am still in something of an experimental phase from a pragmatic standpoint. But from a more emotionally driven standpoint, I really needed this. Just kind of looks back up to Abaya. Thank you for being here.
Well, you're nuts. And he's going to reach over. He's going to cut Viz by one of those little iPod ears. And pull him over to rest against his shoulder.
Oh, okay.
iPod ears.
Yeah, iPod ears.
He's pretty cute. Hell yeah. Everybody else ready to
A
go
small-
then?
A
go
small
ahead.
snuggle session right beforehand.
Yeah.
I suppose a little bit after that, that's when Sergio would walk out of the place fully ready to go.
I have to make sure you're nice and close before we traumatize each other later.
It's
Makes it more impactful.
true! Yeah, it's so true. Oh my god. It's very effective. Oh my god, we're getting all the backstory of this character dumped into one episode. Well, guess they're gonna die. Nice knowing them. But they're gonna die this episode. Shit.
Well, is everyone ready?
Auntie will come out onto the stoop as you all are getting ready. You dears take care now, alright?
Thank you very much.
You're very
will.
welcome. And if you're ever around again, don't be afraid to visit.
Sergio will nod. And she'll get in her spot in the car.
I'm not going to lie, you're a little out of the way, but we'll see what we can do.
It's nice and quiet.
I mean, to be fair, if I ever drive this way again, it'd be worth it to drive through the night for a guaranteed safe resting spot.
Yep.
It's nice and quiet. You're in the deadly woods. That's the reason we stopped here.
God.
I'm pretty sure if you were to walk 10 yards in that direction, you'd get mauled by a bear.
God. Alright, we're an hour in, we haven't left Auntie's again.
Yeah.
This is usually how it goes.
Does
It is.
Abaya want to bandage Lucretia's hands yet?
Yeah, whenever you come back to the car, he will wash off the dried blood on her hands,
I mean, her hands are clean. She actually washed
and
them.
he will make sure that she's actually, removed all the debris and shit that comes from punching a fucking tree and getting like sharp wood and bark and the like in your knuckles.
Yeah. Funnily enough, when you were bandaging her hand, her knuckles all the fur around her knuckles has actually died.
I mean, that's not that much of a surprise. She did say that she was an arena fighter once upon a time. So.
Oh, she still is.
Pit fighting does that.
Yep. All the impacts just killed the hair follicles, and her knuckles are pretty calloused.
And we have also literally punched creatures made of solid metal. So
Yes. Yeah. But there's another thing you actually notice about her hands. On both of them, on the back and all the way through her palm, is a fairly large, but very old, jagged scar. On both hands.
Damn, See, when I was a kid, I only used my thumb on the, car cigarette lighter. The creature just kind of jammed it all over both hands.
Oh,
to make
God.
Sure it was hot.
Oh God.
being
No,
the medical
it is-
professional that I am, would I be
It is
able
a
to tell?
stab wound.
No.
Yeah, I would say you'd be
Go
able to
ahead
tell.
and roll my roll, why don't you?
Yeah.
I was literally about to ask God if I could tell what the cause was by looking at it from a medical point of view.
I mean, if you want more specifics, you can roll, but it's clearly a stab wound.
Yeah, feel free to roll.
I'll use healing for that. Crit fail.
Wow.
Oh
You,
no!
a crit fail here means you just literally.
You cause a wound.
No. You know what I think should happen for a crit fail in this situation is Abaya stares at it and then gets the totally wrong idea of this happened because Lucretia was playing billiards and got a billiard pole stuck through the hands.
Thank you.
Pole cue. Billiard pole.
Billiard.
Through both hands too.
And then he looks up at Lucretia.
Oh my god, she's Jesus.
Yeah, I would say
My
because
God.
this is a low stakes
appear to
roll.
have had-
Yeah.
You appear to have had a very bad case of ringworm once upon a time.
No. She's not gonna elaborate, but she just says, that's no.
And also, you probably get a weird look at the doctor getting something so obvious and so wrong.
Yeah.
God. You must have had a really bad case of ringworms. I've never seen them do this before. It's like, well, of course that's not ringworms, you idiot.
They literally burst out at the back of your hands like a xenomorph.
And then you can just pull who's the doctor here? Trust me, it's fine. I asked GPT like all the other doctors.
Oh no.
God, no! No! No!
I asked WikiHealth. Apparently you have cancer.
God.
Yeah, you probably gave it to me.
Yeah, that's
You're
fair.
right.
Dr. Cancer.
Either way, he will finish bandaging up her hands, making sure that it's all cleaned up. Like, now, I suppose the opening question is, are you going to be driving through the jungle, or are we going to be parking roadside and going on foot?
I could see on foot. We have a long way to go, and I don't want to damage the car.
It's probably a good idea.
All right, let's get as close as we can.
Yep, you can at least get into that bottom hex of the radius via car. So, we'll pile in, and I need 2 rolls at the typical -1.
Well,
Don't forget-
first,
don't for-
we need the
don't
weather.
forget
Oh,
weather,
yes, weather.
Very
Roll me
good.
the weather. Uh-oh.
Oh, it's special.
Oh, boy. All right.
No, it's a D12.
9.
The
Oh.
Fey Parade.
Oh,
God.
boy!
Hey, parade?
Oh, no!
Wait, that's goaded.
It's a good one. Yeah, it's a very good one.
I mean, unfortunately, Abaya is going to be extremely upset the entire day.
Yes, 100%.
You
That's
know what this
Everybody
is?
else is
funny.
like, oh, look at all the pretty colors. This is so. And you are on the back of my like,
You know what this
Holding
is?
his-
This
holding
is
his
just.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is just walking through the forest in Princess Mononoke.
Yeah, no, it was entirely inspired by. Actually, it wasn't inspired by that. It was inspired by Pompoko, but close enough. You guys all set off, and so give me the first roll, and I'll start describing how things go. Because it looks to be a relatively clear day. Somebody gonna you on a roll?
I'm gonna roll. Hang
Okay.
on.
I got it.
Frick you.
All right.
Uh,
As you start to drive, excellent. You can do two spaces to get into the hex.
Yes, okay.
As you drive, you start to notice that things are vibrant. Swirling, vague spirits drift through the trees around you. Lights dance through dance in the darkness. Occasionally, you see specters of aether, basically faint fae, just enjoying their time. Some just kind of hanging out on the tree branches. Others seem to be doing a little dance somewhere. And as you drive, you notice that there's larger creatures moving along, other strange spectral shapes just flowing along the road. Like one appears to be very akin to like a giant snake of some sort. Just almost like as if actually it's a snake almost as if it was made out of paper streamers. It is this extremely colorful shape that is incredibly long, easily hundreds of feet long, just flowing along the road about maybe 15 feet above it. And as you drive, you catch up to where its head is. And its head has all the streamers kind of bunched together into this vague snake-like form, with a pair of eyes that are made simply out of just glowing dots in the on top of the streamer-like fabric. It watches you as you drive by. Things are cheerful for everybody except for Abaya, of course. Abaya, how are you handling this?
Badly. So, particularly the giant fucking snake fae that is flowing above the car, Abaya keeps trying to open the sunroof so that he can get a bead on the thing.
yeah, Sertia keeps like getting in the way.
Abaya, nope. Down, Abaya, down.
I can't.
She starts like kind of almost fussing as if she's dealing with a rowdy child.
Fucking hell.
Eventually, she just asks Lucretia to just lock all the windows with like that one.
Yeah, she gates the child's
window
lock.
Fucking
I still imagine
glorious.
Abaya like presses like the automatic sunroof button like for 5 solid minutes first.
I mean, it's just a hatch on the in the back seat.
Yeah.
But
Still.
the child
It
lock
still has a
also
lock.
locks. Yeah, the
Safety
child
lock.
lock locks it for some reason.
Lucretia thought
It
of
has to
everything
be
in this
secure.
car.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I'm not sure I want to get out of the car anymore. I think I'm going to have to search on your own. I can't do this.
You're fine, pansy. Just don't piss them off.
This parade can actually help us lead the way. I imagine that perhaps this is the influence of the narrator.
You,
I'm sure you want to make a deal with them.
as you continue to drive, you notice that little glowing points of light, little specters of sorts, are floating around the car, dancing around the wheels and the like. And similarly to another car that you pass going the other way, they seem quite interested in the cars that roll by. But eventually, you arrive at at what appears to be a small, like, campground of some sort. It's this It's basically, you've got like this large loop that rolls out, and then you can pull out into what is basically like a dirt lot. There's an old ruined building nearby that is very much crumbling away. Perhaps it was once something. But you're able to pull up and pull into basically the safest spot that you can find.
Alright. And yeah, the creature would do so.
The jungle is thick and dark. It is probably best that you were not driving through it. There's a very good chance you were going to damage your car in the process.
Mm-hmm.
But okay.
Okay, well, is there a way for us to search all of this without taking multiple days?
Could split up. But,
I mean, just bringing our way from the center outward would probably do so within a day. Like, I presume if we're, like, adjacent to where the narrator is, we might see clues. So, we could just go here, 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 and that'll give us either A, their location if they're in the center, or B, a clue if they're on the outer ring.
I agree with that.
let me
That
also...
sounds good.
Yeah, let me also remind you. The narrator's broadcasting on a fucking radio.
Yes, I was going to mention that.
I don't believe you.
Do you know who recently got a portable radio?
Yeah, Viz has one built in,
Also true.
and also probably the car. Honestly, maybe
We can
like
also
Viz can.
split up.
Hold on, can Viz like actually? All right, Lucretia, please pull over for a second before we continue.
I mean, we're parked.
Yeah.
Oh.
Pull over further.
I'm
not driving into the
Pardon
woods.
me. I'm going to basically kind of like hook into the car's systems, and I'm going to try and use that to kind of like get a better baseline of where the signal might be coming from, where the narrator signal might be.
Alright, roll me a notice.
Notice. All right. This is it for all the big bucks. 4.
4. That is a success. You tune in, trying to scan the waves. You know that the narrator occasionally shifts whatever wave that it's broadcasting on. But eventually you catch something faint. You have a general idea that the narrator is somewhere probably further north. So
At least as long as I get a general idea of where they might be.
Somewhere in the vague northern end. Definitely not the southern end. So head north.
It crosses out a good chunk of them.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm imagining probably these 4 here.
Probably.
What we can do is we can get to this one, and then we can try searching again for the direction.
That's true.
I believe the narrator is somewhere within the northern quadrant of the designated section on the map that I have listed long ago.
You're lucky the narrator didn't just move with how long it took to get here, but, well.
Okay.
You're the one who threw us a side
I
quest.
know. I'm fucking with you.
You better
fighting
fucking
you.
not! We are looking for a walking house.
Well, it's a walking radio station.
Same thing.
I'm giving you a stare, Yumi. I'm staring at you right now.
Okay,
I
Burke.
know I know exactly where you took that from. Frickin'. The influence of the heart games definitely is very felt within this campaign.
It's not a bad thing though. I don't think.
It is. You know, I'm gonna start cocking and start shooting the superstructures themselves. I'm gonna like get a complex against superstructures the way Abaya has against the Fae.
Just start shooting the entry door. Take that!
Bang, bang, bang! Frick you!
I'm
Alright.
gonna like upload some general data to like the onboard AI on the car, so that I can like display it on like the GPS or what have you. It's kind
Okay.
of like a general
I mean,
area.
didn't Yumi say that we kind of have to go on foot though?
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
saying this so that I can show everyone so they can visualize
okay.
where we're going. You know.
The Binding of Isaac is just a delve inside of his house.
That God. Well, let's keep going then.
All right.
Do we just let's see? Do we do?
This is deep jungle, so it's -3, right?
Well, no,
it's
this
minus-
is
Oh wait, no, that's
-1.
Yes, it's mountain
yeah,
forest.
it's mountainous forests, and you're off road, so it is a -3. Yeah.
Is it?
Yep. You're
It's
traveling on
off-road.
foot,
It's
so
off road -2, speed half.
So, yeah, speed halved is if you're in the car. On foot, you can only cross 2 hexes a day.
God, this is gonna be rough.
Yep. I will allow you to cross 2 hexes in this day, even though you did do a little bit of traveling beforehand. It wasn't that much, so, well, I need D12
Get out.
and -3.
Close the door. Start making sure that I have
All right.
everything that I will need.
Yeah, Sarte gets her camping gear ready. Oh my God.
Wow!
Oh,
hey!
no!
This
Thanks to
one's
the
converted.
fate rate, this is a neutral encounter.
Yep.
Thank goodness.
As
Wait, thanks to what now?
thanks
The
to the
Fey
Fey Parade,
Oh,
the first negative encounter that day is converted to a neutral encounter.
Oh. Well,
So,
I mean, it probably still might be a bad encounter for a buyer, but you know.
yeah. As you're traveling along into the woods, having to hike up and around all sorts of crazy things. The trees here are massive. The roots thick. It's like climbing across a rock, like all sorts of boulders and shit like that. This place, you can see why there was never a road here. There is no way you'd be able to pave anything here. As you walk, the calls of birds start to chirp out. This place is lively. It is warm. It is, well, okay, it's not that warm. It's actually pretty cold. But it is weirdly welcoming. And as you crest over another one of these large roots that connect to trees that are like 200 plus feet tall, you notice something in the distance. That there is what appears to be a large, looks like a large pipe jutting out of the ground. This pipe is, it kind of points at a right angle, so it goes up and then to the right. And it looks as if it was intending to, it looks as if it's an exhaust pipe to something, perhaps connected to the Embergrist megastructure. However, well, yeah, you can tell it's an exhaust pipe because etheric clouds are flowing out of it. Thankfully, you don't have to deal with them. Because it puts a banana in the exhaust pipe. This pipe is massive. This pipe is like 10 foot across. So if you put the banana in, it's just going to turn into a banana tree.
I'm seeing how many people catch the reference. Or if it's
I
just
think I
me
know
being
which
old.
one. I think I know which one you're talking about. But thankfully, normally this would have been quite an obstacle, as it would have been putting out a large cloud of like etheric dust or something of that sort. But instead, there is a large Fae just chilling out in front of it. This Fae looks to be this. It looks to be like a What do I want this Fae to be? This Fae is this. It is you know what? It is this massive bird-like creature, standing maybe 25, 30 feet tall, and it is built like a normal bird, apart from 3 legs. And it is just kind of sitting there, relaxing, seemingly meditating inside the clouds of aether that are flowing across it. You watch as the clouds would normally flow around it, but they bend back towards this large phase, deep blue feathers, basically sinking into it. And as you're watching, the Fae slowly opens one eye. It is just this simple white orb. There is no visible pupil, no nothing. But you could tell it's keeping an eye on you. Thankfully,
Well,
you should just be able to go around.
yeah, well, we're gonna keep an eye on the Abaya to make sure he doesn't try to shoot the thing, and we're gonna just go past.
Abaya is visibly trembling.
I can't tell if Abaya is being racist or just terrified at this point.
It's a good question.
It's not racist, it's speciesist.
Same diff.
Okay, but you are confirming that at this point it is speciesism.
I have been very clear on multiple occasions. There is no such thing as a fae that Abaya will not turn against at some point.
God.
Also, Gelmon, just to answer your question, basically, it's exactly what it sounds like. You trip a character, and you could do it at the best time where you think it might change something interesting in the story. Like how one of the party members was tripped into Pratch, and it started to reveal certain things.
Yeah, as long as it's not like a super serious story moment, or as long as it's like completely worthless, then it's fine. You gotta kind of use it like in a, or like do it.
You
at
only
a
get
very,
one
like,
per
unique
stream.
time.
Yeah, there's
Yeah, you
only
gotta
one
do it
person.
at kind of like a unique time.
Yep. Either way. You round the Fae. You go around the Fae, and as you start to go behind it, it tilts its head slightly, opening up its other eye just to watch you. But as you round about it, it doesn't leave. It just watches. And eventually you're able to sink back into the forests and leave the Fae be for now. So that canceled out the bad encounter. Alright.
Huzzah!
Make me another roll then.
Why do I feel like that fae should have been
This
on
time.
the table for Caterpillar?
D12 minus 3, friends.
Yep. Viz, it's your turn.
Yes, I suppose 1d12 minus 3. Another
my
negative
God.
1!
Wow.
Fuck.
Wow. Oh, this is fun. This is very fun. Let's see.
You're very fun.
No, you.
I mean, we got a 25% chance of a bad encounter, so...
Yeah, I know. I've got an idea. Give me a minute. I need to prepare something.
Oh boy.
Also, I just had a random idea.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, you know, due to like posting a reference about, you know, Fallout and Pip-Boys, I'm just thinking, you know, a Pip-Boy could exist that's actually how someone like communicates with their fae.
Yeah. I could easily see it.
And I think that's a cool system. And also, you know, that's where they can insert the discs. But their fae likes to just be a digital creature on their, you know, on their wrist thing.
Yeah. Absolutely could happen.
And it's a hardened shell, so if someone, like, say, Abaya cough, tried to shoot it, it would just kind of ricochet off the hardened casing.
Oh god.
I really doubt that my bullets would ricochet.
Well, what kind of
Fuck is
bullets?
that
What
supposed
kind
to
of
be?
what kind of AP are they on then? Because it's supposed to be like, you know, the idea is that
You've
super
already
hard
seen them be
material.
fired, so let me show you, actually.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
God. Yeah, it's AP,
AP8, Jesus Christ.
against Fae.
8 against Faye. All right,
Yeah,
yeah.
only against Fae.
So yeah, it don't matter how armored that Fae is.
Iggle bam.
It could show up in a mech and a bio would still shoot it.
To
With
be
that
fair,
fucking pistol.
if there was something that wasn't Fae in front of it, say like the cockpit of the mech, it would actually negate the AP. You would have to hit the Fae directly for the AP to count. Either way, as you all are traveling, Viz, you were the one that rolled the encounter.
Oh,
You hear something coming from the side, and because you're a curious creature, you decide to have a look. And you approach this cliff. It's maybe about 15 feet tall or so, and what you find is that a rock tumbled down down the cliff. You wonder what did it. And then a funeral hunter leaps directly at you from above.
Not again! Not again!
They're back! This time I actually know how to fucking use them.
With some
Oh,
sniper
boy.
bees.
Yep, they got a few of those accompanying them. Let's see, we'll do Pagan Woods.
Well, laser rifle time. At the ready.
This is where the xenophobia gun will come in really handy. Instead of against Fae, it should be against funeral hunters.
This one gets a free attack on
Bio
you
only
because you were
has
the one that
11
rolled it.
wounds. He's not using those.
I still need to make more. And I did want to make some on the way.
Fighting. Okay, that is only a 4. That does not break. Well, wait, hang on. No, I need to break your. No, do I just need to roll a 4 to hit? Why am I suddenly forgetting how to do a roll
You have
melee?
to target their parry.
Right, parry!
Or melee attack is
Parry!
parry.
Jesus, what's your parry?
Range attacks is 4.
Yeah. What's your parry, Viz?
5.
5, okay, so you just managed to knock its claws away. Alright. I don't know why I forgot that suddenly. Let's see. Jack of Diamonds.
I also
Oh my
don't know
God,
why it's
Diamond.
5. It was 4 before, wasn't it? What the hell did I do to increase it to 5?
Fighting. Did you raise fighting?
It wasn't 5 this whole time. Oh,
I'm pretty sure-
it's yes. No, it is 5 this whole time. Never mind. I'm just stupid. We've been using
You
toughness
are.
for so long
Yep.
for like ranged attacks.
Okay. Yeah, because there
You've been
is a...
doing it wrong for so long.
Yep. You got confused. Okay. So, Sertia, you are the first one to go.
Well, she has the laser rifle at the ready because, that's basically her first to go to. I'm so glad her laser rifle is going to last forever. And she's going to target, the one that took a swing at Viz. Can I hit this thing?
Yeah, you could.
She's going to use her the semi-auto function to fire at the 2 different things, because I believe we talked about it to make sure the laser rifle couldn't just decimate things. I can either burst fire for 3, or I can, pick 2 different targets if I want to still take multiple shots.
Yeah.
Instead of, hitting 3. But due to the laser rifle's abilities, I suffer no recoil.
Yep.
So first shot,
Miss.
frick me. All right, second shot.
Jesus, that's a hit. 1d2.
22?
Talk about an
my God.
explosion. Jesus, roll damage.
Damage time.
That is 13. It's it's tough to
Why do you have
7.
1 wound? When did that happen?
What's up?
Why do you have 1 wound?
Oh yeah, hang on. I never healed it. Hang on one sec.
It wouldn't have made a difference in the end.
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, because from the incident of Abaya's backlash wounded me. I forgot about that.
There's this thing, the top half of this thing just disappears in laser fire, and it just crumples to the ground.
Question: did that do enough to kill it outright though,
Yes.
or did it just shake it?
4
Yes.
lasers.
Its toughness is 7.
Oh, I thought it was based on. Okay, toughness is 7, so I definitely beat it.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm just making sure because I want to make sure that you aren't like feeling bad if we forget the rules again.
Yeah,
First-
because I remember correctly, for every raise you get above the toughness, if you don't get a raise above the toughness, they're just shaken. But if you do, then with extras, you just kill them.
Yep.
Yeah.
And for wild cards, it's a wound.
Yep. All right. Anything else for your turn?
Well, I took my 2 shots. I can't really do much else. She's just happy to stay back here, and at the very least, I got a kill. So.
Hell yeah. Okay. Now it's the funeral hunter's turns. So first off, this one is going to attack at Viz again. Let's go scurry around. Let's add a screech and strikes. That still does not break your parry.
Why are they attacking the robot? There's no meat to consume.
You're in the way. Also, you're the one that rolled the encounter, so I gotta have a little bit extra attention towards you.
No, I know that. I
So
didn't
what
expect-
happened is that turns out funeral hunters are like bulls, except the color they hate is blue. And you're wearing quite vibrant blue, Viz.
They desperately need to make a call, so they're trying to access that Nokia inside you.
True. This one leaps down the cliff and just has enough to make a strike. Wait, no, that's the group check. If I was rolling that, yeah, no, it misses. Okay, because
Okay.
if the dice had been swapped around, that would have been a 16.
I'm sure it would have been fine.
It rolled a 1 instead. All right.
Also, in the meantime, I'm gonna look at the rules because isn't there a thing where people get bonuses if you're surrounded?
They do.
Oh
They get
yeah.
+1.
Yeah.
I mean,
that-
the one's not gonna help there.
per-
Okay, +1 per thing. So this thing's gonna have a plus.
So if that
Plus
if that
2.
third one attacked Viz, it'd be a +2. Yeah.
Yeah. And guess what? It's going to attack Viz.
Oh, for God's sake!
Oh, that's a hit. Time for damage.
All right.
Because that is a 10. What's your toughness?
Against melee attacks and physical attacks, that would be 12.
12? Remind me what right, that's your, Seraph armor, which means that that would help against melee as well. Okay, so that does not deal damage. It tries to pierce through the armor, but there's a static shock from the shield, and it makes it reel back for a moment.
Zap.
This one's going to dash. In fact, all 3 of these guys are going to dash, so I'm just going to roll their dice right now. Ooh! This one just zooms straight up to Abaya. 6, 8, 6, 6, 8. Okay. So reverse order, that would be hearts, so Abaya.
Oh, wow, that's a nice close tight group to flashbang.
Vision's by. Centered on Viz.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, that
Oh.
does successfully do the strike. And,
So all 5 of these
yep.
get to make a vigor check at a -2.
And
But so
me,
does
I
Viz.
assume. Yeah,
Yep.
that's fine.
Rolling the, I was going to, seeing as it's 5, I'll just roll the group check. That's a 9. With the -2.
Well,
And I
They're
have to
saying
roll
they
any-
all recover?
Yeah, because that affects
Okay,
all of them,
vigor,
so,
right?
yeah, it's vigor.
Damn.
Because that
Fine.
affected multiple, I just rolled the group check, and yeah, no, that's an 11.
it's -2, so you would actually fail.
Oh, I would actually. Oh yeah. You should have 3.
Wow! That
So I
backfire.
only stun Viz.
Whoopsies!
Oh boy.
Alright, how does that work?
You get shaken immediately.
Oh, it's just shaking.
Yeah. Group checks are funny.
God.
Okay, anything else? for your
It's
turn,
one
Bob?
way to do it, because if that means if they all fail, they all fail, but if they all succeed.
They all succeed. But it's easier than rolling five saves in a row.
Sure.
And you are still within 5 squares, so you'd still get a +1 from Sertia's command radius.
Though
when it
it's
comes to unshaking.
yeah, it's also not Viz's turn yet. It is. Buy anything else for your turn? If not, it's
Nope,
Lucretia.
that's
All right, Lucretia.
All right. Time for Lucretia to do Lucretia things.
Hell yeah.
Yes! Beat
Two
them up!
things. Oh yes. This one.
Yep.
Grisp.
You just grab it by the fucking throat. Jesus.
Yes.
Yeah. No. -1.
Cool.
You grab it.
She's gonna carry it over here and slam it into the one next to Apaya.
Hit a bitch with another bitch.
Exactly.
Okay. Improvised weapon medium.
Let's see. That's just fighting. 7.
That is a hit. I think that's a hit. Because you need to break the. Yeah,
Could be.
nope, that's a hit. These guys only have a parry of 6.
Oh,
Revan.
damn.
Wow.
No bonus damage, but still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta get her
You shaken the both of them.
Go. I love that I can do this.
Firmly grasp it.
Yeah. That's her whole strategy.
Yep.
I like how grisp is a word now.
It's a good
Mhm.
word.
It's my favorite word when it comes to grabbing things. It's grisp.
Yep.
You just crack one of their face masks into the other face mask, and when they both land, they're just wobbling and bleeding from cracks in the fucking bony skull plates. Anything else to your turn, Lucretia?
I believe that's all I can do.
Alright. Viz, try to unshake.
I will attempt to unshake!
And you get a +1. Hey, that's an 8.
7, so it's an 8, so
Yep.
I actually do get a raise, right?
Yeah, you just do your turn
Alright.
as normal. Sweet.
I can make this one.
So, because you got a raise, you do not get your -2 to all rolls you make.
Yeah, I did see that. So, we're good. Everything's fine. Like,
Yeah.
nothing happened. It's fine. Just a momentary glitch, but it's okay. However, I'm gonna refer to this again. I would like to use the defend action,
Okay.
which increases my parry by +2
Alright.
until my next action, probably like my next turn.
Yep.
And I can still move normally. So I'm going to riskily take, I guess, 3 attacks of opportunity, but with a +2 to parry. So my current is 7.
Alright. So, these guys all get their attack opportunity. Woohoo! You know what? I'll roll the group fighting check, see if they all hit or miss. That's a 2. They all miss.
Nice.
They all lash out, and they all lash out very badly.
Yeah.
So-
I'm just gonna kind of like stand next to Lucretia and kind of hold the line. I think this is probably fine.
Alright.
I am still defending though, so I'll still have the +2 to parry until my next turn.
Okay. And hey, the one sniper beast that's still alive gets a chance to actually attack. It clicks. It makes like this clicking noise with its chitinous bits, which is all of it. Don't ask me what I'm saying. Lucretia, it's gonna take a shot at you.
Oh boy.
That's a 15.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a hit, alright. With a raise, so damage, bonus damage. What's your toughness?
10.
That is a raise above your toughness because it rolled a 15 in damage. So that is a hit and a wound. So you are shaken and wounded.
Can I try and soak that?
Sure.
I mean, you always can if you have a penny.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll do that then.
Yeah, that's soak, alright. Okay.
there you go.
No
Nice.
wound. I think you're still shaken though.
Yes, still shaking.
Still shaken, but no wound. The spike of chitin thumps right into your thigh, but you tense up and flex your muscles, and it just pops out. Okay. So that
I'm pretty
is
sure at this point cybernetics would be a downgrade for you. Goddamn.
Certia. Ooh, Baya. Very nice. Queen of Baya. Lucretia, Viz, the Funeral Hunters, and Snoipa. Okay, so, Abaya.
All right. Well,
And-
surely this can't happen a second time.
Here's hoping. Also, I did learn that when it comes to initiative,
Oh my god.
the only time you shuffle the deck is when somebody pulls a Joker. So,
Oh.
yep.
Okay. I mean, that makes
No
sense. As the longer it goes on, the more likely someone is to pull a Joker.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Also, that does not work.
You should Benny that. You have 4 Bennies today. Might as well use one.
I know Abaya's saving them.
Well, I can afford to use one. That's why I got the
Yeah.
extra.
Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Wow!
Hey.
Oh!
Wow!
Hi, Queen of Hearts. Oh my gosh.
Oh!
That is you.
That didn't work. Let me fix that.
Holy shit!
Oh, a
All right.
22!
So,
Wow.
what is that? Plus 8, 12, 16, 20. So that's 4 raises. They'd make it at a -8.
Oh my god!
Every single one of them, yeah.
I'm pretty sure they have a D6 in Vigor. I mean, I'll roll it.
I can still.
Oh, they have a D8.
I mean,
Oh,
you
yeah.
can-
Group check
roll it.
1.
-7! Let's go!
All right. So the entire group is now shaken.
Wowie!
That will make things easy. Pulls out salvage blade.
Ooh, chop chop. Who wants funeral
Pulls out
hunter
grenade.
stakes? Oh no.
No, I mean, that actually also works, doesn't it?
I mean, Certi does have grenades. I mean, the problem is that she can't throw them. She doesn't have a throwing skill right now.
I mean,
I'm gonna
you
need to choose
can
anyway.
throw them, technically.
At a -2, that sucks. I'm just gonna need to give them to Lucretia and just tell her to fastball them.
Surely being able to just kind of huck it randomly in like a general location, like 4 squares away from you, is like okay.
Yeah, probably.
Surely.
Also,
Surely.
Also, yeah, thank you, Queen of Hearts, for giving us good luck.
Thank you. Alright. Well, so that is the end of Maya's turn, and the next one would be Viz.
Okay, I'm going to. Okay, question actually.
Yes.
Can I stand here? Is there like a slight undercropping that I can just kind of like squeeze in underneath?
I would say so.
Okay. I say this so that I can't get shot by the sniper beast whilst I attack this thing, so I'm just gonna attack it. Pull out my salvage blade, chop chop. Where the fuck is it?
Fighting.
Oh yeah, fighting first. 5.
5, their parry is a 6.
Dang.
Shit. This is what I get for having a low fighting skill.
And these
I mean,
guys
it's
are
still D6.
Yeah, these guys are competent melee fighters. So, all right. Anything else your turn?
Nope, that's it.
All right.
I don't really need to do anything. I'm safe. I don't need to do much. I just need to hit this thing eventually.
All right. Now it is time for the funeral beasts, funeral hunters. Pardon. Time to see if they can break free. Vigor check group. That is a 9. Oh man.
That's
God
it.
damn, that's a raise too, so they don't even have the -2.
Wait a second, no.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold
And they
on.
can all act now.
Wait, no. No.
I
Hold on.
love group checks. Oh, I need to use these more.
Oh no. Hold on.
They all de-shake and then they do like a freaking, Super Sentai pose. There's explosion
Wait,
behind them
actually,
and then
hold
they
on. They have -2 to their next roll, which means it will be a 7, wouldn't it?
Well, no, that would be the -2 to their next roll is after they recover from.
Yeah,
being
the
shaken.
-2 applies after they unshake.
and,
Yeah, and if they get the
they got
raise-
a raise, yeah.
yeah.
So
I see.
you're
Alright,
just
got
kind of screwed.
Yeah.
Prevent from ending up in an endless loop.
Yep.
I mean, how many of them are actually going to come for me? I mean, come on.
I mean, one
There's
of
so
them
much
is
meat
grist
over there.
by Lucretia still.
There's so much meat over there. It's fine. Yeah, see, there we go.
Okay, so now like
I can find
they can just do their own things. Cool. First off, let's do a fighting check for this one. If that one misses, I'm not gonna roll this as a group. So yep, next one. That is a miss. The two in Lucretia miss. This one's on Abaya. Ooh, Jesus. Abaya, what's your parry? Out of curiosity.
4.
Yeah, no, 15. Does that hit?
Oh, you asking
No,
is so
it misses.
mean.
Oh my god. Well, let's see.
It
Damage.
has done an integer overflow. It is now back into the negatives.
What's your toughness?
Uh,
Against melee. So if it's just normal body armor, that doesn't help against
7.
melee. 7? That's that's a hit. That's enough to shake. So get shooketh.
Ow.
Oh my goodness, he. Alright, next one. This one, well, yeah, that was tactically on Sertia, but it did nothing. And then let's also do the 2 on Viz. Nope, nothing.
Oh, okay.
You guys got
This is good.
lucky. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
we're getting pretty lucky. Yeah.
Now, Sniper Beast's turn. This one scuttles up a little bit further. It's going to take a shot at, let's say Lucretia. Actually, no. Abaya. Well, that is a hit. Let's see if it gets enough damage to, you said your toughness was how much?
7.
Yeah, no, that's a hit and you're already shaken, so you take 1 wound.
Oh dear.
This shot of chitin pierces straight through part of your bodysuit, hitting you right in the gut. Ugh.
If only I still had my taser.
Unfortunately, God deemed it too powerful.
All right, Lucretia.
Okay. Well, she's gonna do her funny thing.
Woohoo! Funny
As her
things.
vest flaps, as some steam comes out.
Excellent.
So, time to do the silly thing again. Grab.
Crisp.
Grist.
9.
Give me 1 moment. Yeah, no.
0, unfortunately.
Yeah, you grab it.
Cool.
Even if
Go
it
on
was the
next
group
to it.
chat.
Yeah, that wouldn't have even done anything. All right. Roll it.
Bonk.
All right. That
Miss.
does not hit because their parry is 6.
Damn.
Still roll damage because you did grab 1. Yeah,
Ow.
you just crushed this one's throat as you're trying to hit the other one. It gets flung off into the fucking shrubs.
Yeah, she tried to like use its tail as like a baseball bat. It ducked, and then she let go, and it just flung off and cracked against a tree.
Just head first. That skull plate didn't help you at all, huh?
Nope.
All right, anything else to your turn, Lucretia?
That will be it.
All right. And Sertia.
Are there any rules about you shooting a ranged weapon in melee?
If you're targeting the one that you're in melee with, you have to hit their parry instead of just a 4.
Yeah.
But if I target
other
other
than
things, it
that-
should still be fine.
I think so.
Because if that's the case, I'm going to target that one over there first
Which one?
to get rid of the sniper beast to get rid
Okay.
of the ranged option, and then I'm going to target this one by Viz.
Also, as November puts it, I can imagine the creature making a squeaky toy noise when Lucretia just grasps it.
Yeah.
Alright,
Yeah.
first attack. Alright, 5 should hit.
Yeah, 5 does hit. Roll damage.
Full damage.
Yeah, with AP2, it just fucking explodes.
Yeah.
Sniper
there you
beasts
go.
are not very sturdy.
Yep. And then Funeral Hunter next. Shoot.
That does not hit.
Dang. Well, I got one kill a turn is still pretty solid
Absolutely.
so far.
All right.
Right, that'll be my turn end.
Let's see. Sertia, Baya,
Diamonds.
Lucretia, Viz,
Uh-oh.
and the Funeral Hunters. Okay. Lucretia,
Yep. I think you know the strategy.
crisp and snack. All right.
Crisp.
Griff, 4.
All right. They might actually succeed here. Never mind.
No.
They don't
Go
have
on to the
athletics, which is very funny. All right, that is definitely a hit this time. Roll damage.
Oh my God! What
There's
the
just
fuck
a
is-
bloody splat as
Yeah.
these two
No,
are just.
She swung it, yeah, at that one.
Uh,
It's
She
genuinely.
just grabs it by the arm, lifts it above her head, and just brings it down on the other one.
for a moment, I
All
was
of this is just coated in blood.
yeah. For a moment, I was imagining you just grabbing the two and just being like, "Now kiss, crush." But no, that also
Oh.
very much works.
Smash their heads together.
Yeah, that also very much works. There's just this loud, meaty crunch.
It's a miracle that she didn't kill the Golden Wings member.
Yeah, honestly.
Although there might be a reason.
Yeah. All right. Anything else to return, Lucretia?
That's my 2 actions, so yeah.
All right. Then it would be a roll, turn, shake.
Ooh, nice.
Hooray.
Even without that +1, that's just you
Yeah.
know, unshaken and
can
that
just do your
raises
thing.
you can act.
Very good.
Yep.
Also, I gotta remember, because you're doing multiple actions, Lucretia, it does have the -2 to the multi-action.
Ah, right.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
that
don't
still
forget
worked
that.
anyways. So.
Yeah.
Wait, no, it wouldn't have.
Yeah,
The
it's
athletics was a 4.
In fact, the fighting also would have missed because it would have to be parry.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Right. You know what? Whatever. I'll.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
fine
we'll
for
fix
now,
that for the
but
future. Yeah.
something to keep in mind. Just
Yeah.
you have to remember that -2 in multi-action.
Yeah.
Like
Alright. I wonder if I can pick up an edge that...
there's an edge if
Negates
you're
that.
using 2 different weapons, then you can do multi-action without penalty. But it has to be weapons in different hands, and considering how you fight, unfortunately, that being the only edge that works here, you wouldn't benefit from it.
I could
The
say
only
her
one who
too.
would benefit from
I-
it
Would
is
ambidextrous work? I know that's one.
No, that's
well, so ambidextrous is the one that requires weapons in 2 different
Yeah.
hands.
I would say your fists count as two different weapons.
Hell yeah.
So,
Yeah, you mean?
yeah, I mean, you see what they can do. Anyways, yeah,
Fucking
Abaya,
Fucking bee.
that doesn't work.
Abaya rips the shard out of himself, tries to heal it, but you can see the light between his fingers just kind of flickering as he staggers.
Oh.
For once, he's actually in pain.
Youchies.
That's not good.
Anything else for your turn, Abaya?
Don't overdo
Nope,
it
that's
either.
it.
Alright, then that will be Sertia.
Alright, first shot's gonna go to the one here, and then second shot's gonna go to the one here.
Alright,
Alright, so this first one has to hit its parry, not just hit 4.
Yep.
So it has to hit 6.
nope.
Alright, let me do the second one.
Yeah.
Well, 9. So it doesn't,
Yeah, that's just enough to shake it.
yeah. I mean, it's still something.
Yep.
And then I'll end my turn here.
Alright. There's only 3 funeral hunters left, so they let out a screech as they realize what's happening. And they will try to start to flee. Will you allow them to run away?
I mean, I personally won't try to shoot them as they run off.
Yeah, this
Be
one.
fending them off.
Yeah, this
I'm a
one.
pacifist.
Yeah,
I don't do any of those.
This one lets out a little screech and starts like scrabbling it through the across the grass before disappearing into the woodwork or grasswork. The other 2 let out calls, and if Viz lets them go, they're going to run off.
I'm gonna. I mean, what that this one's gonna run away.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and attack the shaken one though.
Okay.
No promises it'll hurt or it'll work, but oh god, freeze.
Yeah, no.
God damn it.
It needs to unshake, anyways. Oh. Well, it can at least move. So. Well, actually, wait, no, it doesn't have a fucking wild die. Why is it rolling a wild die for that? I mean, will you allow it to run off? Or you just make a second attack?
I was just making kind of like a pot shot at it as it was running.
Okay.
I
so
think
then-
it's fine to let it run off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then it runs off, and you have successfully navigated this encounter. Congrats.
Me.
Alright, back to the map.
I did nothing except tank? Question mark.
Yeah, basically.
Can Abaya still make a normal non-magical healing roll?
I think so.
Yeah. Should be able to.
Yeah, Abaya's gonna try and hatch himself up whenever they're gone.
Oh,
I mean, you make it.
Just succeeded.
Yeah, there you go. You at least patch the one wound. And fail to unshake, apparently. Alright.
The other one I can't I can't do anything about anyway.
Yeah. You have successfully traveled further into the woods. And night is beginning to fall. Guess what? It's time to roll on the off-road places to rest.
Oh my god. Hey, who wants to roll on the places to rest?
We don't need to. It's 12.
No, that's
no, that's for a 12 on whatever we roll for the rest.
yeah. See,
Oh,
you
it's
know
well
how
on
they all
whatever
have
we
different
roll.
rules. So yeah, you still need to roll 6.
Okay.
Defensible spot on a 12 something good. So
Hey.
we find something good here.
Yep. After a
Or
little
like
bit,
a rocky overhang, I could imagine.
Still
yeah.
doesn't roll another d12.
Well,
Honestly, we could probably use the current location, just because, like, I imagine the funeral hunters are probably not gonna be coming back here anytime soon.
yeah.
At the very least, someplace nearby. Maybe there was like something that.
I already know what
that's
it's going to
cool.
be. Just give me a
Alright.
minute. You'll need to walk a little bit further to find a decent spot to camp out, as you realize that this small group of funeral hunters had recently attacked another camp. This encampment you find is an absolute wreck. There are ripped apart tents with bits and pieces still standing up. There is a broken apart fireplace. There's a few dead funeral hunters here. And, of course, there are graves. This camp itself looks like it might have been home to maybe like a group of 6, perhaps. And you end up in fuck words, please, Jesus. You realize that this place is pretty defensible. Problem was these guys weren't carrying weapons. You find that there is one gun damaged beyond repair from the fight, and that's it. There's like a machete.
Oh my
If you want
god,
to use it.
I think you mean scraps for Viz.
True. But yeah, it's between several large boulders, and you're able to set up amidst the ruins. Although it's a little bit disconcerting, because you can tell that the funeral hunters had their fill of the locals, considering that the graves that they dig are just right in the middle of the campsite.
Yeah, I thought so.
There's one literally right next to one of the tents, with what appears to be half of a femur sticking out where a gravestone would be. It's
Well,
still
that's fucking
bloody.
disgusting.
Yeah.
Shaking my bag of Viz treats of scrap metal.
And as you start to settle down, you look through some of the debris, and Abaya, you were the one that rolled that, so Abaya, as you're finding a spot to set up your bedroll and whatever, you do notice something. Behind what appears to be one of the wrecked tents, you find a small cave opening. And inside, you just it's you kind of have to like crouch to get through the entryway. It's partially hidden by several shrubs. You find that there is a small hidden pond. It is fresh, clean water. Doesn't seem to be flowing from anywhere, but except for maybe something inside one of the walls inside of this short little cave. But it's fresh, clean water, and it looks like the people that were camping here actually used it as a little hideout. There's nobody here anymore. But you do find, amidst the debris, you will find... What do I want to give you? Give me one moment. I want to refer to something.
Give me a squeaky hammer to defend myself.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what if there's a replacement taser?
Tempting. You know what? Actually, that could be interesting. You find something a little bit different, Abaya. It is going to be a little bit of a problem to use, but it would work for you. You find what appears to be like a small type of like club of some. It's like a baton. That's the word, a baton. But
Give me a stun baton.
yes, it is literally a stun baton. Let me explain. Around the handle there is there's a battery pack, and when you pick it up, you're able to switch it on, and you watch as lightning kind of crackles along the edges of the stun baton. It is a baton with a stun charge modification. So either you can use it like a normal baton, which will give you a D6 bludgeoning, or you can use it as a stun weapon, which has... I will deliver the details of the stun charge modification into our chat. There you go.
Resolve damage. Take a vigor roll, fall prone, incapacitated. So it's essentially his taser given melee.
Yes.
Yeah, except they can also possibly get back up to combat, apparently.
Yep. Because the fact that the taser would just entirely incapacitate a bitch throughout the entirety of combat was a little bit broken.
I think that what we should be able to do instead is if you want them to not revive, instead just make it so that they'll only get incapacitated if they Abai either gets a raise like normal melee rules, or stuns them with a stun baton while they're already shaken. So like for an extra, if they would have fallen incapacitated immediately, that not only happens if they're again raised or already shaken.
Mm-hmm.
It just basically turns it into a non-lethal weapon.
Yep. And because it's a blunt weapon, it doesn't. You can just non-lethal with it. So even with its damage, yeah, no, it's a perfectly reasonable perfectly reasonable pacifist tool. Oh, you've actually got fighting. Oh shit.
Oh my Jesus.
Wow.
Well, yeah, everybody has
Okay.
foreign fighting at the very least.
Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, there you go.
Hey, now he's not useless.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's
I mean, he can heal, but in melee, there's not much he can do.
it's dusty, and you have to clean some blood off of the off a part of it from where it's. You notice that there's a dead funeral hunter inside of here that has a baton-shaped dent in its skull.
Oh, got some determination.
Yeah.
Alright, well, at least Abaya has someplace to refill his water supply, and now has something to do other than stun the party.
Yeah. All right. right. So, do you guys do anything in particular while camping? Or do we want to hand wave that and go on to the next day? It's your
I
choice.
think I'm good to hand wave it.
Yeah.
I want to see if we can't try to get to at least close to Mirror Falls this session.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm probably just gonna work on the bullet instead. It's an easier project to work on the road.
All right. We roll it.
Rolling a repair. 4.
Well, that's 1. But yeah.
Nice. I'm halfway done.
Woo.
Since Abaya has nothing else to do, he will actually help with that project. After all, he uses the bullets. He knows how they work.
Yeah. I mean, that wouldn't have changed the result, but...
Holy mother of God.
Are you sure?
That's 18. Wow.
That's 4 successes, so it actually would add a raise.
It would. Oh my god.
God.
What
Sure.
the fuck? Okay,
I guess he knows
Abaya.
more about the bullets than me, so fuck,
What the
alright.
fuck? Okay, another point.
Sure.
Abaya, stop being God's gift to machines.
Has the
Well,
spirit of
apparently-
Melchior possessed you?
True.
I apparently
Abaya-
was born for this.
Apai is literally just like freaking. Yeah, I hear people talk about, the Omnisci. I think I am the Omnisci at this point.
But okay. You all have a very nice and peaceful rest. And you're able to pack up pretty nicely in the morning, and you can set off.
Before we go, Viz, would you like to try and triangulate the location and direction from here?
I mean, it's less triangulating and more trying to figure out a direction.
Sure.
Triangulating.
I will attempt to try and figure out another direction. Just to
Alright.
try and get even more information where we are.
Notice.
Notice. 7.
7. You get an idea that the narrator has actually gone this way.
Ugh.
Frick me.
Knew that was gonna happen.
God damn it, they're wiggly.
The fricking roaming. Well, we can get there in one turn.
One
So
day.
Yeah.
Roll
I say we
weather.
go there and then there.
Yep.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna roll weather on D4. Fuck!
Oh
boy.
boy! What do we get?
Alright. Roll 1D12. Another 6. Wait. A spore storm?
Ooh.
Oh no.
A what storm?
A spore storm.
Eclipse birds are a strange species. They grow spores at quick rates and thus release huge clouds of spores a few times a quarter. Their name comes from the fact that these spores can quite literally block out the sun. This heavily blocks visibility. On road, you can only move 7 hexes in a day, and the first 3 are rolled with an X2 modifier. On foot, you roll the first hex at -5!
Yep.
Oh my god.
Oh,
So that's
So
a
that's
minus
minus
8.
8?
Oh, that's not additive. You're.
Oh.
It's
Oh.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's just a -5.
Okay.
Okay, that's still rough though.
That's
okay,
still
well,
pretty
rough.
I'll roll the first
So-
one. Frick.
Nice.
Wow. Okay.
So that
to
one,
roll.
let's go!
Wowies! That's pretty bad. Okay, so let me describe the storm first. Who wakes up first?
Viz?
I think you know.
Viz.
Well, okay, yes, Viz.
And then Lucretia, because Viz is moving around.
Yeah, that's fair. Lucretia, you wake up with and almost immediately start coughing. Because you realize that it's 7 in the morning. The sun's supposed to be out. Why is it still dark? Wait, why is the sky this like vague brown? Oh.
Great.
Yeah, as clouds of spores drift through the campsite, they bring the visibility down to almost nothing, and it is very, very spooky. Spore storms are dangerous, but you all have to get your stuff together and you head out. Let's see.
Thank goodness.
I imagine Lucretia would have, probably had, some sort of cloth with her.
Yeah, you could just wrap it around your face.
Yeah, that's what she'll do.
Okay.
It is really funny because everyone but Lucretia is ready for this because the buy is already sealed. Viz doesn't breathe, and Sertia has the power armor with like a freaking respirator system.
Actually,
Yeah.
wasn't that thing that was broken for you, your
So that's not
hermetic
gonna
seal?
work.
That did get repaired.
Yep.
It did. Yeah, back in the factory or like workshop.
Yeah, we repaired it. So it still has some damaged armor, and I do believe Yumi said that the etheric weapon systems are still damaged.
Yeah.
But aside from the armor plating of the etheric weapon systems, I believe everything is now back to funk. Well, that and the heating system. The heating system also broke, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, and it is pretty chilly. It is a
She's
cold,
doing
nippy
her
morning.
best.
Yep.
Sertia's not happy about this.
No, definitely not.
Later, when the storm passes, we may need to take some time so I can remove the mushrooms that will grow from my aether.
Yeah, well, ferns. Remember, they're spores from ferns, not
Same
mushrooms.
difference. They're not.
She somehow has
They're
mushrooms
not
on
the
her.
same.
They're not the same. I'm growing
ferns.
like 4 ferns in my fucking house. They are not the same.
They are not the same.
They're
Remove
basically
the
just big
ferns that
mushrooms.
grow from my aether.
Fuck, I can't think of the.
Don't worry, I will make you into the most attractive chia pet that ever existed.
God damn it.
If this could frown.
You know what? It's got some metal sounds, but it's fine. Yeah, ferns reproduce via spores. Look it up. They're pretty funky.
I love snorting my fern dust.
God.
Yeah.
You all head. Okay, this ambiance does not work. Jesus. I need to. Okay. Damn it. Let's use this. It's technically a nighttime ambiance, but it's fine. Probably. Hopefully. Struggling to find a good ambiance for this fucking storm.
We need the terraria mushroom biome.
I was just thinking that.
True. You all start further onwards into the storm. Lucretia has to keep her snout covered by a piece of fabric, and visibility is rough. So bad that after you've been walking for the past 2 hours, Sertia, you were the one that rolled the encounter. You take a step, and you hear something below you. What do you do? That was a metallic noise.
Oh God.
Oh
just
no, we
land
found a
on
landmine.
Assuming that this is something that tripped, staying still isn't going to help. Sertia is going to shout out an alarm and immediately try to jump back from whatever she just triggered.
Jump back. Okay. You leap back, and right as you do this, you watch the ground ahead of you start to just collapse down. Large panels of what was, you thought, a forested floor fall away with large metallic clanking noises. And, it's falling apart behind you as well. I need everybody to roll me an athletics, please.
Oh.
Oh, good.
Oh.
I mean, Viz can get away with not rolling athletics.
I mean,
If I need
yeah.
to. 3.
17.
What?
Jesus, Sertia.
17! God damn it, Sertia.
Alright, let's see what I get.
Yeah, Lucretia had a success at least. Okay, so Sertia and Lucretia, you're both able to get to somewhere safe as you realize that there's a large standing piece that was like some sort of pillar. Is entirely stable, rooted in place by a large tree. So you both manage to get to it, but before you can, but before the other two can, Viz, Abaya, you feel the ground give way under you. What do? You're about to start falling.
I fall. I've got nothing for this.
It's possible for Viz to maybe grab Abaya and activate the funny floor walkies.
It's not
Airwalk.
as strong as you think.
Yeah.
Yeah, frick you. I knew it wasn't.
The only reason it really worked for Pratch is because Pratch is a small little man.
Yes. Not a suit full of water and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
Dense eel flesh and cartilage. Honestly, if Abaya's falling, I'm also gonna fall. I
Alright.
want to make sure that at the very least he's not alone down there.
The
Is doing a fucking falling elbow drop on me.
the floor gives way and you fall. Oh, this is a trap for some sort of large creature that has been long since abandoned. It is about it's about 30 feet by 30 feet across. The only reason that one panel didn't fall away from the collapsing parts is because roots of a tree somehow grew down into the chasm. Chasm's full of spikes. Twisted, rusty old spikes.
Viz just falling like straight down, like, you know, like feet first, just kind of looks down. There appear to be spikes at the bottom.
It's not a super long drop, maybe like 30 feet, but that's still
a long fucking drop.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
a
that's a
pretty
long
long
fall.
fucking drop.
I know it is quite a
10
long
feet's
drop.
enough to kill a person.
Yeah, this thing, whatever this trap was made for, it was made to kill something big.
Could
And
also mean that the spikes are possible to kind of miss.
yes, absolutely. This is why I'm going to try to figure out what sort of roll I want you to roll to try to dodge the spikes. Because these spikes are quite big, and also there is a decent amount of space in between them.
I mean, you could
Okay.
you could roll a 1d4 and have it be luck based. If you roll a 1, you get hit by 1, but if you roll anything else, you avoid 1, just take like damage from the fall itself.
Okay, so, me activating Airwalk, yes, it, you know, not only saves me, right, but the problem, of course, is that I can't really carry anything super heavy. I
Yep.
can't carry another person, for long, if at all.
Yep.
However, I could, at the very least, with a little bit of angling, be able to kind of like launch myself in a direction to kind of like knock Abaya off to the side if need be. Can I do some like calculations in the air to kind of see where the safest spot to knock Abaya through would be? Maybe slow him down ever so slightly along the way.
Roll me a smarts. I'm not sure what type of skill I would have you roll for that otherwise, so just roll me a smarts.
7.
Yeah. You quickly activate your airwalk, and Abaya, you just suddenly get shoved out of nowhere by a Viz running through the air. Because you guys were close to that same tree that has created large roots that reach down into the pit, you are knocked into the roots where you're able to thankfully grab on through these. Have you ever seen the they're not called baobab trees. You know those bayou trees that have a bunch of roots that go into the water, but there's like space
Oh,
between
yeah.
the roots? It's like those.
Mangrove?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Maybe?
Well, mangrove.
Mangrove. Okay, so yeah,
believe is mainly in Asia, if I'm not mistaken.
It doesn't matter. The point is that, you know, she's trying to, you know, get an
Yeah.
idea what they look like.
Yeah. So you're able to grab onto one of those roots in Viz because of your airwalk, you're able to do the same. The metal panels clatter to the spikes in this massive raucous of just breaking old metal. You realize now that because of the spore cloud, you were able to realize that you were walking through a relatively large clearing. So, two of you are up above on a isolated platform in the midst of this large pit, with about 10 feet away between you and the actual edges of the pit. And the other two are currently hugging onto some roots. About 10
Well, no,
feet.
Viz is actually just kind of standing in the air.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
so because of like the tree being like the roots and stuff like that, right? I can imagine Abaya is just trying to process what the fuck just happened, clinging on to dear life. Meanwhile, Viz is actually just kind of standing in midair, like in a contemplative pose, looking down, the back
Well-
up to Abaya, back up.
I look down at the spikes. up at Viz, back down at the spikes, up at Viz. Why are you aura farming me?
Okay, so they are mangrove trees. They're just different species of mangrove trees. Gotcha.
I am contemplating how to get you out.
Also, hey, real
So
fast,
it's a
frick you,
picnic
Twitch. Why are you
scene.
recommending I use trip a character right now?
You could fit my apartment in here.
Yeah, this pit is huge.
This just Gmod no clips out of the spike pit.
Hey Viz, as you're standing there, something does come to mind. The narrator's radio station would have been the sort of size of creature that could have been dropped into this.
Huh. I
This-
mean, the narrator goes all the way around.
Yeah.
Surely this isn't something made for the narrator.
It
That's before its time.
Yeah, because
No,
the narrator.
that's before its time.
Yeah, the narrator. Yeah, I mean, this trap is pretty old, but it's not that old. It's maybe like 50
Really?
years old. So,
Really?
yeah, this is definitely not old war. Somebody set this up maybe like a generation or two ago. It just never got tripped. So, it's possible that it might have been set up for the narrator, but it'd be very difficult because the narrator travels all over.
Quick question. So I think one of the possible things is that of our kind of supplies, especially for camping, rope is usually, like sturdy, rope.
Yeah.
So, can Lucretia and I kind of go around safely from where we are and kind of go around the trap?
Well, you would need to... You remember, you were on an isolated platform, surrounded by a drop-off into the spikes.
Can we jump?
Can you jump 10 feet?
Yeah.
I mean, Lucretia
You might be able
to.
Yeah.
She has the strength to do so.
Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Lucretia would definitely be able to. Might be a little bit more difficult for Sertia, though, considering her weight.
Ha, fat ass.
Listen, the power armor helps with that. Frick you.
Yeah, but also you don't have that high of a base strength.
Well, frick you. It improves my strength too.
So,
Viz, once again, just standing there looking down at the spikes. Again, very contemplative while Abaya is just clinging onto the roots for dear life. Do you notice how it appears to be rather new compared to a lot of old war technology?
Well, something tells me that the old war wouldn't have relied a lot on pit traps.
Okay, meanwhile, I do have a plan for this actually, because Sartia's gonna go through her stuff and like grab the bundled up rope, which should be strong enough. Again, this is like supposed to be really sturdy rope, because you never know when you might need it. It's like paracord almost. I'd say. I
Okay.
think that's like one of the stronger ropes.
Mhm.
So, and what she's going to recommend to Lucretia as her plan is that she is going to give Lucretia one end, and Lucretia is going to jump. That way, if Sertia sees Lucretia fail, Sertia can immediately, grab the rope instead of just letting it kind of slip through her hands and prevent Lucretia from landing on the spikes.
Yeah.
However, this also means that if Lucretia does make it, Sertia can attempt it, and if she fails, then Lucretia can hold on tight and tie it around a tree so that Sertia can climb up.
yeah.
That works.
And then once we get
Abaya
around, we go.
is going to start looking around this trap, because if it was intended to trap or potentially kill some large creature, the hunter, in order to remove the prey from the trap later on, would have required some way to pull it up and out of the pit. So there's likely to be like some kind of mesh at the bottom of this that they can haul up with like little like wires or the like in the corners of the pits, something like that.
Roll me a
So
notice.
he's going to
At least
Yeah,
an
look at
exit, right?
Abaya, it was at a -2, so you rolled just fine. You do notice something. Scanning across, as the spores from the spore storm start to filter in, you do have enough time to at least get a good look at everything. And indeed, there does seem to be some form of backup. In fact, so the way that this thing is structured is there was basic, like, small pillars that could have been easily broken and folded down by something heavy and large. Stand at various spots. It was where the plates that fell away were held by each corner. These pillars have slid down partially, just enough so that everything would collapse out because of when Sertia tripped it. However, at the very bottom, you notice amidst about a couple of inches of brackish water, you do see various mechanics, old systems that look like that they might have winched up, indeed, a net. Looking into the water, it's a little bit hard to tell if there's a net there or not, but it looks like it was set up to lift something.
Viz, is there any way you can walk over to that winch and see if it still works?
I look over to it and kind of nod. Just kind of trot through the air.
Clop, 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 clop. You approach the winch. It is old and rusty, and has like some moss growing in one corner of it. Roll me a. It looks like you might be able to possibly fix it. Roll me a repair to see if you actually can.
Alrighty. A 5.
I'm going to say that the modifier was at a -2. So,
you.
No.
I'm gonna Betty that then. Frick
Okay,
you.
go ahead.
9. There.
It's going to take a little bit of work, but you spot a way that you could get the winch to work again. Although you also realize that it's not entirely an actual winch; it's more of a gear system. Then you realize it's made to lift that it's made to lift not just the netting but the floor. After some work, you get the gears free enough at the four corners to actually be able to activate. But there's no power.
Oh, God damn it.
Do you try to power it?
Do I?
By the way, I'm just gonna say, it's like bullshit scenarios like this is why we barely get anywhere before session ends. These are needlessly complex.
I like them complex.
I want to do things. I'm tired of like being like, oh boy, can't wait to get to this session, and then we end up with bull shenanigans all session. I'm slamming my table in
Just
frustration.
what happens occasionally.
Yeah.
I guess I'll try and power it.
All right. You
I
find
don't know really how I would do it, to be honest.
there is a panel where it looks. It's near the top, where it looks as if you were supposed to jack in some wires. You connect to it, and these old panels. It's going to be a little bit difficult to get it to actually. It's not going to be easy, but you link up with it, and the old gears start to move. So the way this mechanism works is there is a metal floor underneath that is built around the spikes. So it lifts it up and just basically lifts up a floor that's full of holes, which also works doubly as blood drainage in case they caught something that was living. So you watch as the floor below starts to lift. The several inches of brackish water starts to flood down underneath it to where the spikes are attached. And here's a problem. The tree roots are in the way.
Well, there's not much I can do about that!
Yeah. The
You can
floor
have
You
the
have-
salvage blade.
Yeah. Just cut down a tree real quick.
Oh, God's sake!
Have the other two been
Meanwhile,
there?
I think Lucretia would have. Yeah, meanwhile, I think Lucretia would try and cross.
Yeah, Lucretia, you would have no issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we'd
So
be doing
she-
our plan.
Yeah, she wraps the rope around her wrist just in case she falls. And luckily, one of her workouts that she works on is like long jumps and whatnot, and box jumps.
Hell yeah.
So she backs up a bit, gets a running start, and just effortlessly leaps across the gap.
She makes that shit look easy.
And then she'll tie it off to a tree.
Alright, well, time for Sertia to try. I'm assuming you want me to roll athletics?
Yeah, both of you roll athletics to see if Lucretia. Well, if Lucretia needs to help pull you up. So actually, you just roll athletics for. Okay, Lucretia.
Nope.
Well, that's
you know what?
You, yeah,
You know what?
Benny.
Yeah. I mean, if you'll... You know what? I'll Benny it, and I'll see if Lucretia will pull your fat ass up.
There we go. Sertia, you attempt to leap across, but you don't quite get the distance. However, you end up getting lifted.
Yeah.
You...
I imagine
Yeah, go on.
Lucretia just like hand over hand is just pulling you up by the rope. So not even having to use both hands.
And
Somehow.
also, you know, with that, and with it being at the edge of the thing, Sertia can kind of help by basically just walking up.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So you're able to get out, and due to the way that the metal floor below is moving, it kind of cracks and bends, trying to lift up the tree. And then there's this loud snapping metal sound as the entire platform that the tree is attached to snaps away and falls. And the floor raises. It's a mess, but the floor raises. And part of it's dented down inwards because it broke trying to lift the tree up. But Abaya, you're able to hop off as the tree starts to snap away onto the platform, and you're able to get out safely.
Well, that was an adventure. Thank you, Viz.
Someone really should put a sign down somewhere.
In the
Even
meanwhile,
if they had, you think we could have seen it?
Yeah, you probably had to Marco Polo your way over to the other two.
yeah, Sertia's gonna wrap up her rope and then,
I hope I didn't
Just-
fly her.
I don't think so. I think you're fine. And then, you know, I'm just gonna try and suggest we move on after all of that.
Yeah.
You know, regain our bearings and then. Okay, so the -5 is done, so it should be -3 good, right?
Yes.
Oh, good.
As,
I got it.
Yeah, as you start to leave, the storm quiets. The spores fade away, and the latter half of travel that day goes smoothly. And as the sun
Guessing
begins...
there.
Yeah, that's where you want to be. And as the sun begins to set, you notice something interesting. Ahead of you is a clearing. There are snapped... you see that plants have been pressed down. Small trees have been snapped away. It's a path. Viz, do you check your radio?
Yes, absolutely.
The signal is loud and clear. So, you are able to follow along the path as the sun begins to set, and in the distance, you see it. Just over the crest, you see this large, radio tower standing maybe 50 feet tall. It's relatively small. And as you get closer, you see the rest of the station, the ambulatory radio station. So the top half looks as what you would expect. A short, squat concrete building with the radio tower attached to the roof. It's got a slightly domed roof that leads up towards the tower itself. There is a variety of plants growing around the growing around the quote-unquote foundations of this building, ranging from a variety of flowers to shrubs and the like, and there's several windows that point out of it. However, below that, it gets a lot stranger, because you see this mass of what appears to be some sort of plant-like material that has formed from what almost looks like tree roots, branching out into legs, twisting together into 4 large limbs that, as you approach, finally start to settle. It looks like the narrator is resting for the night. And the entire station, complete from the ground to the top of the radio tower, stands at least 75 feet. It is impressive to look at, to say the least. How do you approach? Switch to music.
I suppose we'll let Viz take the lead since they're the one who knows this one the most.
Yep, this is your contact.
Yep. So, I'm going to approach I suppose I'm going to approach the house, or the station, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually going to send out something of a signal, almost like a, how should I describe it? Just like a, greeting signal, I suppose, across over my antenna.
Okay.
No, Abaya, I'm not saying kill yourself.
LOL, no. It's a smoke alarm beep. As you do this, the station, which was kind of like restless looking, properly settles. And from the front door, you haven't seen the front door yet. As you start to get closer to the station, you do realize that along the underside of the station itself, there's a variety of what appears to be almost like rock orbs that look vaguely like eyes watching you as you approach. They shift with low stone grinding noises, and you also hear a door open and shut, and walking around the foundation of the station is a interesting looking fae. You guys,
I definitely would have directed everyone to go towards the front door as well. I'm
Yeah.
just kind of giving that signal out as like a forewarning.
Okay, so you all head around to the front door then, and you see a very interesting looking fae pushing down a set of rickety old metal stairs that should lead up to the actual entrance. This fae, clad in what appears to be some sort of blue attire with metallic Hi. The narrator is my self-insert. Hello. You've been seeing the narrator this entire time.
I'd
Right
like
here
to
in the
imagine
bottom right.
that the narrator is just kind of saying, "Hi, you've been seeing the narrator the entire time." It's like, who are you talking to? Oh wait, you're talking to us, or are you?
Also, quick question: is Abaya actually coming with us, or is Abaya going to stay behind?
Abaya's coming with. He knew this was coming, so he's had time to prepare for it. Like Viz said outright when we first started traveling here, that it knew a fae that would help.
Alright, that's fair.
4 blue eyes watch as you approach, with antenna and fins and the like sticking off of the back. You realize that the attire seems to be partially merged to the body. There's spots where it seems to fade in and out of the bodily structure. You do recognize some of the shapes and designs, like a tail that ends with tail fins. This figure is based to look almost like a fighter jet, complete with wings that sit at its side at a bit of a slanted
that
angle.
makes Abaya kind of tense for a bit.
Yeah, probably. But beyond that, they seem very friendly. Viz, it has been a while. How are you doing, dear?
It certainly has.
Friends of yours?
Yes.
We're here to make sure that you're up to date on your broadcasting license.
Oh, many have tried. The narrator laughs. You don't see you don't really see a mouth on the narrator, but the sound is crisp and clear. You notice that there's several panels dangling off of their front that seem to be like sonar or radar or something of the sort, that are active despite being, just dangling from wires. Well, come inside, come inside. Do you all like tea?
I can't drink it.
Ah, pity.
I suppose I could go for some.
Excellent. Yourself? The narrator says, looking over to Lucretia. Lucretia?
Well, I missed that, sorry.
The narrator was asking if you wanted some tea.
I'm alright.
All right. And the narrator gestures for you to follow inside. The interior of the God damn. Let me go fill up my water. I'll be right back.
Damn, the spores are getting to where?
Oh my god.
Oh yeah. What do you think of the ranged option I thought of for Lucretia?
A
It's
shotgun
fitting.
is very in character for her.
Yeah.
Just need some shooting.
I imagine she would reinforce the frame of it, or have the frame reinforced, so that she could use it like a baseball bat when she runs out of
Use it as an
ammo.
improvised weapon.
Exactly. Just like, oh, I'm out of shells and don't have time to reload. Whack.
Well, we'll have to save up for that.
Actually, I'm gonna see if
You
there's
stay making $2,000 a week.
I'm gonna be spending pretty much all of it relatively soon.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Alright.
Okay, so the
I need
interior...
to look up the price of a shotgun.
Huh. Remember to use the sci-fi book.
Right.
The interior of the station is surprisingly cramped. It's only made of 2 rooms. One room has it is set up with a cot. Well, actually, no, it's not even a cot. It's a hammock. This nice, very comfortable looking hammock. There's a small stove for making tea, you would assume, and a variety of plants. However, the second room, which you can peer into from this small entryway room, is a little bit more open. Inside, there is a large, very, very well-equipped radio control board with basically everything anybody broadcasting on the radio waves would want. Its configuration is a little bit strange. Some of the panels seem to be shaped in almost organic forms. And but what you also notice is all of this is facing forwards out a large round window so that the narrator can watch where the station is actually going through what is basically a windshield. Despite the fact that the station it typically travels at maybe 15 miles an hour.
At most.
At most. It can run, but usually the narrator prefers it not to because it knocks over shit inside of the station.
I wonder why.
Yeah, but in other parts of the room, there's more plants, but what is the most notable is that there is shelves of all sorts of media. There's one shelf of a ton of cassettes. There's another one of the very more up-to-date VHS tapes. There are strange discs. There's little plastic like square chip-looking things, floppy disks. There's all sorts of weird bits of media that many of you have never seen. Viz, you would recognize basically all of these. Some of these are antiquated systems that haven't been used since the Old War. But the narrator can use them, and is probably one of the only people that still has the players for them. The narrator pulls over several chairs, having, actually kind of gestures to one large couch over on one side of the room, and there's also some chairs around. And as you all settle down, the narrator starts getting some tea going. Baba Yaga, the radio waves. I love that. That's so... Wait,
Yeah.
you see, you appear to have turned an AA into an AM/FM. Fucking hell.
Yes, everybody. Abaya, Lucretia, Sertia. I would like you all to meet my nomenclator. As Viz gestures over to the narrator.
Narrator gives a little wave as it gets a tea kettle going. Indeed, we have had quite a past, haven't we, Viz?
How long have you two known each other?
The narrator, who stands at maybe a little over 6 foot tall, looks to Viz, wondering what Viz is going to say.
Viz kind of contemplates this for a while, and then just kind of like, it's very obviously trying to, be careful about what it says, but at the same time...
A long time.
Yeah, Viz would actually catch, like, Lucretia, like, looking at them, and then, like, well, go on. Kind of a look.
A long time is a valid response.
Squints.
The narrator nods. So, what do I owe the visit? Now, normally, last time we encountered each other, Viz, it just was happenstance. But this time, you brought friends. First off, congratulations. You were able to do some more work with society. I'm glad. I was really starting to get worried.
You did help a lot.
Good.
Your name suggestion did work very well to obfuscate things.
Your what suggestion?
Despite the fact that the narrator doesn't have a mouth, you can feel that the narrator is smiling. Kind of has that look on their eyes. Indeed. Goodness. I'm very glad. But still, why? Why are you here with your friends?
This time, I have attempted to isolate your signal. We were hoping to speak with you on a matter that you would be a master in.
The radio waves.
It's
Certainly.
odd.
What troubles you?
There's chairs for everyone, right?
Yes, there are. There's the rather sturdy-looking fake leather couch over on one side. Yes, even the Fae have fake leather couches. And there's two kind of lighter-looking like metal chairs. And then, of course, there's this large, comfy chair made for the narrator that they'll settle down
The
in.
casting couch?
It is actually the casting couch.
Yeah.
Interviews have been had here.
Yes, it is basically the casting couch.
There's one thing Lucretia would like to do.
Oh?
As, like, everyone's taking a seat. She'll, like, pull out a cigarette and just, like, hold them up, kind of like, may I?
I would prefer if you didn't do it in here.
Shrugs, puts them away.
Thank you.
My integration into Crucible Bay has been... It initially was fine. However, recently we ran into complications. Myself, as well as everyone else, has been marked by an etheric eye. And then
What?
Viz will kind of show like the mark on its hand.
The narrator leans forward. Their chair is one of the wheeled ones. So they kind of like scoot it forward, and they take a look at your hand. Strange. That's quite an old symbol. Do you know who marked
Indeed.
you?
We do not, but that is why we are here.
Mm-hmm.
In the attempt to try and figure out what it is and who it is that marked us and why, we have run into complications on the civil front. As it turns out, something that tracked us using these marks was an old war construct, salvaged and revived by a corporation.
Really? Do you know what model?
It is not one that I remember.
Why would you remember that model anyway?
I have knowledge on old war technology, do not forget.
I suppose that's true. Did you happen to record it, perhaps?
No. That was...
Pity.
I was at the front of the tram, do not forget.
Does the tram not have security tapes?
I
We
destroyed it.
ensured those. Yeah, so at the same time, it's also like we ensured those were deleted.
You hear the whistle of the tea kettle, and the narrator hops up before getting the setting up all the tea and whatnot. It'll call out, "What sort of tea do you like?"
Whatever you recommend.
Green tea it is.
Capitalized.
My goodness. And after a few moments, the narrator will come back with 2 cups, offering one over to Serdia.
Serdia will take it and take off her helmet so that she can sip at it. No, so considering how much Viz trusts the narrator, she may as well not worry about, hiding her identity since it's not going to be much use here.
Yeah.
Long story short, in our attempts to find out everything, we have run into some complications.
Oh.
One of which is that the corporation is also working hand in hand with the Ostian military. The Ostian military is likely sponsoring Sungate so that they may work on old war technology.
Sungate.
And so, instead of going brute force, we need to play this more decisively. The running idea thus far has been attempting to weaponize the the public's unease in the wake of the attacks. There have been protests, at least last when we left, taking place around Sungate Towers in Crucible Bay. And from there, we were able to incite riots by just the mere showing of the Aetheric Eyes symbol on a sign. Tensions are high, and therefore, we were hoping to potentially create an anonymous figure across radio waves to then give the people a voice, and or disseminate information that we may learn so that they can use it to the best of their abilities in whichever way they want.
You've only been part of society for a few years, and you're already starting a revolution. I'm proud of you, Viz. Narrator smiles.
If Viz
You
could
have
blush.
strange fits of pride.
If Viz could blush.
You could project little, blush lines under your eyes. You do have the space. You could.
I mean, it's true. Maybe it does happen, but Viz doesn't know.
The others
Or
would
Viz
notice.
just says projecting blushed emoji.
We were also hoping that you could scramble our personal communications to make it difficult for the military to track.
Well, that's not that difficult. If you could let me take a look at your various communicators, I should be able to do something. The narrator says this, and then you realize, how the fuck are they going to take a sip of that tea? And you notice that, in fact, the bottom of the the facial shape actually does open. There is there's like a somewhat of a mouth that appears. It's got a good few teeth, but it disappears pretty quickly after a sip of tea.
Put the gun away, Abaya.
Yeah, Abaya just stares, and you can see him fidgeting ever so slightly.
Is there something wrong, Abaya?
Every time I see a new one of you creatures, you find the ways to horrify me.
Creatures? You mean Fae?
He has trauma in relation to an old fae.
Really? How old?
One of pestilence.
Multiple of them.
We only know of the one, and it's currently one that's spreading pestilence across the land.
To be fair, the other one I came in for the aftermath of, but it is at the hands of Fae that I have seen by far the most destruction in this world.
The narrator nods. Many Fae can be quite destructive. However, I can tell you this much. There has been many tales of destruction from mortals as well as Fae. I've recorded many over my years. Well,
Oh, I'm sure. It was mortals that ended the previous world.
indeed. But if you are worried, don't worry. I would not ever harm you. The only people that I would ever wish any harm on are those that would end up trying to follow me and try to stop me. And anyhow, you're a friend of theirs. That's more than good enough for me. I do apologize if my appearance is a little disconcerting for you, but it sounds like you have been through quite a bit. So I understand. This Fae that has
Yes, well,
troubled you.
it doesn't help that you hold the same general shape as the carrier either.
Ah, the carrier. The narrator gets up and walks over to some of their records, flipping through some of the cassettes. The carrier is a vile one. Definitely one of the worst of the bunch, especially the primordials. It takes out.
Oh, you have a title. How nice.
Indeed. Has the oldest Fae are known as primordials. Those that were created within a few years of the end of the Old War, or during. I've met a few here and there. Thankfully, I've not encountered the carrier, though it has tried to speak to me in the past. It tried to recruit me for something at one point. Of course, I said no. I had no intention of assisting something like that.
Most
But-
fae are cordial to other fae.
Indeed. It's simply left. But I know of what it does. Here. I have a little listening station over there. Once we're done talking about these whole plans, listen to this cassette. It's an old record of some of the carrier's goings-on. I'd like to be able to teach you a little bit more.
Do
Perhaps
you
have
keep
you
these
heard-
records for anything else?
I keep the records on many things. What would you like to find?
A few years back, there was a Fae that launched an attack on Miro Falls, commanding a large group of warhounds. They savaged much of the population and decimated some of my friends' close family.
Knights of the Hounds.
We were never able to get an idea of what this Fae was, So our knowledge is limited. And now Sergio knows why I said, "Ooh, that's gonna be trouble."
Yeah. Yeah. The
Yeah.
the narrator nods. The Night of the Hounds. I remember it well.
Oh, we dubbed it the Hound Master, but I suppose that works.
Well, the Night of the Hounds.
Delphi Knight, how fancy.
No, the Night of the Hounds was the night that they all attacked on.
Oh, the day. Okay, got it.
The narrator
Archie's
can't help
probably-
but chuckle.
Hang on. I do have a question though, because would this be something Sertia knew about, or would it be something that maybe might have been heard about but doesn't actually know the details on?
You probably wouldn't know the details on. You might have heard about it in the past because it's one of the worst attacks of a pack of warhounds basically anywhere. But you wouldn't know too much about it.
Sertia will actually speak out after taking a sip of tea and slowly ask, I'll admit I'm not very knowledgeable about the situation. If you wouldn't mind explaining exactly what happened.
So, this particular individual, Faye, hang on, I need to actually remember what name I decided on this guy. What was it? Oh, God.
Narrator rummaging through their notes currently. We're seeing it in first person.
They step over to one side and
And
start
shit, I
flipping.
haven't heard it down somewhere.
Yeah, they start flipping through like very thick paper binders. You realize that there's an entire shelf of just dozens of these binders, each one stuffed with over 1,000 pages.
While they gather their things, I can elaborate a little.
Yes, go on.
So, like I said, a few years ago, the warhounds abruptly surged into Miro Falls. There was no real forewarning, and because Miro Falls is mostly surrounded by agricultural land, thanks to the large lake nearby, there were no outposts or anything like that set up in advance. It didn't even have a militia back then. They surged over I believe it was the northern lands, killed most of the farmers in that direction, and then broke into Miro Falls itself. They began destroying everything that they could get their hands upon, trying to work their way, we suppose, towards the purification facilities. We don't know if it was a personal grudge or if it was aiming for the Fae that is responsible for this purification, or what its end goal was. But it ended up decimating most of the population at the time before they could evacuate. One of my close friends and one of the Aether witches that I know had his wife, I'm not sure if they were married or still engaged back then.
They were married.
Killed in front of him, ripped apart. In
Yes.
fact, Abaya says, as he opens the medical bag, withdraws his revolver, sets that on the edge of the couch, and then he withdraws some of these spare bullets that he has, which right now numbers 5. One of them he plucks through, inspecting them one by one until he brings out one that is marked. To be precise,
I gave you this name.
I just need to hunt through DMs.
Glint, his name is. He is the one that helped me acquire this weapon, and in exchange I promised him that I would save a round for the Houndmaster whenever we find it, and if possible, I would ensure it is that bullet that kills it.
Well, your houndmaster is not in fact a houndmaster at all. It goes by, and I will admit this is quite a grandiose title, the Crimson Jester of the Broken Moon.
What the fuck kind of a Dark Souls villain name is that?
I know, right? I have only had a few run-ins with this individual. It is a fae that is obsessed with the Broken Moon, that old war's space station. It intends to find a way up to it one day. However, in the meantime, it has found other ways to get access to possibilities where it might be able to find a way up. I believe, going from my... yes. The superstructure underneath Miro Falls, once upon a time, had various systems for launching ships into orbit. They're long gone now. They probably don't function even in the slightest. But I can guess that is why the hounds approached it. The Jester was wanting access to the systems. Even if they didn't work, it wanted to try. I don't know where the Jester is. However, I do hope that the name at least helps.
Maybe. Does it leave a calling card? Does it leave a joker card behind wherever it goes?
No, not quite, but it does have those hounds. It takes pride in the warhounds that it breeds, and yes, it breeds them. Each one of these hounds is marked with a red plume down the back. If you encounter a warhound with that plume, you are encountering one of the Jesters.
Well, that in and of itself is fantastic. It lets us identify a member of their pack.
Indeed.
So, a bit of an odd question, but Abaya, do you and this glint hold anger towards warhounds in general, or simply those of this pact, then?
Abaya looks over at Sertia.
I'd like to know whether or not we'll need to worry about you firing careless shots at warhounds that have nothing to do with this target of yours.
To be fair,
If you want, you can roll. If you want, you can roll a notice, but it would be at -4.
To be fair, when it comes to wild warhounds, firing a shot at one that's just like across the field would be a terrible idea, because then it would be coming after you.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of why,
it would-
like...
Yeah, it's also part of the reason why
It's also a fairly reasonable question on its face, anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because Abaya has a, again, when
Especially
we're in the room, immediately. Yeah, go on.
Abaya has no reason to disguise his feelings in this matter, so he tells her openly. The warhounds are one of the worst things to come out of the old world, and I certainly hope that everybody involved in their creation died in agony back during the apocalypse.
Oh!
Hot damn!
Hang on. Oh, frick, hang on. That's gonna need another spirit roll.
Please don't blow up.
It's not blowing up. These spirit rolls are more so for can she keep her expression schooled?
Yeah.
I say it was
Just
at 4. It is. So, but yeah, Sertia's definitely feel like, oh, this is not good.
This is gonna pipe up here. The warhounds. Of all the things, I am surprised that that is something that you are so passionate about.
Like I said, it ripped the loved one of one of my very few remaining friends in this world apart in front of him. Do you know how many warhounds died during the Night of the Hounds, as they call it? 3 out of over 12. They decimated an entire town with that level of ease and with no mercy. There is no saving grace for these creatures, and especially if Fae are able to exert direct control over them. I see no reason to extend any mercy back.
In that case, I do challenge that. Surely you must not see these warhounds as anything more than being tools to exact the will of this hound master of yours,
I do
the
know
Crimson Jester.
I do know one
While
thing.
that's true for those, the warhounds that are wild are no better. They're simply less scrupulous in their choice of target.
If it is any comfort at all, the Jester breeds those hounds because that is the only way one can control them, is by teaching them when they are young.
They are, in effect, just highly advanced wild animals.
Narrator nods.
Yes.
Looking back to Abaya, Viz is just going to kind of continue. So, you have a particular hatred for a wild animal that was domesticated by an evil entity.
To be fair, it is only until, well, right now, that I learned that they can't exert some natural control. We had no idea how it is they ended up forming that link, that control.
It is
Either
valuable
way.
information to have, then.
Dangerous animals like that still need their population culled, don't you think?
Abaya's gonna, sorry, Viz is gonna kind of like narrow its eyes a little bit.
Dartia is going to ever so slightly grip her teacup tighter and take another sip to calm herself.
This is uncharacteristically genocidal of you, the pacifist doctor.
Just because I do not do everything myself does not mean I do not see the necessity in some of the darker motives of those around me. Do you think I judge a soldier for killing their opponent in war? The same holds true for these creatures. I do not lash out against the natural world, and even for these warhounds, I will likely extend a degree of self-restraint. I did so for the New Age ones down underneath ambergris, after all. But at the same token, I do not begrudge them for eliminating them as a concern.
So then, what happens if we come across a friendly hound master of sorts? Not the Fae, but rather someone else who has been able to domesticate these hounds.
I don't believe anybody has ever domesticated the hounds apart from the Jester.
That you
Indeed.
know of. That I know of. There
And
are
at the
still
very
countless
least,
landmarks.
it makes their motivation suspect. Why do you need control over a creature like that in order to, what? Turn them into beasts of burden?
Evolution has certainly changed a lot of things. A lot of the animals out there in the wilderness can have several differing uses, depending on if they are domesticated or not. If someone were to domesticate and use a pack of funeral hunters, what would you do then?
That... He pauses and taps his fingers on top of the edge of the couch. You have a valid point. Depending on the use that they prescribe for them, and depending on how trustworthy they are in enacting that use, I believe that is a gray area in the field. There are no innately evil tools. It is simply in their use.
Indeed. The Warhounds were originally created during the latter years of the war. They...
Meanwhile, Viz and Serti would be like, whew, we talked him down at least a little.
Yeah, pretty much.
But also, okay, on my end, it's also like we have to be really careful because the thing is Glenn's probably still one of the witches in Mirror Falls, and that also means that probably
Well,
all of them have a bias against
Abaya
Morgan.
said openly, one of my friendly Aether witches. So
Yeah.
he confirmed that.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
Glint is going to be one of the people helping break your seal.
which means Serti is gonna have to talk to Abaya about the truth before the seal breaks, because otherwise, while she's gonna get shot while she's still hyped up on emotions, and it's obvious that when she's still reeling from the overcharge of it, she has a harder time controlling herself, and it's going to make her look worse if she ends up fighting back.
It's a bad situation.
Yet now you know why I was like, ooh, this is gonna be spicy.
Oh my
Next time.
god. Now I know very well. While this is going on, Serti is actually going to get up and just say, "Excuse me, but I do believe that we require change of topic."
Huh.
And she's going to grab her communicator and hand it over to the narrator, if you wouldn't mind. Oh,
That is
and
true. We did
before-
come here for a particular purpose.
before I forget, I do have a message for you.
Oh.
Silas wants me to give you his regards.
Who the fuck is Silas?
This is just kind of staring at Sertia.
Oh. How's he doing?
He's still well.
Good.
As you can imagine, he's busy as always.
I have no doubt. Ah, things are starting to make sense. Well, very interesting.
Yeah, the narrator must be able to put two and two together.
Yes.
about
Oh, yeah,
things that just suddenly
absolutely.
Built up.
Yeah,
And
the
how-
narrator just made a connection.
Especially because, again, I can imagine red glowing eyes, even if they're glowing a bit faintly right now, are a bit uncommon. So that tells the narrator everything they need to know.
Yeah, 100%.
I do have an additional question for you.
Of course.
In case of an emergency, is there anywhere that you think would be safe enough to unleash a very large blast of aether?
The narrator stops, tilting their heads slightly as they think. How large?
40 years worth of etheric charge locked behind a seal.
The narrator kind of leans in, realizing exactly what you're talking about. Oh dear. That is quite a bit.
We
Well-
were going to Mirror Falls to get some help for it. However, I also worry that things may come up and I may need to discharge sooner than later. She said, she's obviously trying to tell the narrator, basically, I'm not sure I can go there anymore to get this fixed. And I need a safe place.
Well,
You have kept it under control thus far. We are at the most 3-4 days travel from there.
I would say that basically anywhere in the forests wouldn't be a terrible idea. Keep in mind, this is Aether. If you're well away from any reasonable any structure, you will likely be fine. You will probably uproot quite a few trees and the like, but it is only Aether.
She nods.
Alternatively,
you.
find a powerful fae, and I don't know. Maybe they can help they can help act as, well, a fire blanket to a fire.
The last thing we need is more Fey deals.
Unfortunately, I doubt the Fae who gave me the seal is anywhere nearby.
No.
Cersei gives a look because that's a weird answer for someone, and she's now assuming that the narrator knows, despite not saying anything, who exactly sealed her.
You said the Alloyed King.
Oh, did I? I could
Yeah,
have sworn I said
you
it on
did,
the call
actually,
earlier.
yes.
Okay,
You did.
I could have sworn I didn't say it here. I know I said it earlier.
Yeah, no, you said
I'm a bit
Alloyed
distracted
King.
by figuring out how I'm going to deal with Tobiah, I'm going to be honest. So don't mind me
Well, that's
getting
perfectly in character
distracted.
for Searcha too, because I imagine her mind is going a million miles a minute too.
Oh, yeah, no, Sertia, Viz can definitely see that Sertia is basically trying to hold it together, but the already leaking seal and also this revelation is definitely throwing her off her game, so to speak.
This is why Viz also pressed on Abaya a little bit as well.
Oh,
Trying to
yeah,
push
no,
back.
it absolutely helps.
Like that absolutely had like 3 different purposes pushing back. So
Yeah. Good lord.
God, frick. Yeah, so Sartia, again, is going to sit down after giving her communicator, and she's going to look at her empty teacup. And she's just going to very quietly do her best to kind of take a breath and breather, and kind of, because there's a lot of tension inside of her, and because the seal is so damaged right now, again, the tea tastes better, but also her emotions are leaking through a bit more. Even when she's in control now, she feels things a bit more, so it's a bit harder to keep her nerves.
Narrator notices this. With one hand, he watches one of their fingers. You see this, blue azure glow reach into the communicator and starts to run along, basically creating almost like circuit board patterns along the outside. The screen turns to static with the same blue glow. And as they do this, the other hand rests on your shoulder, and you feel this calming feeling emanating from them. It is just a simple way that Narrator is trying to help you relax. Because keep in mind, Narrator isn't a primeval, but Narrator is still over 200, I think 300-ish years old. Narrator's powerful.
Yeah.
very much so.
So Sertia definitely, kind of relaxes a bit, but, here's hoping that it's not really noticeable enough for anyone else. Except for Viz, I suppose. Who knows
Yeah,
what
Viz will kind of nod and let us get back on track with the original idea.
Indeed. The narrator hands the communicator back over. There is this strange, blue geometric, it almost looks like wires running along where the finger touched it. But, the communicator lights back up as normal, and, the only change that you can see, apart from the glow, is that the narrator changed the background to some plants.
I
sorry.
did also want to ask, what sort of radio systems should we try and find for us to be able to connect to a wider frequency?
How wide are we talking? And if anybody else hands over their communicators, narrator will do the same.
Yeah, well, by all do.
At least citywide, perhaps neighboring towns as well.
All right.
But primary focus is on the city.
The narrator takes the, with one hand holding the each communicator. They flip through some of their records, and it eventually pulls out a map. This is on a large, this large panel of what appears to be plasterboard, something like that. It's just this stiff map that is slid out of a large slot on one of the many shelves inside of this cramped little room, and it hits a button on the control board in the front end of the room, and a table slides up in the middle of the room from the floor. The narrator puts it down, and you see that it's a map of northern Ostia, and in fact, a decent chunk of southern Ostia as well, with two things of note marked. One is the towns, but secondly, there is radio stations.
Mm.
Let's see. You're going to want something to cover Crucible Bay and possibly the nearby towns. There. And the narrator will mark a spot on the map. I should probably make that yeah, I should probably make that a much brighter color. Hang on.
Interesting.
It's close enough to Crucible Bay as well, and on the way back, if we wanted to make that broadcast.
Yep, it's just a bit of an offshoot.
Yeah.
Also, I'm gonna BRB. I'm gonna use the bathroom.
Alright.
I'll be listening.
There, if you explore the area around there, the megastructure that Crucible Bay is attached to had a old broadcast tower system that was built in that general vicinity. Now, it should work, given a little bit of time and effort, and if you plug in this communicator into some of its systems, narrator says, which communicator was narrator working on at that time?
Probably Abaya's.
Abaya, your communicator has a few extra marks along the sides. I've retrofitted it a little bit to help fix the radio systems. Basically, plug it in, and it should be able to rework some of the electronics. If there's old burnt-out transistors or broken wires or something of that sort, a little bit of my magic should be able to help. As it turns out, the sort of aether that is required to scramble a broadcast just right can also be used to unscramble circuitry.
Well, whatever our project doesn't fix, I'm sure Viz can help with. They seem
That's
to have
so.
a certain kind of wizardry.
Viz is actually completely ignoring what Abaya just said. Is actually like deep in thought from what narrator just said. It's like, I do not think I have ever thought about it like that.
It takes some mastery. A little bit of work with aether. Took me a very, very long time to figure out how to make it work. But you
I
basically...
do.
It's just natural connections.
Interesting. I do need to make up for my lack of training in attempting to utilize it. I have the ability to form small aether platforms beneath my feet.
Mm-hmm.
It just comes naturally, almost. And I do want to find out more about it. Perhaps this is one avenue to explore that mastery over aether a little bit more.
Well, learning that is not a simple task. You'll need to spend time with somebody. Spend time actually learning. Now, if you wish to stay for a few weeks, I could probably teach you something. But that would also be a few weeks. And
Normally, I
those
would say yes.
Indeed.
But this is the abnormal circumstance where I am actually on a time constraint.
Narrator nods.
Whenever we make up the broadcast station, we can always connect to you over the radio waves, and you can get some input from our wherever we are in Crucible Bay or its surrounding areas.
I mean, I can certainly talk to you, but that would not help for teaching. You need to be able to feel the aether. You need to be able to feel it out.
I have just simply been using it in a more pragmatic science way.
Mm-hmm. And it seems that you have forgotten that aether is, in its most base form, chaos. It does not follow the typical laws of science. It will just grow where it wishes. And the way that my particular magic works in repairing those electronics is simple. I use my knowledge of these various systems to give it a guide. I tell it, in general, where to grow. However, how it gets there is up to it. Sure, the cable might loop around itself once or twice, or bulge into a flower or something of that sort, but it will connect.
Would you mind attempting to give me a little bit of whatever it is that you gave the communicators so that I may scramble communications from myself?
The narrator thinks for a moment, having finished modifying the last communicator. So everybody, you can take a note that your communicators and like PDAs or whatever are now modified by the narrator. They have a little bit of fey magic in them. The narrator looks you over for a moment. Are you sure that's wise?
Do you not think it is?
Your systems are unique. With a PDA, it is simple stuff. I could try, however, I don't know what might happen there. Your aether is powerful. My aether is also powerful. When two forces of chaos meet, well...
But mine is harnessed and controlled. Surely that must outweigh some of the risks.
Some, not all. It is harnessed and controlled, but remember what I said, that when you control aether, you are simply giving it a goal. Its journey can be its choice. When you are controlling it, you are doing something similar. You are giving it a goal, you are projecting it through your systems. However, how it does that is up to it. Thankfully, due to your particular mechanics with your, I believe you called it airwalk, with that particular system, it is mostly guided by the machines, and it is something that has been refined over your very many years. However, for more traditional aether use, you will need different things, and my aether mixed with yours could have side effects.
Given that we are traveling to Mirror Falls to meet a group of aether witches, could they potentially help guide Viz into being able to exert more influence over their own aether?
Aether witches have their own way of doing it. Basically, if you're looking for ways to do that, Viz, and I fully encourage this, you will need to spend some time with either one such as myself, a fae of at least some power, or an aether witch. We all have our ways. I have encountered a few aether witches here and there, made a few friends. They have a unique way of seeing aether. But, in the end, they are doing it through a fae. So, in the end, when you go down to the basic roots of it, it all comes out in the same way.
And at the very minimum, those changes that you wish to enact, Viz, if it is being done through them, their power is much less than the narrator's, I presume. So there is less risk of a runaway.
Indeed.
An interesting proposition. Thank you.
All right.
Now, I need to step out.
Oh.
I will be just a moment.
All right.
Very well. Thank you for your assistance, narrator.
Of course.
I hope that the interview with Abaya provides some good content.
What?
The narrator chuckles. Do you forget? I tell stories. I won't tell your name, but I tell stories.
Tell it if you want. I'll be joining the ranks of legend soon enough.
My God! Whoa! Oh man! Woo! The aura! Oh my God!
Oh, I like that. You have spirit. Very good.
Actually, he has smarts, not spirit.
Don't give me
That is
that
correct.
face.
Spirit is one of my stats.
This is mine.
Oh my god, he... OMG narrator can read Reddit stories like r slash. Okay, so what do you want to? Abaya is stepping out. Wasn't didn't Sertia step out as well?
I don't
No,
think
sorry,
she-
I just got back. I went to the bathroom.
Oh, right.
in character and in real life.
Apparently,
God.
there's no bathroom in here. Faye don't use the toilet.
You know what I mean? Bites you. I went to the bathroom. I, the player. Anyway, I know that Sertia is going to want to speak to Viz alone at least. Although if the narrator's there, that's fine.
Yep.
I suppose Sertia looked to see what Lucretia is doing currently.
He's just kind of listening and observing, but not much.
You should talk
She
more.
kind of wants to. Yeah, I know.
I don't know. I think this fits because she's been kind of just the type to not really provide much, and now that everyone else is talking a lot more, she's in a good position to judge everyone else because I think part of it is that she doesn't really trust us still, especially after the other incident.
Yeah.
So I think this is pretty in character.
I think it is as well. All things
And
considered.
Sertia will say, excuse me, Lucretia, but would you mind stepping out too? There's something private I need to talk about with the narrator and Viz.
All right. She'll walk outside, and as she does, pulls out a cigarette, and then shuts the door.
The narrator.
Lucretia, when you step outside, you would notice Abaya is walking off into the forest for a measure of privacy.
Interesting.
Oh, do you want to do your thing with Abaya first, or?
Oh, I'm just letting her know. This way, if she decides to follow after, anything like that.
I mean, with Lucretia's knowledge of how much Abaya does not like the Fae, she's just gonna assume he needs some time to decompress. So it's just gonna let him walk off.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, inside, Sertia is going to let out a small sigh. She's calmer thanks to the help of the narrator, but still just a bit of a tense situation.
Narrator will rest a hand on your shoulder. Are you all right, dear? It's been a while. I've run into your father at least once or twice, but I don't think I've ever ran into one of his children. I was quite tense.
I suppose there's the first for everything. I hadn't realized what disdain he had for warhounds, and while I'm not exactly like those wild beasts, I can't keep the seal forever, but if his friends in Mirror Falls held such disdain, I'll be at my most vulnerable after this happens, and...
Don't forget, dear. Renau look very different to your typical warhound. Your father, when creating that line, he put in a lot more, he leaned more into a different side of it. Normal warhounds don't even have fur. They may not
Sertia
even
nods.
recognize you as one.
What do you think, Viz? I worry that at the very least, considering what they have, they might see enough of the similarities. It's still an offshoot of the Warhounds, even if they aren't exactly the same.
I do
And I-
believe that they will, unfortunately. You may be able to preface everything to Abaya as it is a curse that you were afflicted with, in some capacity. Whether you want to lie or not about it is up to you. I know that you tend not to lie. However, this is a very important secret to you. If you are going to lie about anything, then now is the time. You can say that it is a Fey-wrought curse.
She shakes her head. I don't want Abaya to learn that I've lied to him in the long run. If I'm going to tell him, then I may as well tell him directly.
May I remind you
suppose
of
the
something?
question-
When it comes to warhounds and their derivatives, they will sometimes listen to those that are related to them. After all, in records, Traskal have never been attacked by a warhound, and they're related. In fact, you might be able to leverage it to your advantage. you're sapient. You can talk to them, reason. You might be able to turn the warhounds against
I missed
the
the
jester.
thing. I'm sorry.
What was that?
I'm sorry. I left by accident and then joined back. It's I missed like 3 times. It's fine. Sorry. Go ahead.
You're
You sound like your mic quality is way worse suddenly.
What?
yeah.
You sound. Try talking. You sound like you're on your phone.
I am not. Excuse me?
You sound very slightly muffled.
That's weird.
Oh, now you're not even making noise.
Oh, yeah,
That's
they're
because
gone.
she's not in the call.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll let you know when she gets back.
okay.
But yeah, it's really. God, I don't want to continue without her. I think she might be restarting.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay. How about now?
sounds good.
Okay, that's good now. That's good
Yeah.
now.
Narrator will continue. After all, you might be able to try to wrestle control away from the jester. Sure, he has bred them to trust him, to listen to him, but I forgot the jester's pronouns. Whoops. But it is also not a warhound. It is not a relative. Warhounds are a pack creature. They are more there is a very good chance that you might be a useful tool against the jester.
Sertian nods. I suppose the question is when I should bring this up. I believe that prefacing it may be our best option. We'll need Abaya's help to talk down those in Mirror Falls if they make the connection.
Well, there is a reason why your father ensures that he and his kin do not really show their faces much.
That's also one of the reasons why it might be best to set it off early, so to speak. At the very least, I can prepare beforehand.
Certainly.
But I suppose deciding what to do then will come to when we tell Abaya, but I'm currently of the opinion of telling Abaya now rather than waiting. What do you think, Viz?
It is a shame that your secret must come out so soon.
Sartia shakes her head. This is 40 years overdue. If anything, I've waited for fate long enough. This is merely the consequences of my actions, of trying to wait things out. But I do greatly appreciate your support in this, Viz, and if you wouldn't mind, I'd like your help joining me to talk to Abaya.
We may
Sure.
need to take a day or two. I imagine that over the course of the past few, tensions between him and other Fae are quite high. He may be on edge, and it therefore may not be a good time to talk to him about this.
You're right. I'll trust your judgment, and once we get far enough away, I'll talk to him. For now, we'll need to find a campsite nearby somewhere. And when we do you think we should tell Lucretia as well?
Don't hide a secret from only one of your party members. Tell them
Sure.
both.
That would be a
nods.
rather dick move.
Yeah, it would be a
Yeah, and
little
also,
bit.
yeah, she's gonna say,
And Lucretia's rough around the edges, but she's been reliable.
Her suspicions of us are mounting.
Well, at the very least, telling her the truth will hopefully help with that. Your secret
However-
is something I cannot give, but my own may suffice.
My secret is not something that I will willingly give unless it is imperative.
If there's anything I will lie about, it's your secret. If you'd like to let me know what you want me to tell people when they push me, you may. Otherwise, I'll simply keep quiet about it. But for whatever it is, it needs to be consistent between us.
Oh, you should have
Viz will
seen.
shake its head.
You should have seen Viz back when we first encountered each other.
It was
near.
a brief, intense encounter.
It was, and you were nearly as big as the radio station, but Narrator shrugs. And if you're worried about a camp, you can rest nearby here. I
don't
like
think
to
that
try
will
to
help.
sleep.
I wouldn't mind sticking around, but I suspect Abaya's nerves will be shot staying near you, unfortunately. It's nothing against you, but, well, we know Abaya by now.
Narrator nods. No, I fully understand. Well, this has been quite an interesting meeting, I must say. You all... Goodness. 40 years. 40 years. Holding that back. That is quite something.
It's, I suppose, taken more from me than I ever realized. I sought to hold back the seal for so long that I forgot the costs of it and lost sight of some of the important things. I'm not the woman I was when I first joined the military, after all.
Narrator nods. The Alloyed King is quite a talented craftsman. He's created all sorts of various seals and things of extreme magical power. But they do often have downsides. He means very well, but sometimes he forgets the limits of mortals. I just hope he's all right.
Well, I shall leave you to be. I need to go, I suppose, prepare a direction for camp.
All right.
I appreciate the advice.
Of course.
And Sertia will get up, put her helmet back on, and walk outside.
All right. This is just you and Narrator.
Maybe Viz can like sort of just tell the narrator over the course of the next few hours its experiences integrating into society, the kinds of people it's seen, and how working as a tram conductor could be kind of like a fulfilling job because it's able to kind of be a third party to a lot of people's interactions on the tram, but at the same time it also has been very lonely because it's rather isolated. The only connection, of course, would be Mercy, and even then, Viz kind of saw it as a more transactional thing for the most part.
Right. Oh, I just realized something. Abaya, did you walk off with Narrator's tape?
With your tape? Unless if I was given it, yeah, probably. But...
Yeah, Narrator wanted you to listen to that inside the radio station once the talk was done. Because they would rather keep the tape.
They'll be coming back to the station afterwards, so...
Good.
Oh, huh. And then I think Viz will probably ask if it can stay that night so it can recharge here.
Perfectly fine, dear.
And that's really about it.
All right. Abaya, you walked off into the woods to do something. Would you like to tell the class what you were doing?
Abaya is going to step out into the woods so that he can make a call now that his communicator is scrambled.
Indeed.
Oh.
Who you gonna call?
He knows exactly who it's called.
Yep.
I will leave you to be surprised whenever they pick up.
You're the first person that picks up is it is later in the evening.
Oh yeah, I imagine I get a secretary first.
Yeah. The first person that picks up is a secretary. Hello?
Hello. I am sorry to bother you so late. However, I need you to pass a message to the general very quickly. I'm sure that he will take interest. Tell, tell him that the Zarfin wearing the Aether Eye is calling. He'll know what it means.
Understood?
Excuse.
I'm gonna be quiet because I'm suddenly very interested in this.
Yeah.
I bet.
Yeah. There's a few minutes of silence as she puts you on hold. There is this really kind of crunchy sounding hold music. The recording for it is not very great. But
Very old, like early war jazz.
yeah, 100%. And after a few minutes, another voice picks up the phone. So, you're the Zarfin, huh?
That's me. Good to finally hear from you, General.
So, I see you've got some sort of scrambling system on this. Smart.
Of course. What, did you think I would call you from a payphone?
I've encountered plenty of fools.
Well, we are not among them.
So?
The reason that I am calling... It is important, I have found, in order to admit when you have the potential for being wrong, both in your decisions in life and in your judgments of other people in it. Since we have been dodging you and Sungate, we have found out much about what has put this target upon our back. And, strangely, none of what we have discovered has pointed back to Ostia, only to Celarau.
Really?
Which has made me curious, General. Do you actually know what the machine you have in your possession is? Or are you simply buying time to research it yourself?
That is classified information to a fugitive such as yourself, but I can tell you at least this much. We know what it is.
Yes, well, I knew that it would be classified, but with us starting to uncover more and more links to Celarau, I wanted to potentially open up diplomatic channels, just in case it turns out that we are actually the ones in the wrong to be running. Obviously, I'm not going to be turning myself in, or any of my fellows. We don't trust you enough for that, and I'm sure you can't blame us.
No.
But if it does turn out to be subterfuge between two nations at war, I wanted to keep an open hand towards you and not antagonize where we don't have to.
Smart man.
At the very least, General, I was hoping that we could talk about your relations with Sungate and potentially get you to lessen up some of the pressure on us so that we can investigate quietly into what is going on.
And why should I lessen up the security?
Well, for one, the more that we do while we are ostensibly fugitives, the more information that you get in turn, without potentially interfering yourself or involving the Ostian military in any capacity. In fact, you are already going to be receiving a gift from us very soon.
That sounds like a threat.
It is not. I did mention that we have been investigating and uncovered connections to Celarau. Well, we have also found people that are connected to Celarau,
Really?
which will be ending up in Ostian hands very soon, along with evidence that points to Celarau in tow.
Really now? So, tell me, what did you find?
To describe it would be a little bit difficult, especially since I don't know if I can trust your connections to the program. Actually, the target list that was provided, who was on that target list? I know it was the Don, a couple of other major figures in and around like Crucible Bay and the like. Was Malazar or any of the other members of the Austrian military on that list?
There was several lower-ranking officers, but not Malazar. This is because...
Quick question.
Yep.
Would we know their alignments, or are they not important enough to know like who they stand with in the sort of General Malazar versus
It's mixed.
Sertia type print?
A bias certainly wouldn't know
Okay.
that,
Yeah.
so it's irrelevant.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
more...
yeah, but I'm also asking because Sertia.
Yeah, everybody
had
had a chance to look at it. Yeah, no, it's mixed. It doesn't seem to be based on that at all.
We have uncovered the intention to assassinate several members of the Austrian military, officers mostly, low-ranking, no major ones. I presume simply because he would be too risky to target.
You would be right. Really, which ones? You could just say, give
The
it.
list.
Yeah.
The list will be included in the evidence that is being shipped to you. You'll receive it within... Actually, I'm surprised you haven't received it yet.
When did you ship this?
It was being shipped with Nafir, so
Yeah.
whenever we...
Oh, right.
So that was 3 days ago.
Yeah, it'll still be a day away.
You'll probably receive it tomorrow.
Yeah.
It should be sometime in the next day or two, I presume.
All right. Well.
But to be candid, we have discovered a creation program to make homemade warhounds.
Really?
Which shouldn't be a surprise to you. From what we understand, it used to be an Austrian program until it was co-opted by Celarau.
We did. He stops himself. He's not going to answer that.
I don't require your input on that, it doesn't matter. The point is, Celarau did get into contact with it, and so did several major players in Celarau, those vying for power among their number, and those that wish to push the integration of Austria and Celarau to a breaking point. Given your nature, I can't see you on that side of a conflict like that. So, that is why I am calling you.
You know, that is. You made a good choice. Tomorrow, you say? Well,
Time will tell if it is a good choice or not. But
there is one thing that I care for, and that is the sanctity of this nation. Fine. Roll me a persuasion, please.
here we go. This is why I've been saving my bennies.
Oh my god.
Technically a success unless it's got a negative.
I would say it's a -4.
Benny. Ooh.
Oh.
That's an @1.
Well,
You can't
that's
Benny it anymore.
unfortunate.
Oh man, that's an @1. Whoopsies. The Malazar hums for a moment, thinking. Well, yes, you might be a smart man. I can tell you this much. The forces that marked you. They're something old, something we have no control over, and we have no idea what it's going to do to you. But you're not going to stop being fugitives. Not now, not until we capture you. Understood? I appreciate your effort to help the nation. And I will see to it that you are treated better than your other fugitives. However, we will still capture you.
Understood, General. At the very least, except that this is not personal then. Click.
Yep. Yeah, he was about to hang up himself. Whoopsies! If you hadn't rolled a nat 1, that would have been pretty good.
I know, right? Like, god damn it, man.
That was really unlucky.
I saved 3 bennies for this. I got to use 1.
That was really fucking unlucky, Jesus.
Wow. Huh.
Yeah,
I do see that actually it bears some interesting things about like what other things Abaya said, such as commenting about how he doesn't really think or he doesn't really know if Malazar is an enemy or not yet, and he's still kind of waiting. And we do know that the Zarfin overall are like aggressively neutral.
Yep.
In planetary conflicts, so
They're the Oneru Sweden. Or Switzerland. Whatever.
Sweden was also neutral during this.
Okay, yeah, Sweden. Yeah, to give you an idea, if you had succeeded on that, your fugitive status would have been... actually, if you had succeeded
Abaya,
on...
to be fair, didn't ask to not be fugitives.
Yeah.
He asked them to lessen up their pursuit slightly.
Yeah,
Like,
basically...
He didn't ask for a pardon, anything like that.
He would have pulled the military lockdown away, and if you had somehow managed to get a raise, that you would have lost the fugitive status. But, yeah, if you had succeeded, you would have at least lessened the military presence in the city.
But god damn it, man.
Yeah.
Dice, why you hate me.
Yeah. Big oof. Anything else from you, then? Or do you return back to the rest of the group?
Abaya thinks for a moment. And then he is going to call Inks.
Huh. Really now? You are... Huh. You're catching me off guard with this one.
I know I'm surprising you with this one. I originally didn't intend to do this. But given the recent conversation that was being had, Abaya is looking for a little bit of advice. So,
Understandable. You know, you're probably one of the only ones that actually have their phone number right now. So yeah, that drops out a little bit early. Yeah, Inks is here in the setting.
wait, like your inks, like
yes.
for real?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, I was thinking of a different X.
No.
I thought so too. I thought it was just a coincidence. Oh my god.
Yep. Inks has a variant for the setting.
All right.
You know, I made the comment about hearts, earlier, like, a little jokingly, but I mean...
And
Well then.
remember the previous comments about like, oh, I'm sure that Abaya and Inks could have some really cool conversations.
yep,
because
that's
they're-
actually why I was trying to incorporate them into our Void crew. Because I thought that their campaign was one that had ended. So I wanted to get Yumi back into practice quietly.
But yeah,
So I'm
no.
plotting even out
Oh.
of session.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Conniving bastard. And and Serti and Fizz are still gonna make their phone call, I hope,
Yep.
eventually.
Unfortunately, it may need to wait because we're gonna have that confrontation with Abaya first, I think.
You think so?
I think so. Because the thing is that Serti is not going to be calm enough for a phone call to Dad with Viz without, now that, Serti's like, I need to make sure that we settle things with Abaya first.
Oh god.
Mhm.
Son of a bitch.
Sorry, Ray, you gotta wait a bit longer probably. We'll see.
Your phone call
I can't help but feel like we're just setting up more and more and more drama.
Yeah.
Your phone call will. It'll take a minute before it gets answered, but it gets answered. Abaya, it's been some time.
I hope that this world is treating you well. I hear that you have gone out on a journey.
Indeed. I'm currently, well, a place where you probably should not follow, at least at the moment.
It feels like that is pretty much everywhere in the world right now.
It has been that crazy, huh?
Just a few days ago, I was in Tier 4 of one of these local megastructures.
Really?
The one underneath ambergris, to be specific. I have found myself sharing proximity with fae of increasingly powerful persuasions. Found myself discussing the kind of morality and philosophy with friends that I never knew I would make.
It seems you're starting to at least grow from when we first met. It's small, but it steps. That's good.
Just a short while ago, one of those friends, a rather reliable little synthetic named Viz, asked me questions about warhounds that had been domesticated, apparently. About the potential ways to reintegrate them into society and to incorporate them into something better than their initial nature. I admit, I judge them pretty much the same way that Glint does, with a dismissiveness towards their destructive nature being built in. I have been forced to stand by while the rest of my party, my friends, interact with fae of increasing levels. And I can't help but think the argument that that little synthetic made about the waterhounds potentially could apply here as well.
You are probably very correct. The warhounds are a good example from everything I've seen. Do you know that the Trascal, or once upon a time, were relatives of the warhounds? An offshoot, probably created via Aether.
I knew that they were a splinter genetic line, but I figured that to be something brought about more in the aftermath of the apocalypse than anything else. There were several races that mutated into things completely unrecognizable now.
Indeed. Well, they are still a good example. From what we know as warhounds, vicious creatures of war, we got the Trascal, who, while they are large and dangerous and can be quite frightening to those uneducated, we also know them well as peaceful, intelligent individuals. Well, yes, deep down in their genetics, they are warhound. They are also kind, friendly to those that will not take time to understand them. And on the opposite end, we have the warhounds that attacked Miro. Dangerous, vicious creatures. There is always a scale when it comes to everything.
While true, the thing is, I have never considered the Fae to be innately evil beings. I have simply considered them dangerous, that their very nature is corruptive, antithesis to the resurrection of the old world that I hope to witness.
And yet?
With the way they warp technology, control it, even reality itself bends around them into unrecognizable shapes. I can't help but wonder if they truly are able to break past that barrier.
Inks is quiet for a moment. The barrier in question being, just to make sure
The innate habit of a Fae to warp their surroundings to fit them, rather than leave the natural order in place.
Well, alright. That's actually something Inks would have a very good response for. With your time that you spent with us, you saw how myself, Mist, Glint, did our studies. You know how close we are to our bonded Fae. How we...
I also know what that Fae will do to you, if ever you are separated.
Perhaps. But they also allow us to continue onwards, to have our own power, in a way. How do I
Is that
just...
power worth it?
I would say
You
so.
realize that your kind are hated amongst the populace in general, or if not hated, feared for what you can do to the day-to-day life.
Feared by some, but not always hated. There are many out there that see us as people that help, people that can care. You remember what happened to her to Mist before she was a witch, yes?
No, I do not, because I don't believe you have shared that yet.
I told you about that. Inks will...
Unless you just mean the scar across
yes,
the throat.
how she got that scar. Remember, a fucking witch saved her. She was going to bleed out if the witch did not find her. If that witch did not find her, because there was nobody else nearby. And not to mention, that particular witch had the magic powers to heal the wound. Where there was no other person that could have actually healed it anywhere nearby. It's a possibility that Mist would have bled out before she got to, like, a clinic or whatever.
Yes, I am aware that she was saved by a witch. She has espoused that on multiple occasions. In fact, I'm pretty sure every time that she imbibes alcohol, she shares the story.
Yes, she does quite like the story. But the point still stands. Sure, we are things that are often feared. People don't understand us, and I don't blame them. We can be quite powerful, especially some of those with more experience. But we can use that power for quite a bit of good. Just a few days ago, I assisted a small hamlet with their crop. I was able to imbibe a certain type of life into their farm fields to allow things to grow better in a soil that wasn't nearly as conducive to its growth. I can heal. I have done much good for the world. Well, yes, we are often feared. Many of us do nothing but try to help. That is the way of some Fae as well. Less so in comparison to us Aether Witches, but still.
I suppose, on the small scale, I can see that. But then I look at groups like those in Vandier's Hold, or in the far south, the Angel's Nest. These insulated little fragments of society that revolve around Fae like their personal guardian angels. And I can't help but wonder if it is truly the correct way for them to proceed.
Yeah, I think you
Given
forgot what
the-
Van Deer's Hold is. Van Deer's Hold is the HQ of the witches in
I'm
North
aware,
Ostia.
and I'm also
Oh.
aware that the coven there warps that
Yeah.
that fortress into irrecognizability, which
Yeah.
leads into his whole,
Yeah.
they literally change the world simply by existing in it.
I suppose that's
point.
fair. Indeed. But do keep in mind that those particular individuals and other Guardian Fae, people trust them because they protect them. Sure, society might be changed. But if society is protected and given some form of security, who's to say it wasn't changed for the better?
The player doesn't respond for a long few seconds as he mulls those words over. I suppose.
After all,
I'm not experienced enough in this in order to come to a solid decision one way or another. But as I just told somebody a couple of minutes ago, that is a great threat to me. It is important to be willing to admit when you're wrong.
seems you're finally starting to learn. Good.
I'm sorry for calling you in the middle of the night, Inks. I hope that I did not disturb you.
No, you're fine. My work out here has been rather busy. You hear a bit of a groan as there's some squawking coming from the other side. Marrow, get down from there. Sorry, acquired a new little compatriot.
It's fine. I will be coming home in the next few days.
Really?
I don't know where you are,
I...
but if you are capable, I would like to see you again and introduce you to the people around me that are bringing back a life I didn't think I could have again.
Inks is quiet for a moment. I'm rather far away from Miro right now. I will try to do my best.
I understand. Your journey is an important one.
It is.
I'm still not sure why you left, but whatever reason you have set your eyes upon,
Witch
I'm
business.
sure it's a grand one.
You remember very well that during your time with the Miro Coven, that witch business was a classic excuse for, it's private. But also, it might legitimately be witch business. They have a lot of rights and things
might
that are
be,
not,
but-
that are not told past other witches.
Either way, a body's not prying into it, so...
Yeah. Either way, I do try to keep in contact with Glint and Mist. They're doing well. They should be able to at least see you when you arrive there. And I'll try to find a time to meet you. It'll be a little bit difficult, but I will try to find a time. After all, I would like to meet these friends of yours. They sound like quite a
I'm
bunch.
sure that they will surprise you in many ways. And they have me, that's for sure.
Well, that is certainly something to hear. I'm sure Mist is going to love them.
I am incredibly concerned about what Miss does whenever she meets them.
Where are you exactly?
We are just a short way away from Sparklight at the moment.
Oh. You hear a little bit of clicking as Inks flips through the PDA. Huh. Well, you'll see Mist a little bit earlier than you anticipated. She's in the area
Oh
of
no, is
Spark.
she on walkabout?
She is in the area of Sparklight, collecting some materials for some of her work.
Oh gods, I'm not sure whether to be excited or not.
Do you want me to tell her that you'll be arriving?
Against my better judgment, yes.
I'll send her a message. It's good to hear your voice again.
It is good to hear yours too. And thank you again. I can never properly repay the amount of favors that you have done to me ever since we have found each other in Miro Falls. I would have withered away into something unrecognizable long before now, if it wasn't for your intervention.
Indeed. And, well, you do forget. Have you forgotten? I'm a doctor. I try to tend to everybody that I can. To always give them that chance.
Something I try to give back every day.
Good. Very good. Now, you sound tired.
Good night.
You have a good night. You take care, rest well. I have some more work to do, and a very loud crow who is insisting on eating more of my sausages. Marrow, no. Oh dear. You take care. I will see you again eventually.
One day.
Indeed.
He is in the woods for a few minutes, just thinking over that,
Yeah.
before turning and making his way back to the station.
My chest hurts.
Oh no.
Emotions, man. Emotions.
Mm.
I'm just freaking out.
This ended up being a really important session once again. Jesus fucking H. Christ.
We are just stacking the secrets and stacking the impact ever higher.
This shit is fucking intense, man. God damn. So,
Because I'm starting to drop stuff for
forget
Lucretia
return to
too.
tape.
yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so I know unless things go wrong, Sertia's gonna confront Abaya over here tomorrow when we rest.
All right.
I guess we take the night then.
Yeah. Yeah. I imagine that we find some, for Abaya's sake, somewhat far away so that, we're still in a range that Viz can charge up at the narrator's place.
Actually, probably to Viz's great surprise, Abaya would stay in the station.
That's interesting.
Holy shit.
That is very interesting.
Well, if the narrator does have a place for us to stay, I think that everyone's shock will gladly stay in a place that's properly covered.
Yeah, sure, it's just an open floor, but, like, you can set your bedrolls there at the very least.
Yeah, we can set our bedrolls, and I suppose everyone rests for the night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Although Abaya will listen to the tape before he turns in.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. As you come back, narrator peeks through the door, having been making another pot of tea. Oh, good. You came back. I was worried you had walked off with my tape.
I imagine Lucretia's there because, is there a little balcony?
Yeah, so there is about, I would say, maybe 6 foot of ground between the drop off where the legs of the station are and the actual wall of the station. So there is a little bit of space to stand.
Yeah. She's sitting legs hanging off the balcony.
Mm-hmm.
Just off to the side.
Yeah, just off of
Still-
just the rough edge of the ground where the fucking station just probably lifted off out of the ground somewhere and just started walking. Okay. Well, you can see Abaya coming up the stairs then.
feel like every single one of us is recognizing this is extremely peculiar for Abaya.
Yeah.
Every single one of us.
Yeah, it's just I don't want to make a big deal out of it because it's like,
Oh my
I'm gonna be
God.
honest. I'm still kind of tense overall. So listen, if Maya's fine staying here, it's just gonna be something that's gonna stick to everyone. But it's also just, listen, we're not gonna complain. I don't think.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But we will, Viz and the narrator will have to cease any further talks.
Yeah. It goes for a little while, but the narrator will kind of gesture to you behind its back to be like, all right, we're good. And as Abaya comes up, I do really wish you were able to drink tea. As often, right?
Yes. And technically, I could brew my suit into tea. Which is what I do with my medicinal herbs anyway. I
Well,
am technically floating in tea right now, but
that's a fair point. If I gave you some of the herbs that I use for tea, would you at least give it a nicer taste?
I would worry about how it interacts with my gills.
I suppose that's fair.
How do you breathe in tea?
Sometimes you just gotta breathe the tea.
I have very specifically claimed only the herbs that would not inflame or interact with my gills in any way,
I am...
beyond the disinfecting ability.
Do you mind telling me what herbs those are? I'm very curious.
Oh, sure, let me just pull out a list.
I
In fact, would you like a bundle of them? You can just pick through them at your leisure.
I actually quite would.
Tobiah will remove one of the, he keeps them packed into, like, cylindrical, like, what's the word? Not really containers.
Bundles?
The old, like, what they used to do with, like, gunpowder and shot and the like. It's not a cartridge, it's a...
It's like a little bag.
It's just like a paper bag, essentially.
Yeah.
That they would stick into the breech or down the muzzle. There's a certain word for it, but
Yeah.
fuck if I can remember.
The narrator...
But it's just one of those.
Yeah, the narrator takes this and sets it upon a little table next to the stove and starts kind of picking through it. Interesting. Oh, these are rather rare. At least a few of these. There's a few
They
equivalent...
are extremely expensive.
I have no doubt. I won't take this bundle from you. I'm mostly just curious.
No, please, by all means.
Really? Thank you. The
Who knows?
narrator...
Maybe you'll be able to start growing them.
I'm...
You aether types seem to have that ability.
I most certainly might. I do have an empty space in some of my garden. I might be able to get something going. The narrator takes a piece of the herbs, and holding it between two fingers, it starts. The herb starts to like rehydrate, as far as you can tell, and kind of plumps back up into a normal leaf. The narrator takes it, starts kind of shaping it a little bit, and pops out a few seeds from it.
I have to admit, the way you were rolling that, I was briefly worried you were going to make a joint.
The narrator just can't help but laugh. No, not quite. I do know how to make one. I have met quite a few that enjoy them, but I do not partake. Well, I'll just spend a little bit of time tonight
Oh my God.
preparing these. Thank you, Abaya. I appreciate it.
Oh, I just thought of something.
What?
It would be for, it would make sense for when Lucretia meets up with Datu.
Alright.
Okay.
But it does involve that. I'll DM it to you later, Yumi.
Okay.
Because we likely won't reach Mirror Falls. Unless
Yeah.
we get really, really lucky.
No, there's
We
no
are
way
in
that-
no way reaching
I
Mirror
think we're
Falls at
gonna,
this point.
if anything, we're probably going to end off with the reveal to the rest of the party about Sertia's secret.
Might be able to get the sparklight. We'll see.
I mean, we
We'll
might
see.
be able to get the Sparklight and meet Mist. It's up in the air.
Yeah.
We'll see. But let's keep going.
Yeah. Anyways, unless there's some... Oh, right, the tape, yes. As you're all settling down, I assume that you sit down next to the little listening station to listen to the tape.
Yeah.
The tape that you listen to is interesting. It is, in fact, a record from somebody that had been watching the cult. However, this tape is marked nearly 80 years ago. This person has been watching the cult intently. And they give information about the various recruits, about various people that were pulled from their local town, and they've been watching them from a distance. They follow along the path, and they follow along behind the group, talking about the strange ways that they watched these people's bodies change. How they, in a few instances, they literally vomited up organs that aren't even recognizable as the original, as their original, like, what they originally were. How their bodies twist, their backs hunch, how spikes of bone that might have been once attached to the vertebrae are now jutting out through the skin. But they also note something of they also note the magic. And as they're talking, they mention something curious. That in the village that they were in, there was actually a Zarfin visiting, who was also attacked, and there was an attempt by one of the cultists to actually bring this Zarfin under the fold. It did not work. Unlike everybody else, it did not work. And the person that's recording this, a kind of gravelly sounding male voice, probably from like a Mirrodin or a Reese or something like that, poses a theory that while that might have been a mistake, there's a possibility that Zarfin might have some resistance to the magic itself. That there's got to be a reason. After all, this particular Zarfin was there to help work on some of the fucking farm machines. They were sent out. They were out traveling around, and basically as they're basically getting field experience for working on tech, and were there to help fix and upgrade some of the machines locally. And were caught entirely off guard. The fucking cultists snuck up behind them. And while the Zarfin was rather sick, he actually survived, and survived for at least a little while, helping to get the survivors away from the town while this guy followed up on the cultists that were leaving. So you actually get a good idea from this guy about how the cultists work, how their minds are shifted very quickly over time to follow the individual that corrupted them. And the way he puts it is, it's basically, there's like a pyramid of control. It's basically a pyramid scheme in a way, just without the money, where there is probably some sort of leader, but every single one of them answers directly to the one that infected them. And each one of them, this illness that racks their body, that twists and deforms them, it basically affects them all differently. Every single one of them has a different way of showing it. And you get an idea of their goal. And this individual brings up seeing this tower, this massive spike in the horizon, standing what must be a mile above the horizon, of this forest, just growing up this giant tower. And then you realize, the vertical forest, it's literally on a tower. It goes up It's vertical. It is entirely vertical because it grows along a massive tower somewhere. And the recording ends shortly after, as the guy mentions that he's got to get going because some of the cultists saw signs of him being nearby. And as you finish the recording, the narrator pipes up. Picked it up from southern Ostia. Some of the survivors. The original individual that was recording it died, sadly. He was taken out by the cult members on the way back to the village. However, the handful of survivors that got out brought that tape with them, and as a gift to me, they gave it. But I figured that might be of use, was it?
It has given me perhaps one of the worst thoughts that I have ever had.
Oh? Are you going to be alright?
It's not that.
Narrator nods.
The cult spreads by those at the top, infecting those below, and so on and so forth, expanding like that in a pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
Infected by the carrier directly, that puts me at the top of this pyramid. Could I form my own cult?
If you are given the same powers, I would assume so. I could sense the aether across you. I had a feeling you would bring up the carrier as soon as you stepped inside. I was rather surprised that you weren't, basically mind-controlled. But if you were infected by the carrier directly, I suppose it's possible.
Abaya raises a hand, and you'll notice that it is shaking, and shaking hard, as he unlocks the mask, removes it, and sets it down. I have been using this magic to help countless people through all of these towns, trying to use the carrier's gift in a way that I thought would be beneficial. And I could have been leaving behind pieces of my own cult.
Perhaps. Very much, perhaps.
Who all is in immediate proximity to Abaya?
Probably the whole party.
Everyone is, right?
Yeah.
Pretty sure we're all
Well-
inside getting ready for the night.
There's a couple of seconds where Abaya just sits, staring at this recorder that has just relayed this information to him. And then his hand snaps down, pulls his revolver, and thumbs back the hammer.
Oh shit!
Oh
And
my God.
raises it towards his helmet.
Oh no 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 no!
Hang on. No, don't do that, please.
Okay, all right. Vince is just gonna fucking tackle the buy. I think. I'm just tackling you. Fuck you. Go do a crime, not that crime.
Abaya, you said towards your head? Your helmet?
Yep, towards his helmet. Like he was lifting the revolver
Oh, straight towards his
up
head.
towards his helmet.
No, we're
Did-
getting in a
did you
scuffle now,
remove it?
baby.
He removed the mask, but that little dome of glass is not going to stop one of his bullets.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
not the
Yeah.
slightest.
Yeah, Lucretia would probably bound across the room rather quickly. and just
So we-
wrench the gun out of your hand.
So we both just tackle Abaya.
When you do this, after you tackle the guy, narrator backs up for a moment before kneeling down to try to talk to Abaya. Listen, the way that they do that is very particular. I don't think you've had any sort of... I don't think you've done that to anybody.
You have not done it to Sertia, and you already helped her several times. Do you have, or do you see any sort of occult-like memorabilia or thoughts creeping into Sertia's head? No, you do not.
Sertia is aether sealed. She is already under the influence of a separate fae.
What about Lucretia? Lucretia has not had that sort of exposure.
I have not cast anything on Lucretia.
Oh, you did at some point. Like once, exactly once.
There's been absolutely no proof that you've been leaving behind marks. You haven't been leaving plagues in your wake. The magic itself isn't going to corrupt people, especially because it specifically targets people, it seems. As
have
far
made
as we...
I don't stay in one location from long. I move on whenever I think that things have been settled in the area.
If they became obsessed over you, wouldn't they try to seek out the one that they're supposed to be loyal to? You're thinking illogically right now, Abaya. Consider the fact that there's no evidence right now. There's no proof that you've been corrupting people. And even with you moving around, you would have been caught up to by someone eventually. If they were corrupted and seeking this power over you. Or the power from you. You haven't done anything. You've been using this power as responsibly as possible. If you'd like, you can try to refrain from using it as much for your own mental stability. But please consider the fact that we still need you, and you still help people every day.
Abaya, tell me. Your magic, you cast it as spells, yes?
Yesn't.
Well, as far as I can tell, the way that the cultists convert people like that is through a very particular spell. If you haven't realized that you've done this and it hasn't happened, then it definitely has not happened because you've not been using that spell. Could you learn this spell? Yes, possibly. But you are not. You have not.
You have actively worked to suppress the evil side. You have actively forced the magic to act in a more helpful manner. You have spent a long time in Crucible Bay, and not a single person has ever come to you in a reverent sort of way like that. Is that not evidence enough?
I suppose you are right. Even so, they thought that I am capable of such. Coils inside of me like... I can't even begin to describe.
There are many things everyone is capable of. It's what you choose to do that matters.
Indeed.
I thought of one thing Lucretia can say.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
At least
Go
in
on.
relation to that. It's... Lucretia will pipe up, much like how I choose not to kill.
When have you ever chosen that?
The Golden Wings member.
That is
I
true.
suppose.
She made a concerned effort to only incapacitate him.
Batman logic.
Yeah.
Exactly. If it is a sapient being, she makes a effort not to kill them.
What happens if a tip of the pyramid is cut off? What happens to their underlings? Do we know?
I don't think we know. I don't have very many records on the carrier. That is the only one that I figured would have any information that you might not know. And, well, I don't think anybody has ever learned.
Fun fact, Mega Man, I actually believe that Batman himself, as Bruce Wayne, actually pays for these people's medical bills.
I would be surprised.
He
Yeah, I
has
could see
he
it.
has an entire like non-profit organization dedicated to that.
The Batman. I mean, I suppose
Batman
if there's
Victims
any way
Fund.
to ease your conscience.
Yeah, I would do it.
Well, we can find out what happens when we find this vertical forest that they're staying in and cut off each of these tips of the spear ourselves.
Sounds like you've got quite a hunt in front of you.
For now, we need to rest up and recover. It's been a long day of travel, and we still need to head back to the car. And that's going to take another day.
I'll make sure... Where is your car?
Yeah, and Sergey will mention that we parked it kind of at the campgrounds.
Viz will help display a map and general area on its visor.
The narrator leans in and takes note of this. And they raise a hand up to the roof. Dear station, do you mind? And the station lifts and slowly starts walking that way.
Oh! Well, that's really nice.
That'll help. And in fact, in the morning, you'll be there.
Oh my god! Thank god.
Rest now.
Well, that's convenient.
Yeah, rest for now, my friends.
Oh, damn, your station walks fast.
To be fair, it's not terrible.
It's very large.
Yeah, it is rather large.
Doesn't have to worry about the terrain either.
Exactly.
Just steps over it.
Yep. Not too much can slow it down, because it's rather large. Occasionally, you might be woken up by the cracking of a tree as the station fucking knocks it over, but,
Yeah, I imagine Lucretia does not sleep well for this.
no,
trip.
probably not. If you want to give a level of fatigue to her, feel free.
Probably
I
more- more.
don't think she would, because she's kind of used to sleeping in short bursts.
That is fair.
4.
That's
Yeah, well, I'll
one.
use a Benny.
Oh, yeah, probably a good idea.
5.
1.
Oh well.
Well,
I technically have 1 Benny left, but I don't know if I want to.
Damn.
But alright.
Almost done with the first iteration of the bullets, Baya.
Fantastic.
Not that that's a good thing to bring up after what happened
after
during the night.
that. Anyway, why don't we just, rest and get there, and, because I'm gonna have to change our plans. We're gonna have to pull over once, we're gonna be driving, and once Sortia finds a place that looks like it turns off into what could be an isolated clearing, she is going to suggest that for, the fact that she needs to tell everyone something.
I mean, we're not going to reach Sparklight itself by the time that we have to rest.
Well, we have 1, 2.
Never mind,
3,
it will
4.
be exactly
Yeah.
Sparklight.
Yeah, exactly Sparklight. So we will need to stop midway through in an isolated area.
Someone
if you-
roll
You
for
don't need
weather.
to detonate.
It's not detonation. It's talking to Abaya, and I want to
yeah.
have the absolute privacy.
I
And then
suppose that's
depending on what Abaya says, we'll decide if we need to detonate or not.
Yeah, hopefully you don't. Considering that
Alright, oh my God,
we
I
don't have
rolled a
everything
4.
prepared for that. Cool. When you
It's okay, Yubi. Don't worry. We'll end session there when we blow up.
Please don't blow up.
When?
I'm gonna blow up.
Please don't.
I'm about to blow up.
No! Stop it!
So,
No, you take the
minus
narrator
1.
with you.
Well, hang on. I want to describe how the morning goes. It'll be quick. You all wake up, and Narrator is snoozing inside of their hammock. You see that their wings kind of drape over the side of the hammock in this rather amusing fashion. And they have the 2 sets of glasses sat down next to one of the tables. And as people are starting to rouse, Narrator yawns. Good morning. I would offer breakfast, but as I'm sure you can tell, I don't exactly eat. So,
We have our own rations.
good. And also, the narrator says, opening the door, you see that the radio station has parked like 15 feet away from Lucretia's car. Just arrived about 30 minutes ago.
Thank you. It certainly saves us quite a bit of time.
I have no doubt about that.
And, so Tail will get her stuff up, get ready, and get her rations to eat outside. And when she's kind of scarfed them down, she'll, set all her camping gear back in the car. And she'll be ready to go.
All right.
I have a friend that is waiting for us in Sparklight. She will elaborate a little bit more on the ritual that you will be undergoing at Miro Falls. And hopefully, we will all remain intact.
Shartia doesn't say anything. She just nods to the Burke armor.
All right. I hope
All right, who wants
we might see each other again at some point. Maybe not. But Viz, I know we'll at least encounter each other again eventually. Take
Rusty,
care.
that is a fucking horrible thing to
That's
think
a
about,
horrible
but
idea,
Yes,
Rusty.
that is.
Do not do that.
Please do not.
That's a horrible idea.
Uh,
Also,
Like,
wouldn't
that
work
would
on
also mean
freaking
that he could
Viz.
mentally dominate any of the party members.
yeah.
That's,
And also, I don't think the party would be willing to go with that idea.
No.
Viz also would be immune. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Viz could be the ultimate arbitrator in case things get out of hand.
This is true.
Oh my god.
You all take care now, and perhaps we'll see each other again in the future. I'll certainly see you again. Narrator says, nodding to Viz.
Viz will nod back.
And- I wish you all the best of luck.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
for your hospitality once again.
Of course. It seems that I've been able to assist you in many ways. You now, take care. And the narrator steps back, closing the door, and after a few moments, you can watch the radio station stand up. The wood of its legs kind of groans before it just starts slowly walking off back into the forest. As everybody's getting into the
Okay,
car,
bye.
there's a loud crack as another tree falls over.
That was a fruitful encounter.
It was.
Well, whenever you're ready. -1.
Oh boy.
Who wants to roll?
The sky is nice and clear. Alright, first text goes fine.
And before we travel too far, thank you, Viz.
For what?
You're
Ooh.
great wisdom.
Also,
He just leaves it at that.
Huh.
I will say, Yumi,
Yeah.
for the good encounter, I'd like it to be something that makes it perfect for, us to have that private conversation. Because this was exactly where I was planning for us to stop regardless.
Perfect.
We're gonna go out and do like a field of white flowers like it's fucking Metal Gear Solid.
I don't know, I'll leave it up to Yumi what that scene's gonna be. But good encounter, so...
As you're driving along, you notice something interesting. There's a relatively large clearing here. And you notice at the far end of the clearing, there is what appears to have once been some sort of shrine. Perhaps a temple? Like a small temple of some sort that has been crumbled and collapsed over the years. And there's a dirt road that follows off of the highway leading up to it. Do you investigate?
Sertia will take this opportunity to suggest to Lucretia we go down that road to the shrine.
Right. Go turn off.
The dirt road is kind of rough. It hasn't been tended to in a long time. But you get up to it, and yeah, it's a relatively large little shrine with the ruins of what appears to be a small farmhouse next to it. The shrine hasn't been tended in a long time, and parts of it have been graffitied. There is a relief on the back wall of the shrine itself of some fae that has long since faded and worn down into obscurity. You do find small offerings dotted around, but nothing too much of interest. If you want to take one of these offerings, there is 100 credit cred stick. Actually, I'll say 50. 50 makes a little more sense. 100's quite a bit.
I would recommend we leave the shrine alone. However, we may bask in the environment.
Yeah, while you're standing there, you get an idea of what the shrine was once for. Considering the clearing, looking closer, you notice the ruins and remains of what was once fences, and you realize that this might have been once like some sort of farmland. Once, long time ago. And beyond the shrine, over another hill, you do see other clearings through the woods that might have once been other farmlands. So perhaps this fae watched over these farms here. Just whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're waiting for her to come back, but...
Yep.
Well, I mean, I'm honestly debating maybe me starting off and just kind of being like, hey, so, hey, couple nights
I'm
ago...
back, and I think it's best for Sertia to start.
Alright. As you're all kind of standing outside looking at the shrine and kind of
Let
taking
me
in the
move
nice
this.
clean air.
Yeah, let me move
Why
my
is
desk
actually
into standing
not looking
mode.
at the shrine? He'd be out behind the shrine looking over the fields.
You see that there's a couple more ruins, like a foundation of might have once been a house over there. They're old, quite old. Very heavily overgrown, run down.
I swear to God, if a scarecrow comes sprinting out of that field at me.
Oh, now I'm just reminded of the fucking scarecrow that accompanied you guys near the end of the last campaign.
Well, yeah, while we're here, is the body just gonna kind of stand there until someone pokes him?
I mean, yeah, he's letting the others investigate the shrine and decide what to do with it. So.
Well, it's a good place, I suppose, to talk. But, Sertia will go out to mention to Abayat. This place is very peaceful.
I suppose, if you consider graveyards peaceful.
In a way.
Yeah, let's switch over to different music.
Regardless, I suppose this is a good environment to talk to you and Lucretia.
Buy it, Zed. What, do you think I own a farm at some point?
It's nice, isolated, a good spot for telling secrets.
Are you about to explode? Should I be getting you over to that ruin over there?
No, my seal is still stable enough. But I suppose I should tell you and Lucretia this truth behind it.
Is Lucretia anywhere nearby? Where's Lucretia?
I mean, she's at the front of the. Right. She's at the front of the shrine. Having a smoke, of course.
So she probably came over when her name was mentioned then, I assume?
Yeah. I mean, if she heard it.
Yeah.
I mean, the shrine's not that big, so.
True.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, she'd make a little over.
Well, yeah. I suppose the question is, should we do this inside the shrine or just kind of outside in the back behind it?
Probably
Yeah.
outside.
It's not
overlooking all the
really in
fields.
the shrine to begin with, so.
Yeah. it's
Well,
just-
yeah, that's what I was wondering, because then I could just, tell Abaya to come inside the shrine to talk there.
Yeah, the only real inside is just underneath its little awning type thing. Like, you all would be able to fit under it if you squeezed a little.
Okay, so we're probably fine just where we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do have to go to the bathroom real quick. I won't be long.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I suppose we should wait so that Lucretia can interject as needed.
Yeah.
I
would
would
act-
Locker.
I would actually like Viz to kind of, preface something real quick before Sertia continues on, if that's all right.
All right.
And I mean, I'll wait until Mika's back.
I
I just
imagine
wanna-
you'll just make a sign to Sertia, insisting that you want to speak first.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining Viz being like, I heard that warming up the crowd is good in comedy, and I believe I believe in applying
God.
knowledge to other things. Perhaps this will work for this conversation.
I am merely attempting to lighten the mood.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
well, go ahead.
Viz will start. So, Lucretia, Abaya. As you may remember, 2 nights ago, there was some conflict between her and I that led in, at least, me looking rather disheveled by the end of it. This
That what caused
is
that?
this is what it was about. And then we'll gesture to Sertia.
Well, I suppose that I may as well reveal secrets. And Sertia had at this point taken off her helmet and just kind of rested it somewhere in the side so that her face could be seen. As I can imagine, you may have already put together, but my true name is Sertia Renau.
No, I most certainly had not put that together. I think this is the first time you've ever said that name.
No, I mentioned the Renau family, or at least Detective Pratch did back when we were in the depths.
Yeah, and also,
Yes,
she...
this is the first time Sertia has mentioned the name.
Oh, okay, true.
Up until now, Pratch had just mentioned it offhanded, and he didn't mention Sertia's connection to them.
All right. At the very least, I believe the detective suspects, but regardless, that is my true name. And it is part of one of my secrets. If General Malazar were to learn that I'm actually a native to Celarau and of someone who has quite a bit of influence in that country, he would use it to tarnish my own reputation and weaken the cause I fight for. Of course, I hold great love for both my home country and Ostia, and I've done everything in my power to ensure that, at least in my time in the military, I've avoided as much conflict as I can. I believe that General Malazar's warmongering ways, although prideful of this country, will only lead to death of innocents. But that is not the only secret to it. I've mentioned my seal that I have. I know that at the very least Viz, if I recall correctly, has questioned why exactly I am hiding such etheric potential.
Viz will nod.
It doesn't make much sense on the surface. It is not abnormal for someone with such magic to join the military. But the truth of the matter is that it's not just magic. It is a harbinger of a transformation, I suppose. Aether, or at least my family's line, is connected closely to emotions and the soul. And so I went to the Fae, the Alloyed King, to put a seal upon it so that my heritage would not come into play. So that I could remain inside the military and work my way up. He gave me 20 years, and I have lasted 40 so far, but you can only dodge fate for so long, I suppose.
So you come from a line of Aether sorcerers?
She pauses, takes a deep breath, and kind of looks Abaya in the eyes as she says, "Not quite. My father is older than the Fae themselves. My father is the geneticist that created the Warhounds."
Or one of them. He was part of the team.
He was definitely one of the ones that definitely did a lot of work. So, but
Yeah.
yeah, was one of the scientists who created the Warhounds. My father's an old ward scientist. And she, by the way, she's watching to judge Abaya's reaction as she's saying this.
Yeah, Lucretia, her, like, eyebrow raises, like, hmm?
Abaya, on the other hand, is very still. Albeit not in the quiet listening way.
In the controlling himself way, I assume.
It's very much akin, given his aquatic nature, what happens whenever a shark spots prey.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
And Sertia has the helmet off to, show vulnerability. And she's doing the same thing she did with Viz, where if things come to worse, she'll defend herself, but she's trying to be open and honest here. The way he did this is experimenting on himself. He knew enough about how the Warhounds worked and knew that there was more potential in them. And so, in his experiments, he managed to find a pathway to immortality, I suppose, or at least agelessness, by turning himself into a hybrid of Veskier and Warhound himself. I suppose an offshoot like the Trescal. He was able to focus the potential into extreme etheric power, near immunity, or at the very least heavy resistance to various kinds of aether, and physical strength. He has lasted a very long time, and he has had many children over the years. I'm one of them. And this heritage of mine is that I'll gain... sorry. I'm like so tense. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get through this. I'm worried about what Abaya is going to do when my heritage comes.
You'll notice as you're continuing to talk, Abaya is very slowly starting to rotate towards you and lean against the railing beside him.
When this seal breaks, all of that magic is going to come rushing out, and with it, my heritage will be in full force. And I will become what my father is. I bring this up because I have discussed it with Viz, and after calming Viz down and discussing things as well, we believe that it would be for the best if we brought this up now. If there is a chance that the Aether Witches of Mirror Falls will turn hostile against me when I need the seal broken, I will be in a vulnerable state, and I would rather not be if they would attack me. And it was troubling to hear your issues with the Warhounds, and I greatly appreciate Viz discussing with you on my behalf her own thoughts about them. I would like to assure you that the only changes to me, at least mentally, will simply be my long-lost emotions returning to me and needing to deal with them. Otherwise, I will be the same Sertia you've always known. The same Sertia who has always done her best to protect people and save the innocent. And I hope that you can trust me despite your own misgivings. I'm telling you both this now because I've come to trust you both greatly. And I believe that we can continue to push forward together. And she stops waiting for Sertia, or, Sertia is waiting for Abaya's reaction.
Vince.
I can imagine the swing of the eyes.
How did you come across this information?
It was happenstance from the things that antique shop had. There were some things that caught her eye.
And actually, at this, Sertia will slowly reach into her pocket and take out the small idol of her father. Viz saw me examining this a bit too closely. It is a not perfect replica, but a representation of my father. An idol given to a small but now destroyed hamlet in the south. Apparently, some there kept it as good luck.
It was bizarre to see her so sentimental. It is uncharacteristic of her to purchase a mundane idol. That, plus the myriad of other questions I had, I confronted her.
I see. So you confirmed it that night while I was resting then. That explains a lot as to why you looked like you did whenever you woke up. So, what I am hearing now is Sertia belongs to a very long line of what can very generously be considered war criminals that are responsible for the creation of one of the most violent and destructive creatures that walks this world right now. Ostensibly, your father managed to edit these creatures. You say he was responsible for the creation. Did he make the originals as well, or?
Sertia tenses up for a moment before.
I could tell you
stiffly...
this part.
Go on.
He knew of some of it, but his original job, one of his main original jobs, was to find a way to improve the people, to make them sturdier against everything that the war was bringing. While he did have a hand in it, the original creation of the Warhounds.
So, in a way, her saying that he was the progenitor is still truthful, but he didn't
Yes.
make the Warhounds themselves.
Yes.
Yeah, Sertia will tenses
unwitting.
up. Yeah.
He was the unwitting scientist making super soldier systems, and then they used it maliciously.
Yeah.
I mean, ish. The Warhounds, they're their own thing, but yeah.
The Warhounds themselves are not his direct work, but he was tasked with improving the population, and when his research bore potential, they used it on the Warhound to create the Warhounds. And he, in turn, used the Warhound research to benefit his own.
I see. So, parallel research then. Not necessarily his. Good. That's good. That's very good.
He sounds so much more relaxed.
It really does.
Yeah, Sertia is still kind of careful, though, but says, he spent a long time putting his influence around Celerau and a bit into Ostia, but he mainly spends his time trying to keep the peace. He does not seek power, he simply seeks to continue moving the world forward.
He doesn't seek power because he has power. He doesn't need more.
I was about to say.
I mean, yeah, but she's also trying to make her dad sound as good as possible.
This is
because of
also
what she's
true.
revealing.
What a
And
daddy
also, you know,
girl.
I mean, listen, she's always held respect for him, even if she hadn't talked to him for like 40 years. Because again, she was both ultra paranoid and also had the feeling of missing home dulled severely.
Abaya takes a very long, very slow breath, which is weird to see him actually do. Normally it's a very passive thing. But you can actually hear him suck in water through his gills. It is that big of a breath. Do you happen to know how his research has ended up in the hands of people like Nafir? Are they just taking pieces that have been discovered and running with it? Is he potentially involved? And no, I'm not asking for your opinion on the matter. Is this in any way similar to the research he was doing?
If you're asking if it's an offshoot of his own research, I don't think so. At the very least, from what I can see, it seems, and correct me if I'm wrong, Amy, but it seems as if they've looked at the Warhounds and are simply trying to recreate that through their own research.
Indeed. And if you remember, when you were talking to him on one of the past calls, he was annoyed with what the Wings are doing.
My father fully believes that the Warhound should never be recreated, and he himself has only kept the research for his own variant, and even then it's imperfect. It's
He's,
no longer.
he's the only one with that ability then. Oh, that makes things so much better.
Oh god.
I am
Yeah.
sure that he can be trusted with this.
Regardless, his variant also doesn't work the way it did in the Old War. There is something in the air. He has the
Something in the air.
And correct me if I'm wrong, he theorizes that around the time he was doing his research in the Old War, there was quite a bit of ambient ether waves around.
Extremely.
And he believes that was what allowed his formula to work. In this day and age, it can give you physical boosts and give you... how does the variant he uses for, people he's adding to the family work? Because it doesn't give them immortality. It extends their lifespan, changes them physically, but I don't know if it gives them, the ether abilities.
No, not really. It'll change them somewhat physically. It will extend their lifespan, usually 150% to double it. And that's about it. It is not perfect, and he's never been able to replicate it properly. The time that it works properly is in the children that actually make it past childhood.
Yeah, so, okay. Well, he still has the recipe. It doesn't work the same way it used to. It extends your lifespan and changes you a bit physically, but you do not gain the ether resistance of himself or his children, and you don't gain the capabilities to cast with it either. He mainly uses it to have more time with those he decides to marry. He's had many wives over the centuries, and each one he does his best to keep around as long as possible. Only him and his children are truly capable of becoming this variant of Warhound. And even then, it's a very dangerous process. When growing up, there's a chance that your aether will overload and kill you before you're ready. There are quite a few siblings that haven't made it past childhood due to this. I'm simply one of the lucky ones.
Abaya stares at Sergio for a few very long seconds. And then with a very uncharacteristically bright voice, he asks, "So, Do you like literature, Sertia?
I've spent a good portion of my time reading what's necessary while in the military.
What's necessary, but do you ever read anything just for fun? Like, have you ever spent any time in a library full of recovered old world books and the like? Viz, I'm sure you have.
There's one book I tend to read, but it's not related to the old world.
Are you familiar with a particular character that the old world dreamed up by the name of Dracula?
I mean, I'm assuming this is popular in pop culture enough that, yeah, Sergio would know. Like, pretty much everyone.
Is it?
No, not really.
It's not?
No.
Oh, it's not? In
It's
which
old
case,
war.
she'd probably shake her head.
Yeah.
Well, would Sergio know then? Because,
Probably not.
yeah, Sergio will shake her head then.
Yeah, Father tries to raise you all in New World stuff, not Old World.
Dracula, in his original incarnation, was a monster that was cursed a very long time ago. He bestows this curse on those that he wishes to keep around him for an extended period of time, making what is called a vampire. They have much of the same traits as he does, but much less powerful, just muted, just a little bit. In particular, he had a penchant for giving this curse to those that he had a romantic interest in, creating brides of Dracula.
You know what's funny?
You sound like your father is a mutant form of Dracula right now.
Silas was inspired by Dracula, yes.
Oh, god
What?
damn it. Frick you. So, yeah. God damn it. Frick you. Because I bet you would be manipulating me with how I've been doing my world building too. Frick you. Anyway, Sertia will just quietly go, I suppose I can see the similarities.
I'm not going to lie. This new knowledge is disturbing in several ways. And it makes me trust not you. You are nothing but earnest. You have always tried to approach us with an open hand, even if you couldn't reveal everything all at once. And the fact that you have finally decided to approach us about this is itself a point in your favor to a considerable degree. But I do not trust your father in any extent after what you have just described. And I cannot help but feel as though you are being genetically manipulated in some fashion, in a way that is not entirely your fault.
Even quieter, actually. And you can actually see Sertia kind of look down as she goes, if it helps. My father wasn't the one I looked up to most when growing up.
Who was?
Sertia will quietly reach into her pack and pull out a book. Yumi, I sure hope you have a name for Sertia's mom.
How have I never... Oh my god. I thought we had this figured out. I guess not. Oh my god.
We thought of her backstory. We never came up with a proper name for her.
How did we never figure out a name? Oh my god. Wow. We figured out so many details about the mother, but we never decided on a fucking name.
Good job.
Yeah, I can't believe one of the details you insisted on was that because she was turned into, as close to a warhound as could be, she had hair, and she, for some reason, insisted on turning her hair into, like, a ponytail that goes over the shoulder.
If I may make a suggestion,
Go on.
Right.
I suggest the name Verona because that was the first bride of Dracula.
God, Verona.
You know what? That
Mhm.
sounds like a name that could happen in the setting, despite the fact that her mom was actually
you have-
ninth. But
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good name.
At the very least, in like the most recent incarnation, which was, I believe, during like, Van Helsing, he had 3 wives, which were Verona, Illyria, and Marishka.
Huh. Verona is probably the easiest one to remember. No, not Veronica. Verona.
Verona.
Yeah, we can do that. Sure.
All right. Well, she will hand this book that, So the book and tactics she had is like relatively, read and well used, but this one is old. This is a very old, well cared for book, and it's an autobiography. Would you like to tell it? Or do you think it'd be an autobiography or just normal biography?
Oh, it'd be an autobiography, not audio. It's an actual book. God damn it.
Yeah. Suppose written somehow after the death of this person. But what would you think she would call the book? Title it when it was published.
That is a good question.
Because I know we talked about one of the things being that, one of her personal symbols being the idea of a, red line on her right arm. As like her personal kind of, I would like to put this on the outfit so people can put me out, stand out. See, so could like have it be the Scarlet Captain Verona. She absolutely picked the title herself. No one else called her that, but she decided she liked it, so she named herself that.
Yeah, it sounds like something she would do, but I don't think the book would be titled that. It's probably something like...
She probably tried to get it titled like that, but Silas kept, telling her, no, don't. Choose something that's a bit less suspicious.
Yeah. We'll say... It's probably on something wings, because she was a fucking sky pirate.
On freed wings? Because I like to imagine...
On Liberation's wing. There we go.
On Liberation's wing. Alright, so she'll take out this well-loved book and offer it to Abaya to look at.
I tilts his head curiously, but he takes it. Is it written in a language he would probably know?
It's written in, like, the general common, so...
Okay, good.
I suppose,
A research.
it's something that is more well-known in Celarao than Austria.
Yeah. If you want to roll to see if you've heard of this, feel free to roll like a, either like a history or common knowledge or something.
I'll roll common knowledge.
Sure.
After all, Abaya was bringing up literature. He clearly actually has read. So.
Yeah.
Definitely
Exactly.
reads a lot.
Nope. That's
Hey,
Benny.
You have 2 bennies.
Yeah.
Eh?
Yeah, I may as well use one.
Yeah, we are pretty late into the session. Okay.
Oh, hey, there we
let's
are.
go!
You have heard of it. Captain Verona was basically like Celerao's sky pirate Robin Hood. Her main thing was tackling corporate shipments in the air, and she was well known as being like a general hero of the people. There was many times when there was like conflict that was going on, usually between smaller factions and whatnot, she would focus on trying to just generally protect people. For a sky pirate, she was definitely the most righteous, and most of the corporations still fear the things that she, like, her wake in Celarao, basically, because they can't ship via the air.
You know what? That actually explains a lot about your nature. Certainly explains that idealistically rebellious side of you. You take after your mother a lot.
Sertia nods quietly. She died when I was a teenager. And the last thing she said to me was that... And, like, her eyes kind of water up a bit as she, she's struggling to kind of keep her calm, cool, collected demeanor. She told me about how she knew I'd make her proud. Her little hero. It's something I always asked her to teach me to be. And her first rule was always to make sure everyone saw you with a smile, friends and enemies alike.
You know, it's funny. I don't think I've seen you smile yet.
She shakes her head, quiet tears going down her face. One of the
I will
things
hand the book back.
she'll carefully put it back and take a deep breath. I joined the military because I thought if I joined the Ostian military with my connections to Celarau, I thought I'd be the perfect person to bridge the gap and promote peace. And I always wanted to make sure that the people underneath me respected me as much as Mom's crew. Which I would like to note, by the way, she doesn't refer to her mom as mother like she does to her dad as father. She says mother. Or she doesn't say mother, she says mom.
Yeah.
Mom's crew. In a way, I succeeded, but
If I might ask, why did you join in the military then, instead of as a diplomat?
she gives a light scoff. I was young and stupid and determined to not work in the shadows like my father. I thought working the military was far more open and honest, and I saw propaganda posters that some of my siblings had brought back some information, and a few of them were about the military and the things they're planning to do. And I thought it was the smart choice to go over and work for them myself to make sure that I could help Ostia and Celara at the same time. It doesn't really make much sense in hindsight, but I used to be a much more foolish person, I suppose.
There's nothing wrong with pursuing an ideal, even if you did so in a very awkward way. Is
Yeah,
that still
yep.
your intention, to barter a peace between Celarau and Ostia?
I love both nations very dearly. They all have their own cultures and quirks and the people of them. I want to ensure that needless war doesn't break out, but I feel helpless knowing that General Malazar doesn't have me to oppose him at all, and weakening my own peaceful position, and now knowing that Celarau is trying to push for secretive actions against Ostian military and peoples. I'll admit, I feel like it's crumbling apart, but that doesn't mean I intend to stop trying. It's just difficult, especially when I'm AWOL, and soon, well, I don't think it's a good idea to reveal what I'm going to become soon enough.
This
like
question
going.
is going to be rough on you, I'm sure. So, if you would mind taking a step back, this way I have at least half a second to realize I'm about to die.
She steps back and nods.
You actually stepped back. I can't believe you did it. Never mind.
Bit of humor goes a long way.
It really does.
you need the flags.
Have you considered potentially that Malazar may be correct? That in order to actually achieve anything with Searcha, you need... Or Searcha? Celarau? In order to achieve anything with you, damn it. You're so stubborn. In order to achieve anything with Celarau, you need to fight them back to a point where they're even willing to consider it.
She kind of tenses, but it's obvious that she's considering heavily. And she's doing the thing where when she gets like, I guess, tense but thoughtful, where one of her fingers is like at this point tapping at her thigh. It's a very rare trait she has because she's usually not in the mood to fidget like that. But she eventually says, I've always believed that his goals in the end were simply for the good of Ostia. And I don't believe that he's a horrible person, but I do not believe in his method of the ends justify the means. I do not think that he should be allowed to research old world technology and use old world technology to attack the other nation. The old world's weapons are best left buried. This is something that my father himself has, I suppose, ingrained into me from a young age.
Oh, that's convenient. Given that he doesn't show any kind of hesitation in using old world formula for his brides.
Oh, damn.
She doesn't
that
talk.
was rough. I apologize for that one, actually.
Yeah, goddamn.
The point
appreciate it.
being, even if it's using old world technology, new world technology, it hardly matters. When it comes to politics and the relationship between nations, there has to be some level of parity. They have to believe that there is something to be gained from working with one another, or if there is nothing to be gained, that there is too much to risk from not working with one another. So forces like Malazar, as distasteful as they might be, serve their purpose. In fact, I find it strange that you decided to join the military to try and bring this peace, only to work against the figureheads of that military to pursue your own version of it. Perhaps, might I suggest you being a little bit more flexible with them?
She kind of clenches her jaw. And this is the look of someone who's been very stubborn about a particular issue, kind of being pushed to concede that it definitely is a point here.
There's been a lot of very good points made this session.
Yeah. I ask that you give me time to consider it. It is hard for me to look past what I've been working towards for, well, the entire time I've been an officer, I suppose. When I first got a bit more power and responsibility, but I cannot lie that you have a point. Regardless,
I was not expecting an immediate answer regardless. But in order to proceed down the path, you have to first see that it is there.
I'll at the very least keep an open mind, but I still do not trust Malazar. And I've grown to care deeply for all of my troops. I don't want their lives thrown away just for this, if we can help it. It's not just for the sake of Celery I do this, but the men and women who trust me to be responsible. As a colonel, I may not be as important as Malazar, but I've made it my goal to ensure each and every one of the men and women underneath me trust me with their lives. And that's not a trust I want to throw away.
Well, in that you actually have a lot in common. In fact, you can consider this a pretest for your interactions between Astya and Celerau. If you cannot get past your own distrust of Malazar long enough to even open diplomatic channels with him, to even try talking, how can you expect to lead Astya or Celerau to the same extent that they're willing to work with one another?
Oh man.
She's really quiet, but she's looking away here, and her eyes are kind of flitting about, as you can tell she's processing. And then just, again, she'll give a short, I'll consider it. Just, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like some time to process that before we continue on.
Of course. I do have
Like-
one request for you going forward, though. Not in relation to your beef with Melazar. I want you to lie to Glint whenever we get to Miro Falls. While the rest of the Aether Witches, of which there's exactly one, so you don't have to worry that much,
Huh.
will not show any outright hostility towards you, although they may be surprised. Glint absolutely will try to attack you the moment that he sees that you are a warhound, if it is in any way visible. Even exposing him to this knowledge beforehand may disrupt his aether enough that it may make the ritual that you will have to undergo impossible. So as much as I am loath to trick an old friend, you may need to keep it secret up until that point. If it devolves into violence, and it will actually, I will intervene on your side and protect both you and him.
There is a reason I wanted to bring this up now beforehand as well. I wanted to ask your opinion on whether or not I should break the seal myself. These fields seem safe enough. And one of the things is that my family knows how to cover up, I suppose. And we can pass for a Trescal, assuming you haven't called ahead and told them to expect a Veskier or about the ritual at all.
I have, actually. That's why my friend is waiting in Sparklight.
She would curse if she had.
And
And
that
she'll-
being said, if we can break your seal in a coordinated manner anyway, I would definitely prefer that. While you may be able to get isolated so that the explosion does not kill anyone, that big of a burst of aether, I worry about what it will do to the surrounding area. In particular, local wildlife, or anybody that gets exposed to it in the end. Radiation is something that poisoned our seas for some time. It is why we Zarfen only number a few thousand now. Aether poisoning on the level of a small nuclear bomb in a concentrated area. I worry that it would do similar things, even if they cover up the reason why it happened.
God, yeah, the Aether would stick around for a while, wouldn't it?
It would.
Yeah.
It is also
She-
pertinent
she-
to note that
Go on.
in the event of our proximity to another civilization, such as Sparklight in this instance, they may feel and or see the explosion in the distance and start asking questions, panicking. Word may spread. Rumors may be synthesized that maybe a weapon was tested either by Ostia or Celarau. Either way,
Given the information that is coming out about Celarau now, it will 100% be attributed to Celarau. And they wouldn't even be wrong, technically.
God.
She kind of pinches the bridge of her nose a bit more in size. You're right. I suppose I'm just a bit tense. As you can imagine, ever since I've heard what you've been talking about in the narrator's hut, I have been tense. But
Would you like to use my stun baton as electrotherapy?
she kind of gives a stare with a very minor squint. Again, she's still not really like.
Abaya stares back at her for a couple of seconds, then begins waving an invisible flag over his head.
God damn it.
She just kind of shakes her head. Regardless, I am relieved that this has gone smoothly. Although if you don't mind, Lucretia, what is your opinion of all of this? You haven't really said much since the start.
Honestly, I don't mind your case at all. There's only one I've been interested in hearing. Looks at Viz.
Abaya
What
also
do you
turns
mean?
and looks at Viz.
What do you mean?
I asked the question as soon as you two came out of the forest 2 nights ago. And I posited that it was something to do with you. Specifically Viz.
What gives you that idea?
Uh-oh. Ringo.
Lucretia will pull out the lens again. Perhaps you didn't hear me because you were stuck in your own mind. But
I was
Sertia
asleep.
certainly
What do
answered.
you want from me?
But to reiterate, and she'll actually pass the lens to Abaya and simply say, that lens lets you see etheric energy. Sertia certainly has a lot, but you, Viz, you glow like the fucking sun. Yeah,
And
it's blinding.
yeah, Viz. So, of note, when looking at Lucretia, it's like a small constellation of stars, points at the joints, which all glow quite brightly, but not crazy bright. Funnily enough, looking at Lucretia, you notice that there is
Lucretia, or
yeah,
mean-
Lucretia.
Well,
no, I
Abaya's
am
holding
talking.
it, so he can
Yeah.
see Lucretia. for it.
Yeah, you can see all
I
three.
actually don't know what.
Let me actually describe. Taking a look at Lucretia, you also notice that it is kind of similar, weirdly. It is. They're pretty vibrant. Less so, but still relatively vibrant. And
Should tell me
Huh.
etheric in me?
uh-huh. And
Oh, yeah.
You did,
yeah,
you did say Lucretia.
I
first.
know I did say Lucretia the first time because I was talking about you.
You also said Lucretia the second
Yeah.
time. I'm one,
Yeah.
that's-
You
that's
said
why-
Lucretia both
Circle
times.
with the
We know what you
constellation.
meant.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
Sertia.
They
right.
both look the same. They both have the same vibe. Yeah.
The similar
Yeah, so-
vibe, yes. But then, when looking at Viz, while the first two have more of an aether tone... Actually, wait, no, they had a different tone. I forget.
Yeah. Yeah, remember, Sertia's etheric energy is just a bright red.
Right, yours is a bright red. Lucretia, yours comes out as more of a natural aether tone. And with Viz, if I remember correctly, it was more blue?
It was more blue.
Yeah,
it was more blue,
blue.
but it was just extremely fucking bright.
Yes, is a
yeah.
central point, just with nothing extending out of it, just very vibrant.
It's literally blinding. It's like you
It's hard to
actually
look at.
use a magnifying glass or like like binoculars to stare into the sun for a second.
Yeah.
Abaya glances at Viz and then immediately lowers the lens because it's like getting flashbanged.
And then Lucretia will hold out her hand for the lens back.
Abaya puts it back into her hand.
Hmm.
We are going to have to scan you whenever we get to Mirror Falls, Lucretia.
Mhm.
You exude Aether.
Great.
What do I look like in the lens?
Yeah. She'll look through it at Abaya.
I-
Real quick.
Abaya's lights are relatively vibrant, somewhat less vibrant than Sertia's, and they are in this like deep green.
Yeah, she'll relay that
Yeah,
real
that-
quick. Just deep green, dimmer than Sertia's. Same pattern.
Makes sense to me.
He's just kind of standing there, silently.
So yeah, after Lucretia's done that, she tucks the lens away. Pan slowly looks back at Viz. So what's the explanation for having that much etheric energy?
I do not have one.
I highly fucking doubt that.
If there is no explanation, or simply one that you're not willing to give.
Sertia already said a couple nights ago that it is not her secret to tell. Which is awfully telling.
It really is.
Sertia had been really stressed out. And tired. Don't blame her.
No, she's not blaming it. She's just using it as evidence.
Viz is kind of like slowly turning to look at Sertia.
Apologies, I couldn't think of a proper excuse. I will say this. This is not something you can plumb. This is Viz's secret, and I will stand by them if they refuse to tell it. I'm willing to give out mine, but Viz has good reasons to keep their own. And I'm
The
not...
main reason I want to know is so that I have a good idea of what kind of shit we're in. How careful we need to be. I don't give a shit in the long run. I just don't want to be fucking killed for it.
I'm actually inclined to agree. I think that we have shown ourselves remarkably capable of adjusting to one another thus far.
Poor Viz, the one person she, that learned the secret is also the one person that's actually dog shit at lying.
You all know that I am constructed with custom equipment, yes?
Yes. Well,
My core is special. It exudes a lot of aether. But during my time in the wilderness, I have been able to prevent emissions that may harm anyone around me.
If I do recall correctly, back when the pocket dimension ruptured, you were leaking quite heavily.
Viz will not.
Is that why you sealed yourself away, then? To prevent the etheric backlash?
What do you mean by sealed?
You
when you
literally
welded yourself into a room.
not even a room. You
Oh.
she.
That's what you mean. Okay.
Yeah, it
I
cut
see.
open the wall and then sealed itself inside the freaking wall.
No, it was a room.
It was a room.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
it just had
cut
like
off
a metal
and then
pane.
welded it.
It is for containment purposes, yes. My systems are delicate, and I am less inclined to have someone else poke around it. The amount of aether exposure is dangerous. Perhaps not to someone like Sertia, given everything. But anyone else I have not met who would be able to resist that kind of aether. I worry that even aether witches coming in contact or close proximity to my exposed core can undergo some negative effects.
See, well, that is a legitimate concern. I have seen firsthand what happens with etheric energy backlashes.
I suppose I can offer some information. Do you remember the aether storm that passed over us when we were engaging with the funeral hounds in the hotel?
Hunters.
Yes.
Funeral hunters, but yes.
I did not need to recharge that night. I was able to recharge using the aether falling from the sky. I was able to absorb it.
Thirty actually gets a thoughtful look on her face as she turns to Viz. You said your core has a lot of potential, as we've seen through the lens, right?
This
Do you
nods.
think it? Do you think that it could contain, say, mycel breaking if it were to be funneled by aether witches?
Viz, from the sound of it, might be able to absorb the aether that is directed at them. But an explosion does not go in just one direction.
Well, that's why we're seeing the aether witches, aren't we? To direct it. I worry about what simply 2 aether witches may be able to do in terms of breaking the seal, but we may only need to if they have somewhere to funnel it to. And if Viz can contain all the energy,
You'll actually see Viz being very uneasy about this suggestion. Like, uncharacteristically so.
if she, seeing that, Sartre will say, if you don't think it's safe for you, however, it is fine. If it's absolutely necessary, we can take the dangerous trek towards Vendir's hold.
The secret to the power generation within my core is that I have a small etheric reactor contained within me.
Perhaps too much at once may be a bit too dangerous for you, and I
It
suppose
may
everyone
cause
around.
a localized meltdown and may cause an even more devastating explosion in such an event.
I see. I
Okay, that's not
apologize
bad.
for suggesting it, Viz.
What did I say?
Okay, let's not do that.
That is, of course, a hypothetical, and I am sure that I would be able to disable everything before such an event occurs. However, I must be careful of overcharging my systems. I can derive energy from aether. I am able to recharge from it ambiently. If I gave a tight hug to Certia for approximately 6 hours, I would be fully charged. However,
That is adorable, but also probably inefficient.
yes, the small localized reactor within my core does not provide particularly enough energy on a day-to-day basis, which is why I need to recharge myself. On top of that, running off of pure aether is very dangerous and uncontrolled. The reason that the narrator was perhaps more hesitant to interact with mine was because of that fact. Yes, it is controlled. My chassis is specifically built to control that level of aether emissions. In fact, Viz will actually sort of like, I guess, beat on its chest a little bit, so you all can see like the blue shield that comes over it. This shielding is actually utilizing the etheric waste emissions from the reactor. Instead of emanating around me, I am using etheric superconductors to channel it in a way that can be used as deflectors. It is not-
Superconductor, you say.
It is not very strong. It does not prevent every bit of damage. However, it is more than enough to prevent me from taking a lot of damage.
How much etheric current can you sustain, Viz?
about this?
Do you want a number?
Well, just a general amount would be
Yeah, ballpark.
more than work.
Basically, like I'm imagining, just
the
how
reason that I
heavy
asked
of a flow can you handle?
Is if we were to take Sertia's earlier suggestion, and instead of just pumping it into you and absorb everything that she throws, if we were to drain you first, and then use you as a circuit to channel the etheric energy into storage, would you be able to sustain that kind of an input
Oh, God.
without melting down?
All this while, Lucretia's like looking, like staring at Viz, not terribly convinced. She knows something's up. It's like, all right, so how does, like in her mind, it's like, all right, how does she know, or how does Viz know the narrator for so long? Where the hell did they get this tech? There's plenty of other questions, but she's just glaring. You can tell she's not convinced.
Well, Viz is kind of like doing like sort of calculations, I suppose, in his head. Yumi, would
Yeah.
their proposition work if Viz fully drained itself? Could it be used to absorb some or all of the, or at the very least, not even absorb, rather, to channel the aether coming out of Sertia in the ritual? To store it somewhere else?
You give it about a 50-50. Because you're not sure about the exact amounts. And
It
also,
could just be that even just depending on how powerful it is, even just draining Sertia to a point. Like the thing is, right? If we drain you completely, even if you can't absorb all of it, if you can make it so that the burst becomes more manageable, say something that 2 Aether Witches on their own can take care of, that might be enough. Because remember, again, this is just 40 years of passive Aether generation built up in Sertia. But if you can like drain that and lessen that, because the thing is, the seal is severely cracked and it's leaking. Like that's why kind of she's been wearing the armor, and aside from Abaya, who tends to wear stuff that's relatively aether resistant anyway, has been trying not to sleep like near Lucretia, who's like the most vulnerable to aether of the party as far as we know.
Actually, that's a
Because-
thought.
What's
Viz,
that?
could you drain yourself intentionally on the way to Sparklight, and then sap off some of what is already leaking from her during the night, to get a head start, so to speak, on lessening its amount?
that wouldn't work.
I would need,
need to
have
actively
direct
channel it.
access
Yeah.
to her aether
So
without
basi-
her having
Put a few wires in
battery.
there, babe. It's fine.
Without her having a battery or core that I can attempt to access, there is no direct channel or bank to draw from.
The way
I can think of one. Tobias says, nodding towards her sword and shield.
And the shield's still damaged, but Sertia does kind of thoughtfully take out her blade, which for whatever reason, because her blade seems to be unique, because despite the fact that all her other systems shut down, the sword only gets stronger when Aether pushes through it. And she has no idea why this happened, but even when her Aether system shut down, the sword worked just fine. And even when she ignites it again, thoughtfully to look at it, the blade is getting close to full length.
That would
on
not
her own
work.
power limb.
It would still be an open circuit.
I suppose we'd need something to ground it.
You need the
Which
witches.
is where the witches come from. Or come
I
in.
see.
Now you have Sote kind of like even as she stops channeling the energy and like flicks off the thing, she kind of is like staring at the hilt with a small squint before putting it away. Because you mentioned it kind of brought up the fact like, hey, hang on, why doesn't this thing break when they put aether into it?
Well, in any case, I suppose that is theory for whenever we encounter the witches.
Regardless, I suppose we have a plan and a great weight off our backs. It is nice to be open. Although, I don't suppose anyone in the party happens to have a measuring tape.
A measuring tape?
Yeah, because Serti is like frowning slightly. He's like, yeah, she'll say, I don't suppose anyone in the party has a measuring tape.
Actually, I might. Abaya says as he breaks out his toolkit.
You probably have like a
Lucretia's car.
yeah, I guess Lucretia might also have one in there too.
No, she
Yeah.
would.
Oh, she would.
She would not.
Oh, she would not. Gotcha.
Because when would you ever need like a woodworking tape measure to work on a car?
Yep.
I mean, hell, she doesn't even care about like woodworking as long as like if anything, the ideal one would be one that's designed for tailoring, because she'll bring up the fact that one of the issues I'm going to have is my power armor will not fit. I'm bound to gain about 2 feet in height and a bit more mass from muscle growth. Not much, but with all of that combined, I will need a new wardrobe.
You'd probably have like one of the tailoring types, or it's just like a loose reel.
Yeah, for about
There's a surgeon, and then he says, I'm going to have to start sitting in your lap. What the fuck?
the problem is that tailors that can safely work on things for me are all in Celarau. My father commissions them for the family. So once we take my measurements, I'll send him the funds for a new set of gear, and well, we'll have to wait for it to be shipped. In the meantime, we may want to buy fabrics and things that can at the very least be loosely good at covering me until we gain that shipment.
Toga time!
Yep, pretty much.
Well, you're in luck. Mist, who I am about to introduce you to, runs a shop. She provides a very wide variety of things. I'm certain that fabrics, and particularly stretchy ones, might well be in her wheelhouse. She also sells raw aether.
This kind of
Aether?
looks confused at that. How do you sell raw aether?
Crystallization, I believe.
Yeah, makes I wasn't expecting this to go longer than the last session at this point.
No,
Almost.
no, it's not longer than last session.
By like 10 minutes.
To be fair, like last time, we spent a lot of time just talking about the whole session. So
I mean, we did so this time too. We've made it, in the end, 5 squares away.
God,
I wanted to introduce Mist at least in this session, but nope.
no. Unfortunately, this
Look,
conversation. Fun.
You cannot disapprove of just what we've done.
No,
thus
absolutely
far
not. This is
session.
fucking fantastic.
This has been incredible.
We,
this
we
has gone so much
somehow
better.
miraculously defused both of the major bombs in the party. I feel. I mean, certainly, Lucretia might still have, a thing or two with it, but at the very least,
Lucretia's not convinced.
Yeah, we have defused 2 major bombs in the party, and I call that a win. And now,
I mean, yes, but we've also armed a 3rd one behind the scenes because Abaya has already opened diplomatic channels for Malazar before convincing Searcha to even try. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a gamble and a half.
because I hope it's apparent. Sertia's hatred of Malazar comes from she kind of uses some of her ideals, but also she's just grown to hate the guy, even if she doesn't really realize it.
yeah, it's
just
very much a personal vendetta from the look of it.
at this point, it's very much a personal vendetta, and she just hasn't really realized that it's mainly personal at this point.
Mhm.
Which kind of happens when you get idealistic and also gain someone who you feel is against you.
Yeah,
And
I suppose
yeah.
it'll the final verdict on if Malazar will actually end up being something of an okay force and being a major enemy still will probably come from what we find in Sungate.
Yeah. But yeah, still.
Not just Stungate, but also where the Warhound research goes, whether or not Silas actually does turn out to be an influence in Celarao, whether this mother that the Golden Wings member was talking about in Celarao starts to exude more direct control over things. Like, there's a lot that's up in the air right now.
Yeah. Let's at least finish travel and it's just 4 more rolls theoretically. We can
Yeah.
stop if there's an
Watch,
encounter.
we'll have an encounter next roll.
I hope not.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my god, our. Alright, alright.
Yeah.
One more
I
roll.
suppose that conversation wrapped up with us, like, Lucretia not being convinced, hopped in the car, and then kept going.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hey,
we're
Oh,
good.
hang on.
So then we
Well,
end.
We
the
also
night.
got a good encounter from Abaya.
No?
Actually, no, I forgot the D part. The D12. It's just 12 minus 1.
Oh,
No.
okay. Okay,
Oh,
so
roll
let's
again,
go on.
Vaya.
We made it anyway. Well, it's free to enter return.
Oh yeah, true.
All right. In that case, can we kind of hand wave just finding a like a hotel to stay at?
Yes.
Because
I
then at
imagine
least
Mist would be waiting for us wherever it is that we've set up.
And
Well,
Mist
at
will
least
find
in the
her way
morning
to.
we'll-
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Mist will show up in
Let's-
the morning probably.
Let's set up for the night. We will hand wave finding a quick hotel or a motel or what have you,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Because then that also sets up stuff that we can do out of session or extra things, such as the
The call you want to
The
do
call.
so badly.
yes, the call,
call,
as well as
Honorable
the
Lucretian is. And
yes, exactly.
So, y'all keep an eye on my YouTube channel, because already there is one extra, as it is, where it was a call that was done previously, that's up there on the YouTube, that was Sertia calling home. This was before she even revealed that she was Sertia, and if these are recorded, that's where they'll be. So keep an eye out on that, yeah? But
Yeah.
I think this is definitely a good spot to stop, yeah?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Please,
and
I
then
need
we
to use
can
the bathroom.
open up next session with Mist.
yes.
Yeah.
Miss
I
And
Pro-
think
then,
that's
you
a
know, at this point, with that travel taken out of the way, we can focus next session on, Yumi can title it the ritual and everything.
If you
Yeah.
guys get that far, that is a lot of travel.
I mean, there's a lot of travel, yes, but at the very
No,
least, we don't have a lot of inter-character stuff to open up with,
This is
which
true.
is
Yeah,
what
true.
ate up the vast majority of the time.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Not
Yeah.
to mention the grasslands take a good chunk of that, and the grasslands have like no modifier.
That is also true, yeah. Unless of course, Mist just so happens to send us down 3 major side quests.
do not do that, Yumi. Like we have, we're getting the next Sertia PNG Trooper made. You don't need to delay us anymore, okay? It'll be ready in time. I swear.
Oh,
Goodness gracious.
but all right.
Whew. All right. Well, thank you all for coming. 2 XP, by the way.
Hey, we left! Oh my god!
Yep, level up.
Oh my god, that means we actually
You're seasoned. You're well
We
seasoned.
ranked up.
Yeah, you ranked
Yeah,
up as
rank
well.
up too.
We're
Do we get
seasoned.
anything special on a rank up, or is it just normal level up, but now we have more things we can grab?
It's a normal level up with more things. I could just. Is there something extra?
We can research it. Wrap up the stream.
Yeah, please. Okay. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate it, especially for those that have stayed through the entire 6.5 hours. Hopefully, next session won't be as crazy long.
It's probably gonna be.
It probably will be.
Yep. Those of you that have been here this entire time, what are you doing with your lives? Go home.
I appreciate it.
They are home, most likely.
Yeah,
Take a
probably.
Take a nap. We're gonna
Go drunk, you're home. Anyways, thank you all for coming. I appreciate you all. Yeah, have a good night, and to those watching the VOD, thank you for watching, or listening, probably listening. Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.